Ouch. Call to order the budget workshop for the town of North Topsail Beach. Just reminded everybody, and I'll read this, it's a special meeting for a budget workshop. It's not a meeting where we are going to make decisions, take action, or address issues outside of reviewing the stuff for the fiscal year. And also just a reminder to ourselves and to the people we represent about the responsibilities of the board members. The members of the governing board have a fiduciary responsibility to the unit's taxpayers and residents to manage funds and the unit appropriately. We're ultimately responsible for the finances and fiscal health of the year. The way that I see it, and I think that we see it, is we have this obligation to the taxpayers and residents of the town, but I also believe we want to treat our employees fairly and consistently with making sure that we can keep our members safe. The other thing that I would ask, as our management team comes up, and they're here today, as we go through this thing, we are dealing with a situation where Social Security is giving about a 2.8% increase this year. We've got people in fixed incomes. To the extent, because you are the people that run this town, to the extent that you've got ideas as to how we can save money, and saving money can be things like Alice, the stormwater deal, where we got $1 million to do those projects, or the Phase 4 things, or wiring things and doing other things ourselves. I think that's important that you point those things out as you're making your presentation, and we would look to you to come back to us, whether it's now or at some future point, and say, look, here's the ways I can do that. If I need a new vehicle, I've got a grant that we can apply for, those type of things. All those things go to allowing us to both meet our fiduciary obligations, but also to treat our employees fairly. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Larry. I think he's going to turn it over to Wayne, but we'll start with Larry.
Thank you, Mayor. Board members. Good morning, Mayor and board members. Boy, it sounds loud. We've provided an agenda to you that highlights, suggested order for today's budget session. I mean, if the need or want exists to diverge from that, that's certainly fine. But what we're prepared to is basically go through this outline, and basically, at the top, offer you an overview of some of the principles and assumptions that we've used to organize the draft budget, and give you a recap of what we understand transpired at your previous budget session. I'd like to offer some comments and insights on forecasting challenges associated with sales taxes, and then move into department level review of operating budgets, and what we hope to get today or at a subsequent budget session is a consensus from the board on initiatives, items, associated with department spending plans.
Before you leave that, just to make it clear, we have another session tentatively scheduled for tomorrow.
Yes.
Because there are some peculiarities that we just talked about that may change some things. I think that you're going to also maybe have alternative dates in May to meet again, but then we also have to have a public hearing, which is scheduled currently, we talked about in May, and then adoption of the budget in June. So we do have some time in there, because this, as you know, is a very fluid type of thing right now, given things that are going on in the counties. So
very true. So the a wild card, if you will, is we've invited Doug Carter to be here today. We're not sure exactly when he's going to arrive. We had hoped to introduce him earlier in the day's conversation. His estimated time of arrival is 11, and so whoever's whatever department is reviewing their budget with you, I would encourage the mayor maybe to allow that individual to wrap it up and then maybe introduce Doug to provide his thoughts on the modeling and so forth. And then lastly, the mayor stole my thunder, but I kind of wrap up with a conversation on the budget calendar as it stands and what it may need to do and shift and so forth. And so in the agenda, kind of a lot of detail there, but some ideas on where we may shift or adjust or add some sessions. So with that, I'd like to introduce Wayne. Wayne is right there. There you go.
He's in the hot seat.
Oh. All right, Wayne, it's all yours.
So just to kind of recap a little bit of
Let me
last.
just interrupt just real quick. You've given us a bunch of spreadsheets, right? Including the one I think that you're gonna use for us. So if you will, when you're going through it, will you reference which spreadsheet? I mean, I've got them all up on my computer and apparently I just gotta copy this, but for us to follow you, I think we when we're looking at. So
Right.
thanks.
Yeah, when we get to that, as we go through each department spreadsheet, Ricky will have it up on the screen, but sometimes it's hard to follow spreadsheets with multiple columns even on the screen, so that's why we provided a paper copy. If folks want to follow along on paper, it might be easier. So, but just a quick recap. So we're using some of the discussions and where the budgets that are in front of us proposed by the departments are now. Looking at the ad valorem, we did go back and calculate using the formula in the state statute, the revenue neutral rate, and it came in a lot of decimals, but just under 36 cents based on the statute calculation. So that's where, on our revenue sheets, we kind of use that as the stopping point for going back to a revenue neutral number. And there's a lot of components involved in that. And we can go into more detail, or I could have, after the meeting, have Noreen email the spreadsheet that we had to put together to run that formula.
Wayne, just to interrupt you again, that would be helpful because that's not the number I came up with. I came up with a much smaller number than that because I said if we have a 40% increase in property values, then by definition, 60% of the current tax rate, 60% of 43 is a little less than 30 cents. It would be helpful.
Okay.
How we got the.
I'll send a copy of the spreadsheet that we ran after we're done here. And Noreen has that. Just make a note, please.
But that's the number that's embedded in your spreadsheet under revenue neutral.
Yeah. In the summary sheet of the revenues for Fund 10, the general fund, 12, capital improvement, and 30, shoreline protection, that is that number that we used. We did not go backwards from there. At this point, we can, but we did not. The sales tax revenue projection, I know Larry's going to get into some detail here in a few minutes on the nuances with that. The projection that we used with the sales tax that's in our revenue worksheet here, we basically have, in working with GWI, there is a sales tax revenue spreadsheet as we've been collecting it that tracks it and then brings into account the few months from the previous year, because the way sales tax is paid out, you're a couple months behind. And we put that all together to give a projection of where estimated on our spreadsheet that we should land with sales tax. Again, that calculation can be done in a different manner if y'all so choose to instruct us to do that. Most of the other revenues held constant, and we saw most of those last time. A couple things that we did adjust in the department level spreadsheets. Did some research with Larry, interim town manager, and based on the Southern Atlantic Census Division, we went back and input a COLA rate of 2.9%, and a merit rate of up to 3.5%. What we also did, and this is based on the fact that there's been the request to do the salary research, for the time being, the market adjustments were removed pending an outcome from that salary survey, which most likely would be into next year. It won't probably, there's no way we'll get it done before the June cutoff. So those are removed for now. And then, we had it last time, the medical expenses were assumed at about a 10% increase based on discussions with our insurance carrier. Pensions, based on the instruction from the league, it is now for non-Leo is 15.17, and for Leo is 17.10, and the 401K, there's no change there. A lot of these, other than the COLA and merit, were the other estimated increases were in the spreadsheets last time at the last meeting, but there were some minor updates to what are in the department level spreadsheets at this time. We did not, at this point, change or remove any of the general requests from the department heads. The only changes that I made in those spreadsheets was the COLA and merit and the salary adjustment. So as far as what they feel like they need to operate their department or equipment is still in there, and they'll address those as they're before you when their turn comes up.
Just a couple of quick ones. There's a typo then on your main, in your overall spreadsheet, under description Fund 10, you got includes police and fire adjustments plus COLA plus merit. That's not
Okay,
true. It's
not
only
the
COLA.
adjustment.
So, because I couldn't find the calculation for the other
Yeah,
adjustments in
I
there.
apologize.
No,
Okay.
it's fine, it's fine. We're working through this kind of stuff, so that's not in there. Medical, you said is 10%. Currently, we're paying about $97.50, I think, per employee, so that's gonna be, so that's been adjusted as well? So it'll be
Yeah,
about, it'll
yeah,
be
and
about
the 10
11,000.
The 10% in our insurances, when I say medical, I'm referring to our insurances. Yes, that's adjusted, and there's actually a department level, if you will, worksheet for just the insurances.
Okay,
And the
then-
10% was factored in.
And I don't want to do it now, I want to turn it over to Larry, but in spending time on this late last night, and as everybody knows, I like to look at the numbers, I've got some real questions about some of the revenues that are in there, and how they relate to current operations and stuff, which we can do as we go through. Larry, we can do those as we go through, because I've got a list of stuff that I've got questions about what the assumptions were underneath, on the revenue side. the expense side was one thing, but I wanted to look at the revenue side as well, so.
Okay.
So Larry, I guess Larry, it's you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Wayne. So I'd like to offer the board an overview of the two sales tax distribution methods and the potential impact of changes in the ad valorem levy or property tax revenues may have on sales tax receipts that are distributed to each jurisdiction in Onslow County. So municipal sales tax, by way of background, municipal sales tax receipts are affected by basically two elements. The method of distribution, which I'm going to talk about, which is determined by the county. The other is the amount of sales taxes that are collected, which relates to basically the health of the economy. And, the stronger the economy, we would assume or expect sales tax revenues to increase. Basic assumption. And in terms of our projections, we are assuming that the economy improves. And so we see an increase in we've factored in a sales tax increase.
And I think I mentioned to you, I talked to the finance director on Monday, county's gonna go flat on sales tax in the
Understand.
forecast, so.
Understand. Before I describe the two methods of distribution, I'd like to highlight at a high level the elements forming the sales tax line item, which are referred to as local sales and use taxes. In North Carolina, local sales and use taxes are collected by the state, and they're distributed to local governments according to a statutory formula. There are 4 articles or elements that make up the local option sales taxes in Onslow County. That totals 2.25%. The countywide sales tax of 2.25% is applicable to localities in Onslow County, in addition to the 4.75% set by North Carolina, the state. That serves as a total of 7%. The rate applies to most taxable goods and services in Onslow County, including retail sales, restaurant, meals, excluding prepared meals, which are taxed separately, and certain services. The two methods from which North Carolina counties may choose between for distributing sales tax receipts are dictated, if you will, in the General Statute 105-472, and I provided, or Lexi provided a handout that provides you an illustration of the statute, but on the first page is a table that I'll be generally referring to, and I'll get to that in a little more detail in a second. Thank you, Lexi. So the two methods of distribution that counties may choose between are per capita or population-based, which is used to determine North Topsail Beach's population as a percentage of all jurisdictions in Onslow County and the sum of the unincorporated areas of the county. And so that's where we get, there are 7 entities that are in the pie, so to speak, for either per capita basis or ad valorem basis. So the other method of distribution for sales tax is ad valorem or the property tax revenues, if you will. And that's used to determine North Topsail Beach's percentage of the entire levy collected or property taxes collected across the 7 jurisdictions. Okay? In either method, the percent that North Topsail Beach has an ad valorem, or if you use per capita, is applied to the total sales tax receipts in a given period. And that's decided to, that's how it's distributed, monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, whatever the basis might be. So in the handout that I provided is a table I referenced a little bit ago that illustrates jurisdictions, our populations, property values, and the tax rates as of current fiscal year. And I used that data to estimate and approximate what the distribution would be for sales tax revenues under either basis. The message I guess I'm going to hammer over and over again is if you follow the highlighted line, which is North Topsail Beach, you see the second column is our population. You see a small number, a percent, that is a 0.5%. That's our relative size to everybody else. Next column is the value.
That's like registered voters. That's not
No,
people that are here
it's
full-time.
population. It's
Right.
actually population, not registered voters. Population.
I'm sorry, but I mean the people that actually live in the town. Right.
Yes.
Census numbers.
Yes, and that to that point, the source, there's a lot of moving targets in this conversation in terms of estimating, forecasting the revenues. My source for populations, the source is the state demographer, not Google, not AI, not Joe next door. It's the state demographer. Okay, so that's those numbers, and the property values. An assumption. There's some information that I got access to that I think came from the county, dated from March, and so I'm presuming that's the property values, the reassessed values. So an assumption, but so everything else is
That's what I sent you.
Yes. So following across the line there, the estimate of our ad valorem revenues as part of the whole is roughly 4%. So 4% on an ad valorem basis of distribution versus 0.5% on a per capita. The punchline is our community stands to receive a larger share of sales tax revenues, sales tax, under an ad valorem basis. And that trend is probably decades in existence. Beach communities tend to have a higher property value as compared to some of our inland colleagues and peers. Okay. So to say it a little bit differently, North Topsail Beach loses sales tax revenue under per capita, gains revenue in ad valorem basis. Over the years, the distribution method has been contested Those with, that have been associated with government in some form or fashion, you remember the drama over the years. When I first came to North Carolina, I was working for the city of Jacksonville, and there was an interlocal agreement between the county and the city that was focused on using the per capita basis, and which created a windfall, if you will, for the city of Jacksonville. They had annexed, the details of the city had annexed the base population years ago, so early 90s, I believe. And so basically doubled the size of the community without the corresponding double in service demand or costs. So it was a windfall. Beach communities typically, you know, lost.
Or property tax.
Right, right.
The base doesn't pay it.
Right, exactly, yeah, yeah. So there's no impact on the base. And so a lot of communities around bases did that kind of thing, whatever it was, late 80s, early 90s. That relationship, and so the city received, you know, double, and there was an interlocal agreement that was framed that continued that, but allowed this, or required the city to return some of that sales tax money to the county. So there, what I would commonly, well, I'm not going to say the word, but there was a deal, and it was good for the city of Jacksonville, not necessarily for anybody else, or with the county and the city, but not for others, for North Topsail Beach. That relationship evolved, and we got to the point that we are now, where ad valorem is used, and the indication is that that's going to continue. So,
If you would clarify for people, it's, when you're talking about the property taxes, it's property taxes collected is the basis for that. So
Yes.
to the extent, and I think what you're telling is, to the extent that you collect less property taxes, you may, by definition, get less sales taxes based upon.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, yes. So in a revaluation year, which what we're in, the potential impact on sales tax receipts are somewhat amplified. In a revaluation year, most communities experience an increase in property taxes, or values, excuse me. And certainly we've exhibited, I think all of us have gotten that love letter from the county saying your residence has gone up in value. I certainly did. North Topsail Beach's sales tax receipts would, if everyone, I've gotten ahead of myself. I'd like to explore some hypotheticals to kind of dramatize the point that the mayor just made. So these are hypotheticals. There are a number of assumptions that I use to get to these financial numbers. Okay, so the details are subject to change. So I would like to emphasize that. So hypothetical, if every community adopted the revenue neutral tax rate, and the county continues using the ad valorem method of sales tax distribution, our sales tax receipts would approximate the current year with a factor we're assuming for growth, okay? Wayne, I don't know if you have that number, about we figured about 400,000.
Yeah.
Okay, approximately, okay. So, however, if the largest jurisdictions, i.e. Onslow, Jacksonville, adopts a tax rate above the revenue neutral rate for the next fiscal year, we could expect to see a reduction in sales tax receipts. Okay, and it's a factor of how many pennies above revenue neutral do those two jurisdictions go. They have current size of the pie. They are about 90% of the ad valorem pie. Okay. There are, as I mentioned earlier, 7 jurisdictions that are in this box, and you all know them better than I do. Holly Ridge, Jacksonville, North Topsail, ourselves, Richlands, Surf City, Swansboro, and the county as an organization. So again, in a reval year, it's not unusual for communities to call a special meeting for the purpose of setting a tax rate on or about June 30th. And the question was, well, why wait till the end? So we have the best idea of what everyone else is doing, and whether or not we need to or want to adjust what we thought we were going to set the tax rate at to minimize the multiple hits on revenue. So that's a tactical and political decision.
And what we've talked about, just so people know, is this is not a simple, I get revenue here or I get revenue there, and whether the impact on us is positive or negative on the revenue side. If you give up sales tax revenue, it's because you are collecting less property taxes from your residents. So the positive in that is, and I'm gonna use a ratio, we talked about, it's almost an 8-to-1 type of relationship. So if we were to drop our property taxes by using the 2.4, $240,000, all right, we would only be giving up, what's my math, $30,000 in sales tax. So again, that's something the board needs to take into account, is one hits our local taxpayers and property owners, the other one hits our revenue, right? And I would use your example on here, and again, you've done a great job explaining this, because this is something we've been talking about for years, because people thought we were getting screwed by not getting money back, and this shows why this allocation occurs. But if you drop down to the spreadsheet we were talking about before, Wayne, and you're looking at the sales tax, you've shown that at revenue neutral, it's 2.9, at 43, it's 3.3, at 40, it's 3.4. So there is an absolute, if you look at that spreadsheet on there, you'll see exactly what Larry just described.
But a subtle point, I think, to the mayor, and I'm looking at Wayne, we did not factor in on the sales tax revenue. We held that constant under each tax rate level.
Yes, I did.
Yes. So we're working on a model to try to, work that. It's hard to do it in real time, to adjust.
So this is the difference between forecast and actual?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because one of the things that you've pointed out today is we have a lot of putting aside the expense side, because we can get a pretty good handle on the expense side. The revenue side is a very fluid type of thing at this point.
This year, I would say, yes.
All right, is what he's talking about. So, understanding that, money is not guaranteed to come in at the levels we're talking about, is a big part of what you're talking about. So that while we may have a public hearing, may do those type of things, it may be better for us to delay what the actual tax rate is within a penny or two, right? As close to what we know other people are doing. And we don't know, the county has not disclosed what they're planning on doing on a tax rate. I have no idea what the other towns are planning on doing, which is why there's so many variables in your calculation, correct?
Yes.
Does that make sense to everybody? It's a moving target. Go ahead, Laura.
So,
It is.
knowing it's a moving target, though, the board during the fiscal year, at any time, with board approval, can make adjustments to the budget.
Not the tax rate.
Not the tax rate,
To the
but
expenses.
departmental budgets,
Right.
to our expenses. So if we see revenues dropping,
We have
that
to
we hadn't expected, we can shift money around in funds with board approval.
Right.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, what we approve in the beginning is not set in stone,
No,
and we can make adjustments during the fiscal year.
right. And I think the perfect example of that you've brought up before is if we have a storm event,
Correct.
all right, that's gonna impact rentals, that's gonna impact everything, recession, all those type of things, so.
And I would suggest or expect that, whether it was myself or the permanent that y'all decide to hire, would, with Wayne's insights and finger on the pulse of what's happening, would come to the board and say, okay, we're seeing the trends, the revenue trends are, we thought they were X, they're looking like it's X minus Y. And we need to, adjust, defer, regroup on stuff.
Sure.
And I want to make that point to the department heads too, that, as things move along, just because we adopt a budget, doesn't mean there can't be adjustments during the fiscal year.
And,
Right.
and the discretion of the town manager on
Right.
items too.
Well, I'm just, from a practical standpoint, I think, you know, Wayne, Wayne, I would suspect Wayne's gonna see, you know, between the manager, and Wayne, they're gonna see, okay, there's something, sales tax aren't coming in. That's typically, you know, an area, because property taxes, it's, you know, that's like what, November, December, January, so you're pretty well into the year, expense-wise. But sales tax, you get, I mean, I forget, I think there's some that come in monthly, some come in quarterly.
But it's in arrears. That's the issue. It's gonna be 3 months before Wayne knows what the stuff was. If we're going from July 1st to September 30th, you're not gonna know until
Well,
October, November what you got, right?
Well, we're
Yes.
getting distributions, though.
From the previous period.
Yes, so I mean, from a revenue receipt standpoint, you're, you know, monthly and quarterly, you'll see a trend.
That's the issue.
And so those are kind of, property tax, sales tax, the biggest, and then I guess franchise is, but that tends to mirror sales tax. But anyway, so.
But I think Laura makes a good point, which is, given the uncertainty in the market and the things that are going on today, we can give a guideline, if you want to call it an approved budget, okay? Understanding that changes, we did it last year. We made budget adjustments a number of times. We've done change orders, all those type of things. The thing is, don't commit something for next May if we don't have to commit, if we're not really sure in September what's going on, is kind of the long and short of it. So anyway, I'm
So-
belaboring the point. Thank you.
The continuing hypotheticals, the mayor mentioned a couple of ones that I was going to highlight. I would emphasize that we currently estimate that 1 cent change in our tax rate will affect the ad valorem or property tax revenues by approximately $250,000. Wayne's nodding his head, okay, so.
We're at 2.4, so 1 cent is 2.4.
Yeah, it's around there. A 1 cent change or increase, this is hypothetical, in all jurisdictions' tax rate except North Topsail Beaches would change North Topsail's sales tax receipts by approximately $200,000. Okay, that's if everybody. And I mean, it's really it's the two communities, but the way I ran the analysis, I made that assumption for everybody.
What you're saying is the 800-pound gorilla is Onslow County and Jacksonville.
Yes, sir.
That's what's gonna drive the calculation. Is that fair, Wayne? That's the two gorillas.
As the mayor mentioned, you know, a 1 cent change in North Topsail Beach's tax rate, and if everybody else kept revenue neutral, our sales tax receipts would change, you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40,000. We estimate. Okay, so wrapping this up, conclusion: property tax rate set by North Topsail Beach for next fiscal year will have a marginal or minor impact on the percentage of sales tax receipts received by North Topsail Beach, because we're either method of distribution, we're small in relation to everyone else. However, the larger jurisdictions of Onslow and Jacksonville can have a more significant impact on the percentage of sales tax receipts that we would hope to receive. This is due to Onslow and Jacksonville having roughly 90% of the ad valorem levy that's collected from all of the jurisdictions in Onslow County. So we've been saying this, you know, throughout the conversation, but that's the punchline. So with that, I think I'm turning it back over to Wayne.
Yeah, I think if we could, what we do now is go through the different department spreadsheets and budget requests. And for the sake of helping Ricky too to follow us, to pull these up on the screen, this is the same order that your packet is in, and probably the order that your files are in if you choose to pull them up, because they run alphabetical. So the first one would be the governing body, 410, which is you all. Okay, yeah, we'll start on that summary sheet, Ricky. So again, this is the governing body. This is the summary sheet. You know,
So, I'm sorry, wait, so we're not gonna do the high-level thing first? You're gonna go by department first?
I was gonna go by department first. That was just.
That's fine, that's
just the
fine,
order
but
we had it in.
Right,
'Cause I think
this
part
is,
of-
this is our income statement right here.
Yes,
Okay, so as long as we get that sometime, because that's gonna tie into this.
yes.
And what you're
yes.
doing is you're giving us the foundation for this.
Right, to these
before
totals
you
that
give
you're
us
seeing at
this.
the bottom, yeah.
All right.
And also,
Is
I
that, is
think,
that okay with everybody, or do you wanna see the income statement first?
Good, Wayne do his thing.
and that's fine. And I also think when Doug gets here, part of Doug's discussions and information may tie into what you want to talk about on the income statement type summary. So,
But everything you're going to give us now is on the expense side, not on the revenue side.
yes, this is the
That's
requested
the key.
expenses per department.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, looking at the governing body, this is the summary sheet that we're all looking at here. There is not a tremendous amount of change. There is a little bit that was added in for the travel line. And again, that was kind of an estimate based on some travel that you all may be doing for different conferences and things this upcoming year, training. If you'd like to, we can step through the detail of what each one of those numbers is, which would be what is your backup pages there.
I mean, I think some of this is self-explanatory, but we're attempting to do strategic planning. Are we thinking of putting that under the governing body? Or are we thinking of putting that in administration? Where are we looking at budgeting for some strategic planning expenses?
I believe, let me find the professional services. It would fall under professional services. Now,
But we don't have, do we have a line item for that with the governing
Yes.
body?
yes, we do. Looking at that summary sheet, it's 2/3 of the way down, 10-410-47.
Okay,
And there is a detail on the back. Some of that is our existing, like, legal and retainers. But we could add, at this point, I don't have numbers as far as consultants or different things that we want to add in there, but I could add something in there as
I
a,
think on that one, I would go back to what Laura talked about before.
yeah.
Once we know what that's
Budget
gonna
amendment.
cost, then we can make a budget amendment on it.
Correct.
Because the big thing in here is we don't have GWI in there. And
Correct.
is this is based upon the original budget, or is this based upon the amendments made to the budget?
Yeah, so this was run on the current budget, which, in your spreadsheet, it's the first set of numbers, current budget year.
Okay, let me make it simple. We made a budget adjustment last year for GWI for $200,000.
Right.
That's in the current year budget, so.
No, GWI is taken out. The
No,
blue.
in the current year budget.
Oh, yes, I'm
All
sorry.
right, so the drop in this thing, frankly, when I look at it, this is basically what it was before with less professional services involved.
Well, most of the professional services from GWI were in the administration budget.
Okay,
That's where that falls. That goes from like
Okay.
So it
437
wasn't
down to
in- it wasn't in the
48.
governing budget.
It's
Okay.
not in
All right.
the governing.
so, but when I look at
The
this
statement
stuff,
is correct.
and I'm gonna go back to a point again that Laura made, when I look at something that says professional services, or I'm gonna use an example of our council. We've got a number in here for council, that doesn't mean we're going to spend it. This is just a budget hold. So to the extent that we need it for something else within professional services,
Right.
if we need to do a budget amendment, we can.
Yeah, we can do budget amendments throughout the year. We've done many throughout this current
That's
year.
my point. So this is basically, again, to your point, a placeholder for the expenses going forward that we'll take a look at as the year goes on.
Right.
Okay,
And these
that's
are based, if you want to see the
No.
detail of it, if you look on your backup sheets,
Right,
these columns that go across show you what the detail is under each number. So it's a little bit, it's a lot, because the spreadsheet has a lot of columns in it. But for example, the professional services is the
Lawyers?
the lawyers, the Ferris retainer, Phalaris retainer. So it gives you the line item
DC
detail of what
person.
that total number equals up to. So, and these are based on estimates of known costs. As you said, if we came up and decided to hire a consultant for
So when-
5-year,
When we look at the salary, the compensation study, are we gonna put that in administration?
the administration, the contracted services that I probably would.
Okay,
It would be probably the best fit for that.
okay,
And again, that would probably be something we would add at the time that we do it. It's not forecasted in here when we get to the administration departmental budget.
That's fine, because we haven't approved it yet, because we don't know how much it costs.
Right, right.
So that, that's the point we talked about
Yeah.
last time, is
But we-
they're gonna get back to us at the next meeting with some idea.
we've,
Yeah, if we reach out and get a cost estimate, I can get it plugged in for
what,
the
in
next,
2019, what did we spend? Does anybody know? We never did it, but we got numbers back
before my
then.
time.
No, we don't know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am not sure what we spent in 2019 for the salary study. I know it was looked into last year, but then never executed.
I would say that 2019 numbers wouldn't be relevant. I mean,
No,
it's-
I
it's-
understand
it-
that,
it would-
but
It would be double,
I'm looking
probably
for a
double.
placeholder at some point, so.
We'll work towards that. I mean, our intent would be to have a number in the proposed budget, based on the feeling that the board is supportive of doing a salary survey classification study. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see a number, $50,000. I mean, that would not surprise me. May see it for 30, but it would not surprise me for 50. Or perhaps more, but we're,
Yeah.
we've got some calls out, and we hope to get an
All right, but
informal
wait,
number.
To finish that one up, you wanna put that in administration, not under governing body?
I would, I mean,
Okay.
it could fit in either category.
Okay.
I think administrative work. But-
Okay,
but again,
that's great. Okay.
I think as we're going through this, though, I think one of the things, I would suggest we not start putting placeholders in here for things we don't know how much they cost.
Right.
And that, because this is our first.
No, I just want the title, not the number. I want us to not forget on the parking lot, that's a project we wanna do. And then we find the number.
Well, but,
Okay,
let me back up to what we're doing today. We are not making a decision on the parking lot. We are not making a decision on this compensation study, because this is not the forum to do those type of things. This is a discussion about the stuff that's in the budget right now, and then in a couple of weeks, when we have our board meeting, we can discuss what we need to get done after we get some numbers, because otherwise, we're gonna be putting things, this is coming from the team to give us an idea of what the expenses are.
right.
Right? So I think we need to be careful, otherwise, if, and I don't know what the board consensus is in a parking lot. I don't know what I think that we talked about doing a compensation study, but again, that was along the lines of not knowing how much it costs, right? If it's $1 million, we're not doing it. If it's $2, we're gonna do it. We know what the bid and ask is, so I think we need to, and you'd asked me to make sure we stay on track with what we're trying to get through with this. So if you will, Wayne, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, as far as the governing body being, these are the cost estimates and projections based on the activity that has gone on. In some instances, there were some minor adjustments, like I said, anticipating some travel and conferences for you all, so that came up. So, I mean, I would suggest at this point, if there's anything that's a question, to dial in, but we have a lot of departments, so I don't know that we want to just sit here and go line by line, detail by detail, unless there's a question on it at this point. And then as they come up, we'll address them. So I could move on from governing body if nobody has a question on this particular spreadsheet.
A question, is there consensus on the governing body's budget as presented?
So around, Mark? Kip? Connie?
I'm okay.
Laura?
Yeah.
Larry?
Okay? All right. Find somewhere to put some things. Okay, Ricky, we're going to the next in line, which should be administration. And we'll start on that summary page. So again, as far as, I mean, starting general expenses, a lot of these are just general operating expenses. Most of them carry over to be pretty similar. We'll talk about the salary lines in just a second. You do see in the contracted services, it's like fourth from the bottom, went from 437 down to 48. That was where GWI Consulting sat, so that was a significant reduction. Yeah. Most of the other line items, the trainings, just general expenses, are pretty much neutral. There were a few things that we were able to even save a few dollars, like the apparel expense is coming in much less than what we budgeted, so we were able to reduce a little bit there without the detriment to having things available for citizens or tourists to buy. Now, the salary line, let me get over here. So currently, the salary line is, and Ricky, if you'll go to the base request tab to the far left, to where you'll see all the salaries. These are the current positions that sit in administration.
I'm sorry, and the current salaries.
Yes, this is
All
the
right, that-
current salaries.
That's what, because it's, the math doesn't work on, what you're showing in the base case is what exists today and what is in the
Yes.
budget today.
Yeah, and this is what we're requesting to carry forward. Any expansion, on the spreadsheet, don't go there yet, Ricky, but
Is the green column.
the green tab, and that's where you would see your calculations for COLA and merit. Okay, so this is the salary, and these are the positions that exist in the administration department right now. Pretty self-explanatory, the town manager, the town clerk, the finance officer, accountant one is Noreen. We currently have,
Would you do me a favor? Let's not use people's names.
okay,
Okay.
okay,
Positions, right.
Position's fine.
understood,
I'm
understood.
sorry.
We have the accounts payable position. That is the one that I requested that we add. We brought in, through a temp service, somebody to help us with that on a temp to hopefully permanent basis. And it would make sense to make that transition in July when we come out with the new budget. He currently is on a temporary contract through a staffing service, so we have him until that point. But it is a vital position. Accounts payable handles all the invoices, all the payouts, all the bills.
Okay.
So it is a critical position for us to have.
I agree with that, but my question though is, when I'm looking at the current budget, I'm just looking at salaries, not people or anything else. We're at 608, the base is 530, and the ask is 564. We must have budgeted for those positions last year.
There were
So
some other
basically, all we're doing
positions.
is filling budgeted positions
Yep.
this year. Okay, right?
Right.
I mean, is that basically what we're doing? Right?
Yeah,
That's what
pretty
it's gotta be,
close,
right?
pretty close.
So I know you want to move the accounts payable position to a permanent position. I would like us to look at the front desk position, which is currently a contracted administrative assistant, and also look to move that into a permanent position, full-time. That person acts as the ambassador to the town when somebody walks in the front door. And we don't have someone there full-time now in that role. And so that's something, I think we as a board should look at, because.
I don't think that's up to the board. I think that's up to the town manager, following the chain of command. And if the town manager feels that that is a position that needs to be permanent, then they will come to the board about it. But that's not for the board to decide what positions are permanent and not.
We're back into issues on something like that. I think it's fair to say that the board will keep an open mind as to the recommendations of the town staff as to what those duties or the person should be. So I think that what you've got in here, either way, is enough money to cover it either way, so we should be fine. Is that correct, Wayne?
Well, yeah, right now, that person would, yeah. I mean, they're through like a contracted services, so they're in that contracted services line as a
No, I
staffing
agree with you,
agency, but-
Connie, and when we get a permanent town manager, if they think that needs to be a
Yeah.
full-time position, we need to advertise it. What I don't
Right.
want us to be in a position is where we're short on funds, because the contracted services costs us money too. So then we could go to a permanent position.
Right, but we're right back to an issue that we can decide as a board, when those things come up and
Right.
based upon the recommendation. So again, we gotta make sure we've got enough money to cover what we have today. Every fund has got a contingency amount in it so that to the extent that we need to make changes, per your recommendation, if it's Larry or if it's, whoever, to be determined. So as long as you
Right.
believe we've got enough money in here to cover those two things. So I saw, we've got about, $43,000, I think, for the front desk? Isn't that right? Under
For-
contracted services?
Yeah, it's 48,
All
yeah,
right, so it's $20 an hour, so, okay.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
So again, now, just, Ricky, if you'll go to that expansion tab, just to illustrate, this is where the 2.9% COLA and 3.5% merit, and it is actually printed out, it's toward the back. If you look on this very top, you'll see it'll say expansion. There may be some blank columns, but if you get to the first page or two, that's where the salaries lie. It's really, most of these expansion columns are just gonna be salary related, where
I mean,
merit and COLA.
the short version on this to me is, we're going from temporary staff people to a full-time finance department, to be able to handle the things that we need to handle. Is that?
Yeah,
what-
that's really the only major change in the administration, is bringing in the accounts payable as a full-time, and then the merit and the COLA that's decided on by the board. So most of your other incidental expenses are pretty flat.
Right, and that was our goal in that we went to GWI because we didn't have staff.
Yes,
And we wanted to get away from them now and get back to having a fully staffed department.
right. And GWI had a full-time person dedicated to accounts payable when they were with us. And she transitioned out and our temp position transitioned in around the December timeframe.
Not to highlight the issue, but when contracted services go from $437,000 down to $48,000, I think the board believes that's a good step forward in that, to be able to handle it.
Okay, so again, I guess, should I ask for general consensus with where we are on the administration budget right now?
I had a question.
Okay,
The SHRM training,
okay.
with our professional training, I mean, that's a significant number for someone? It
Let's
gives them
see.
skill set
Let me look at the line.
to get trained and leave us. So do we have anything in there where people sign? And this is just a random question. I mean, we've been doing a lot of training in a lot of departments, and then everybody takes our training and goes away. Is that a standard request? Have we done a SHRM training for someone before? We haven't had a clerk in a long time, so.
If I may.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So my SHRM training would be no different than majority of the trainings you see for our people here. Wayne will go to finance officer school. I have attended Clerk Institute in the past. There are various degrees for different fields of that equivalent that typically do not have, typically it's just put in the budget as well.
So there's 2 certifications with SHRM.
There's
so
the
is this-
professional,
Right.
yeah, there are 2 levels. One of them I am not really qualified for within my position, so I'm not going for that one, I'm going for the other one.
Okay, because the one, you have to work in an HR department and supervise so many people for so many years.
Right, yes, I'm
Okay.
aware. Yeah, I am not signed up for that one. I'm not signed up for anything at this moment.
Okay,
But no, I've chosen the correct certification
okay,
for my position.
So
All right.
again, we'll go to consensus, but again, let's keep in mind that because it's in the budget, the town manager has the discretion to approve or not approve training type of things. So with that, Mark?
Right.
Kip?
I'm good.
Connie, Laura?
Yep.
All right, let's keep going, Wayne, thank you.
All right. This is going to be tricky. Ricky, you're up. So maybe if you'll put it on the summary page.
He's hiding.
And then, because he's controlling our screen here, if he'll put it on the summary page, then he can possibly work us through the detail and we can work off our printouts if we need to. Just to, as Ricky's walking up front, again, the salary is the same here. It's current salaries for the positions that we currently have, and then the merit increases we spoke to before. So that's, again, gonna be a constant theme as we go through all the departments.
Again, this is our first blush going through this and then
Right.
tying it back to the income statement, so thank you.
Yeah.
How would y'all like me to do this? Rehash, or do y'all have questions for me based off last time?
I think Laura had a question for you.
Okay.
All right, so under our current contract, for the website, are we getting any upgrades from them, any improvements? What are we getting from that current contract?
Every 5 years, they're supposed to do a uplift where they
Okay.
go through and they make any changes that we want visually. As far as the layout of the website goes, the navigation where it's located, that really doesn't change. If you look at our website, Onslow County's website, Surf City's website, the general layout of the navigation elements is the same,
Okay,
so that it's easier for citizens to go from one municipal website to another and still be able to navigate it. But, yeah, we do get a facelift every 5 years.
is this a year for that?
This is a year for that.
Okay, and do we know when that's coming?
They have started on it, but they have not given us a go-live date yet.
Okay, because I don't know if we've let anybody know that we're changing that,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
Well, once we have a definite date
okay.
of when they're planning on it being done, we can go out with something.
Some kind of public announcement, because people get used to navigating
Yeah.
on it. Okay.
Yep.
All right, and there's no expense in addition to our normal contract for
Nope,
that
our cost
uplift?
is staying the same. They tried to increase it on us, but we pushed back heavily and they're keeping it the same.
Okay, all right. Let's see. That was the only question I had.
I see our phone budget almost doubled. Are we due for new phones this year?
No, ma'am. The reason for that, it's actually phone and internet. And the Spectrum bill was under public buildings, utilities last year, and it should have been under this, and it's getting moved there now.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to clarify, and I know you've already answered this question, when I look at dues and subscriptions, that's not magazines that
No,
we're
sir.
getting. So, okay, because that, when you look at that category, you're just like, well, that's a lot of magazines for us to have here.
Yeah.
That's basically all your licenses,
All
everything.
licenses, not just for IT, that's any piece of software that's used by multiple departments falls under my budget. So Citizen Serve for planning and zoning, building, that's under here as well.
And building security, it went from 33 to 0.
Building and security, that was supposed to be under the fire department's multi-year fund. That is for the secure door access controls, cameras, all that stuff. So it is in my budget this year, but it's gonna get moved to there.
All right.
And that's just a one and done. We're paying for that one time and it's not coming back.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have consensus to at least include this in the next round of what we're doing? Mark?
I'm good.
Yep. Looks good.
Thank you.
Connie?
Thank you.
Okay, next in our pile is planning. So we'll give Ricky a half a second to get back to the chair. And we'll let, I think Deb is going to help us with planning and inspections, but go ahead. No changes, there was something, there was a modest.
There's no changes presented. There was a modest request for an increase that we had discussed. Say again? I'm sorry, one moment, please. I got a phone in front of It's kind of like one of those now or nevers. It's something that I was wanting to kind of discuss amongst the town manager and interim town manager before I presented it to the board. But it would also include a reclassification. Currently, we have a planner 1 that's working at the planner 2 level, and that will be sitting for a certification, an AICP certification. And so I was going to recommend or propose a reclassification along with a slight increase.
I just have, actually a comment. Carter Metcalf is gonna come in May, to make a presentation to the board
Carter,
on
yes.
inspections and everything. He's the planning director for the county. I talked to him on Monday to come in and talk about that, because in my conversations with the board, they want to work very closely with us cooperatively to figure out ways that we can work together even more. I know he's doing some of the, or his people are doing some of the inspections now, but.
They're doing the building inspections.
Right, that's what I
Yeah,
meant.
yeah. They're
Yeah,
covering
not
for
the
building inspections, and then we're still doing the zoning and flood, as well as the zoning and flood reviews. They're, in addition to the inspections, they are also conducting the reviews for building inspections. So, but yes, we're
It's just a
working in
heads up, but I
tandem.
think that what you've got here, and again, the reclassification stuff, I think we would look to the town manager to make a recommendation on those type of things. And I'm guessing, I don't know this, and about timing, Lars, I gotta call you Lars, because I'll be talking to Larry. When we do the study we're talking about, it's not just a compensation study, it's going to be about roles and responsibilities and things like that, rather than just pay, correct? That would be the understanding? Everything. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
So Deb, you're pulling what you're talking about from a planner 1, planner 2, from the national planning, like,
Absolutely correct.
okay. So the job roles and responsibilities you're describing are based on standard planner 1, planner 2 duties, right?
National standards, that's correct.
Right, so that's something, yes, that you can take to the town manager once somebody's passed their test, whatever, and see if you can work that through.
Yes,
Okay.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Yep.
How are we? We okay? Mark?
I
Yep.
have one question. Gas, oil, and tires,
Let me answer that by saying I almost had a cardiac arrest and had to call 911 whenever I filled up my vehicle yesterday.
okay, so which vehicle is that, Deb?
We actually have, currently we have two. We're still maintaining the Tundra. And then
What year's the Tundra?
I think it's 2006.
Okay,
But it's a very utilitarian vehicle with that 8-foot bed
right,
that would certainly come in handy in the event of having to move things out of the building for a hurricane prep. Public Works may find some use in it also. It's still a good vehicle for hauling. It's a good beater.
okay,
You know, it's like I've got two cars. I've got a old one that's in the garage, and then I drive mine to work. So, but it's still a good vehicle. And then we have the code enforcement vehicle that's used on a daily basis.
and what year's that?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
Yeah, I apologize to you. I really don't know what the year is.
okay, so the gas, oil, and tires is just maintenance on these two vehicles?
Correct.
Okay. And we think that's like no increase, you're good there?
You know, none of us know.
Right,
None of us know. And
Okay.
so I would say that, you know, for right now, keeping it static, and then if I have to
you
do
need something.
if I need to do a budget adjustment, then I'll come in and do a budget adjustment. But I don't see upsetting the apple cart for what might be.
Right, no, I
Although,
get it.
You know, I
like
know we
the-
need to be prepared, but I think it's simple enough to do a budget adjustment.
Well, it's just like we're looking ahead to new fire trucks. We got a 20-year-old truck. At some point, the board might want to look ahead to planning for a new truck. but-
Yeah, I think we had that on capital improvements to replace next year.
Okay, so we had that discussion already.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay,
We did.
all right.
Okay. Kip?
I'm just trying to squeeze the life out of it, that's all.
Okay.
Well, and being in the energy business, the 6 months, 8 months from now, the price is about 40% down of what it is now too, so.
All good.
I said I'm in the energy business. If you look at the forecasted strip, it's way off. It's way down from what it is now, so we'll see. And that's next year we're talking about, so thanks.
The cost is way down from what it was
WTI.
forecasted to be.
No, WTI prices are down, yeah.
It is appreciated that you're squeezing the life out of
Yeah.
everything.
I just don't want
Really appreciate it.
a
You know,
$60,000 truck to
all right.
replace.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you.
Hey, Deb, if you'll hang on, because inspections is nice. One caveat, I'll let Deb handle the departmental aspects of it. Again, in the salary line, it does include our existing permit specialist, but we still do have the vacant code inspector at this point. Should we decide to do something different in the future with the county, we can change that, but at this point, it's still in there. The position is still being advertised.
We don't know what's gonna happen. Right. So, I have no problem with that at all, Deb. Sorry, go ahead, Deb.
So that's kind of a placeholder as well. The only increase, as I mentioned before, was I think $3,500 for or $3,500 for 2 cabinets, and otherwise that remains static. With the, remains static as far as everything below salaries, so.
Deb, on this one, your dues and subscriptions there?
I think we added, I'm sorry, my apologies. We did, I forgot about the training. We added more for employee training for the permit specialist, for clerk.
So that's under, yeah.
That's under the employee training.
That's
So
under employee training, but
Right.
then dues and
Dues and
subscriptions.
subscriptions
Is that software or actual subscriptions
membership dues.
of
Yeah,
membership?
that's
Okay.
membership dues for clerk, as the deputy clerk for the permit specialist.
And what software are you guys using, and is that in Ricky's budget?
It is, currently we are using CitizenServe.
Okay,
There has been some discussion, certainly if, say again?
We're in the weeds right now.
We're in the weeds? Okay, well, let me jump down there with you.
okay,
Let me get in the weeds with you. So the county currently uses Intergov,
okay,
and should we partner with the county,
okay,
then we would be able to use Intergov, and there would not be a fee for that, and we could cancel the 4 licenses that we are currently paying for with CitizenServe.
gotcha.
So we've not taken that out.
Okay,
Not until we have a deal.
So,
all right,
but if things came to pass, then that would be an adjustment certainly under the building inspector salary as well as the software.
great.
Mark,
Thanks.
So
consensus?
Just for my general knowledge, settlement agreement was 11-4, and it's not there. I'm just curious what the settlement agreement was.
settled agreement was paid. That was a legal matter.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay.
Kip? Good. Laura?
Good,
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Public Works.
Okay, yeah, Public Works. Yeah, I'm sorry. I saw the public on there. You might as well sit in the front. You might be up and down a few times.
Get my steps in this morning. Morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, ladies and gentlemen on the board. I guess I kind of have the same question as Ricky, if we need to go line by line or if there's any specific questions. I do have a PowerPoint that I'd put together after sitting through our last meeting just to kind of help frame any
Okay.
increases or decreases out if we needed just to discuss them. One thing I would like to note at the risk of getting myself in trouble or upsetting is the M&R buildings and grounds. At the last meeting, the base request of $54,000. What I didn't include there is currently budgeted in this FY for, it's about $50,000 for the town hall deck and patio area in terms of rehabbing some of the handrails and decking and such. We can take action on it this FY. It's just some projects had kind of jumped in front of it. Wasn't on that initial bite at next FY's budget. And I don't know if you would consider that maintenance and repair or a capital outlay item due to the building. But I just wanted to give a heads up to the board that I would add that back in if it was an option.
Okay, I've just got one quick question for you. Capital outlay, we're going from 170 to 300, but 300 is the rebuilding of your building.
Correct. That's specifically
Yes, it
focused on the
is. It's
public
in the
works
GC.
rehab.
Okay, so, I don't know what the 170 was before, but you've only got in capital outlay that rehab, so is that the only project you're looking at doing? I mean, what I'm saying is if in the past it had been $100,000 in capital, and we did 300,000 to the building, which is what your spreadsheet says it's 300,000 for the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So that would have told me it would be 400 now. What you're telling me is 170 goes away and you got a building there. Is the gap where just the 170 got done and we don't need it?
Yeah, I believe that's the
understand
case.
what I'm asking?
I would have to go back and look at last year's detail. I don't have it right in front of me. But the capital outlay projects for last year, assuming completion,
That's
so
the
then the new outlay would be, and it's the rehab of the building now
So
that
the-
we've got the roof fixed.
So the two projects listed under last year's capital outlay line item were the town hall erosion, which is currently being worked in terms of the engineering and design for a plan to mitigate that. And then also, it's listed as town hall reconfiguration, but it was specifically the decking
Got it.
and the rehab of the patio, so.
Okay. What you're saying is we've done them already, we don't need to do them again. Right, Wayne?
No, so,
No, the projects that we had in the budget last year that have been completed are not in the budget this year.
The completed budgets.
New items are in the
Yeah,
budget for
the
this year.
completed projects are removed. The one that Chris talked about, and stop me if I'm wrong, please, was the rehab of the decking. At this point, was not a priority, so it's not in the budget. And I
Okay,
think you
good.
said it was around 50K.
Okay, good.
It's still a potential project, but I think
But
at
you
this
would
point
come back
wasn't a
to us
priority.
next year if it becomes critical.
Yeah,
Yeah,
on Chris's recommendations, yes.
yeah,
So,
sorry.
out of the 300K,
Mm-hmm.
the roof is how much?
The roof's not included in that total. It was 100,000 was the contract award. I would have to go back and look at.
But
And
that's
the-
been awarded this year.
It's
Correct,
awarded and
that's
it'll
already
be
an
done
active
before
project
June.
that's being
Okay.
worked right now.
Thank
Otherwise
you.
it's not enough money.
Let me ask a question. We had talked about us possibly getting a sign at the fire station or some kind of sign at the south end. The fire station looks like a good place. There's electric for a town sign. That would be sort of like the electric one out here that could have, moving text that would be able to be used for public safety if there were high winds, if there were hurricane messages, whatever, coming in from the south to town. I still think that's something maybe we should look at since we're under construction at the fire station. But I don't know whether that's more appropriate in the fire station budget or in public works.
Well, frankly, it wouldn't be in next year's budget. It would have to be in this year's budget because the fire station's gonna be completed this year.
So
So it'd
do
be
we-
something we could bring up. in
Okay,
in
so I
May
could
if you-
bring that up.
Yeah, if you wanna add it to the agenda for
Lexi,
May, that's
for
fine.
May, and to
Yeah.
see if we could make a budget adjustment then. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah. And then,
thank you.
and then you're giving them a heads up, give us an idea how much it's gonna cost.
Well, and I don't have a clue what we paid for this one or how much
No, but
one
I'm
would
just saying,
be.
if it comes up in May, I think the board looks at it and says it's X or Y. then We
Right.
can make a decision, but I think that would have to be this fiscal year based upon the construction of that Otherwise, we're gonna have a completed station and then adding on to it, which
Right.
would be a problem. So, all right, we're good. All right.
Did you have something to say? Go ahead.
I did, yeah, just to clarify back
Right.
on the town hall fund. That line item right now, that's currently 54,000, under buildings and grounds.
Right?
That was where, at least I had observed, replacing town hall decks as needed in last year's budget, that it was estimated at 50,000. So I don't know if there was a difference between the town hall reconfiguration and the town hall, decks under 10,500 TAC 15, but that was where I was, soliciting to the board if we could amend that and add the 50,000 back into that. So current year's budget would look like next year's budget is ultimately what I'm calling myself out on that I didn't address.
$100,000 away. That's $100,000, that's not $50,000. Last year's budget was
Well,
156.
correct, it would be 104,000,
So
adding that
150.
50,000 back in.
So you need 50 back in, and the two projects would be the,
So for M&R Buildings and Grounds, that 54 is just strictly
That's
maintenance and repair of all public buildings and grounds within the town. The added 50 back in is to carry over what we did have in this year's budget as replacing the town hall decks as needed.
Okay. Again, let me point out something. We are in April. If it is
Still can do
critical
it.
that we replace these items, then it should be on the May agenda for us to get done this year,
And
not
get it
push it to
approved.
next year.
Un-
If it is
understandable.
critical that we get done. So if you've got a proposal that you want to make, and to make a budget adjustment, not part of the budget for next year, I don't like the idea, if something, we as a group got a tour underneath the building, were you guys here? We did, yeah, it was bad. So that's been fixed.
No,
Okay.
that's currently being worked.
Right,
That's
but
been
my point
fixed
is, that's, right, so, but my point though is, if it's critical that we get this stuff done around town hall.
Yes.
I would suggest, rather than going into next year's budget, we have something
This
come
year's
to us
budget.
May, that gives us May and June, to get it approved if we need it and get it done, rather than waiting a year. Does that make sense to everybody to bring it that way?
The only reason I haven't up to this point is we have other projects in front of it.
That's fine.
So I have
That's fine,
four,
and that's,
four
that'll be
people,
part of the
including
discussion
myself.
when you bring it to us, so, thank you. Okay,
Yeah, insurance, this one, I'll take, unless I got any volunteers from the back. As I discussed before, these are the basic insurances that we're carrying with the town. Assumed under most of these, about a 10% adjustment. It's pretty cut and dry.
the only comment I would have on here is, I have no problem at all with what you put here. What we do each year in my company is we do an assessment from the insurance company as to whether that insurance is adequate for what we're trying to do.
Okay,
All right, I think everybody on this board knows that things have gone up in cost. So insuring my house for $300,000, if it takes $600,000 to fix it, is something, does that make sense to you
Yes,
as a
sir.
consensus board, that we make sure we've got the right level of insurance?
right, right. And in the meetings I've had, especially when I first came on board, I met with our insurance reps. And we went over the coverage at the time. Coverage was adequate. They are anticipating, and the conversation I had with them was they're anticipating like an assessment which would give the rate adjustments, but not until August. So the word they gave me was assume about 10%. So that's what I did here. Yes, yes, sir.
A question, have we, do we have a placeholder for, I believe, like the new fire station, and property insurance for that?
I would have to
We probably-
look
we
before I
probably
give a
need to
definitive answer, yeah.
We need to either ask.
I need to
or-
make sure that's in there, yeah.
And I think I think we've got staff working on it. I think we've got staff working on it, but on the financial side, we need to.
So just so we understand your logic, we've got a $7 million fire station, we ought to make sure it's insured.
Yeah.
That's a really good point, thank you, Loris.
Team effort, team effort, you know, folks are helping me with this.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the fire chief to come up for a second because the fire falls under a different insurance than the one that our other properties do.
Yeah, so our insurance is through VFIS. We get it at a cheaper rate than the league provides. And they are actively working on a quote because we're so close to getting the CO on the building. And just as soon as we have it, I think the first quote we got before Wayne came on board, it was a substantial increase from where we were at with the building we had, so, but I'm
And I'm
not gonna throw
assuming
a
the
number out.
contractor's got insurance.
Yeah,
He
right
does.
now, during the construction phase, it's the contractor's
it's a
insurance
contractor
covering
covers
the,
insurance.
the property, and then it will turn over to us
And
when
then
it's
CO
complete.
is when we take it over.
Correct.
But it goes in this budget, not in the chief's budget.
Yeah, I don't budget for VFIS. That's always come out of the,
Okay,
Yeah,
that's,
it'd be
I just
wrapped
provide
up
the
in-
quotes.
Yeah.
I had help, Mayor.
Okay, so
Consensus, we okay on
I have another question. Okay, so, sorry.
No, I'm not gonna mute him. Go ahead.
Is there a reason, because I know we're doing all the insurances here, Ricky, are we looking at the cyber insurance with the county, or are we doing that on our own?
As far as I know, we're doing that on our own.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's, the Wells Group that we use for insurances, that's part of one of the policies that we have through them. I have not investigated.
And what does it cover?
combination. I would have to go pull the details of the policy.
Have you seen that policy, Rick?
I haven't seen this policy, I've seen last year's policy.
Which is
Yeah,
in
and it
effect
should,
now.
yeah, it should be the same roughly, if you could help us out.
Yeah, that should cover like ransomware attacks, financial theft, things of that nature. Yeah.
Okay. Do we know how much we're covered on a financial loss?
I have not seen this
Okay,
quote, so I couldn't tell you.
okay. All right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, I think we have consensus again, correct? All right,
Yep.
okay, go ahead.
We need to know how much we're covered for.
I think you're at police, aren't you?
We're almost there. This one is kind of self-explanatory. If you just look at the sheet we currently.
Okay, retired police.
Yeah, we currently have one person that is still on the town's budget as a retired police officer. I believe, I would need to go confirm it, but I believe that is through November of next year. So this is just a simple calculation to cover that person till that point.
I'm lost.
Why are we doing this?
Why doesn't, I know it's not a big number, why doesn't that come out of the state pension? Why are we paying that?
There-
I don't understand the structure.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the police chief help, but there is a program where they can get a retirement payout if they meet certain qualifications from the town for a period of time.
So it's mandated by state law. Good morning, everybody. It's mandated by state law to have
all I
a,
needed to know.
yeah. When you retire, if you're under the age, that's eligible for
Retirement age.
Social Security, then
So
the
it's a
town
bridge?
pays. It is, yes, sir.
That works, okay, that's fine, thank you.
Chief, is that that's called supplemental? That
It is,
Okay,
it's
yeah,
supplemental.
yeah,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Interesting.
I'm assuming I'm next, so I'll stay.
So the rest of the
they're
story,
57.
story on that, the mayor and board is, it can, an individual that, the cost for that plan, is a shared opportunity between, communities. And so it, can get very dicey if you're for example, if you're hiring, say, a police chief that's 3 years from retirement, the gaining community picks up that entire cost. So it gets, it can get really,
The
it can get really
gaining
dicey.
community, meaning the community that would hire him for his last 3 years.
Yeah, hypothetically speaking, you
Yes.
might not know he's, the person's retiring in 3 years or 5
Right.
years. So it can get,
So
You can
it
get-
can get expensive to pick somebody up that's getting retired.
yes, yeah.
So if somebody retires at 57, that could be an expense to the town till they reach 65, or what
Yeah, I
year are
think
we
it's-
looking at?
62?
62 and a half, I think is where it's at right now.
Okay, till
So it's
first,
that bridge.
eligible social security.
So we
Correct.
know it wasn't Bill because he's 70.
Yeah, no, you're not paying Bill a supplement. And just for the record, I've got 13 years before I can retire, so you get plenty of service.
Just saying, just saying.
Just Administrator Merrick, do we want to take a 5-minute break, or do we want to keep going?
5-minute break.
Is that okay, Chief?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. The record. And we now have Chief Page is going to be talking to us now.
Good morning again. Any specific questions I can address right off the bat? Feel free.
So you're not retired,
No, not the retired police. I'm the here right now police.
I actually have a police folder, so give me a second.
Okay. I have one too.
So I do have kind of, and I'll share this with you later, but I do have the average salaries and stuff, and I think that'll come out in the compensation study when that happens. But the other thing I would like to point out as part of this process is two things. One is you all have, we are 31% below the state crime rate.
Yes, sir.
So that is kudos to you with the staff and everything that you've got in terms of your responses. In terms of overtime, I noticed that you are operating within your budget, and your budget is consistent with this, and you've only got overtime here at being 4% of your salary, which means I'm assuming they get paid time and a half for overtime?
They do, yes, sir.
So really, you're only talking about 1 or 2% people issue when you take that. So compliments to you within the budget. And I know you made a comment at the last meeting about that your staffing looks pretty good to you, so.
It looked good the last meeting.
That's right.
I've lost a couple since then, but
Have you really?
yeah, I have. Yeah, we're down, so right now, on paper, we're down 3 right now, and with 1 in the process, the hiring process elsewhere. This is, traditionally, I've been through a few chief changes. This is normal. I see this happen. People get antsy. They get a little concerned, and they, move on. And then, of course, you also have money issues to deal with. So I think it was, I had a conversation with Larry the other day about the odds that somebody would go to Swansboro from here. And actually, that's where this person is trying to go, Swansboro. So it's a little bit of a hike. But, inside the county, people look around and they see what's available and they move.
Yeah, well, part of it's where they live too, and I've talked to
Sure.
some of the policemen there. If you're coming here and you live in Jacksonville, you've got a 45-minute commute every day each way.
Right. Yeah, I
versus-
live on the south side of Jacksonville. It takes me in the morning about 30 minutes to get
Yeah.
here. So
And so, it's difficult because we're an expensive place to live.
right. Yeah.
So let's go ahead. Questions? And again, the way this is built in right now in the compensation study is we've got COLA in there, we've got the merit in there, and then we're gonna be looking at a study. So, and obviously, at the discretion of you and the manager, if you need to make things during the year. And again, this seems to be, and I have no idea why, because Ellis has said this 50 times, we don't have to hire at the bottom of the pay range, okay? If within that range, Alice, and within the discretion, we have the ability to hire people, at a different level than the beginning range.
Sure.
And I think you want to address that, and then we also talked a little bit about, and we'll talk about it later on in the whole compensation thing, about bonuses, and
Right.
things that you've done that way, so.
Well, they haven't been done yet.
But the whole concept of bonuses, which I'm very
Right.
much in favor of, so, but I
Yeah.
think that's something the board's got to address.
I think that's something that would be very beneficial. Because like I say, we're just not a big enough agency to have a bunch of spots within the agency that officers can move to. So we need to give them something to reach for. Yes, ma'am.
The firing range,
Yes.
that you would like to use over in Holly Ridge, is that under employee training or is that under?
It is under employee training.
All right, thank you
Yes.
very much.
Sorry, and then just one other question we talked about. I think that you've got the EOC in the budget for about $300,000.
It's not in my budget. It's in.
That's what I meant,
Right.
but that's what that is, right? It's the one
Correct.
we talked about, the Quonset hut type of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so we currently have, Alice, correct me if I'm wrong, we've got a long-term agreement to use the library for our EOC. Yes. All right, so we do have, and that has worked in the past?
We have not had a storm that we used it.
Okay.
The last major storm that we had to stay somewhere. We stayed in the Hampton Inn.
Okay. And then you'll work with Chris Thomas and stuff like we talked about as well?
Of course, yeah. We try to maintain good relationships with everybody. I want to address that EOC real quick. Built into the 5-year plan was a future upgrade to the police department. Obviously, we're very limited on space at the police department, but I will say that that EOC can stretch that out quite a bit, because the main problem that we have is storage. We have a lot of equipment that just sits out and rusts, and evidence, we need secure storage for evidence, and all of that can be incorporated into that EOC. So it's a multi-purpose building. Of course, it'll be used for storms, but it's a multi-purpose building.
The only caveat I would add on that is, and I know that you're aware of this, is the county is looking at doing something in that exact same spot.
Right.
Okay, I happen to be on the Onwassa board, that happens to be on Onwassa property, and everybody on that board knows that we get first dibs. But my point, though, is after talking to the county commissioners and stuff, trying to figure out ways to do things together might be a way for us to do something together, because they were looking at putting in, I think the chief knows that, they were looking at putting in a whole bunch of stuff there. I don't know if that was the previous manager's role or not, but without exception on their board, they want to work with us in the areas you're talking about to figure out ways we can work together, cut expenses, and be more efficient. So it's something we ought to think about.
And I look forward to those meetings and conversations for sure.
Question on firearms and ammo. We got $6,000 in there. Are we looking at purchasing new firearms again? We just purchased new firearms, I thought, last year.
Where are you seeing that at?
Am I not seeing $6,000, Wayne, for that?
What's the number, the line item number?
I don't know, it's in the backup pages.
Yeah, base request rate.
510-10. It's wrapped up in training, firearms and ammo, $6,000.
That was a holdover from
Or is that new ammo
2025,
purchase?
2026 budget. Those are not my notes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that's still in there. And if you look at that training, that employee training budget, and this is all, obviously this all has to be hashed out and kind of cleaned up. It says that my expansion request is 13.5, and for a total department request of 27.1, that's incorrect. So I put in for 3,500 to cover the range fees.
Okay.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
And I had also, when I went through that department pay plan, there was 55,000 that was put in there for the bonuses. That 55,000 has been removed in lieu of doing a pay study. And so
Okay.
that number should actually be, I get my high school math teacher in my head, that number should actually be 13.6. The overall department request for 10.5, 10.10 is 13.6.
And also remember, and we're going to talk about this later, with respect to the merit part of that, since merit is based upon performance and everything else, that's also a way to get bonuses out.
Right, correct.
Okay, so there is, if we adopt something that talks about merit increases, it seems to me, and we'll talk about it as a board, you could subsume things like that to give you, somebody has done something that deserves merit or whatever, that's also a way to do it as
Sure,
well.
I like basing it on classes or certifications more accurately,
That's fine.
because you've got to show value for the town, right? Taxpayers are putting money in, we got to show what they're getting out.
Yes.
So if you're a drone pilot, you fly that drone force every day, I think you should be rewarded for that.
Yes, good point.
Okay.
Mark.
And then I got another question. I had a question.
I'm just, we're gonna go around, then you can
Okay.
go to your, seeing if.
I'm good with the, and thank you so very much for the clarifications.
Yes, ma'am, certainly.
Okay, Laura.
Vehicles, are we looking at new vehicles this year?
Yes, ma'am, under capital outlay, last year we were at $145,400 for new vehicles. This year I'm at 130. So if I could just take a moment to talk about some cost savings there, because I know that's important. We had traditionally used an upfitter in Morehead City, did a great job, built a nice truck. Fact is, they were a little more expensive. I've been dealing largely with the last vehicle that we bought. I've been dealing with a state contract upfitter out of Clinton,
Okay.
and their prices are more reasonable. So that's why you're seeing that decrease there.
So this is for 2 new vehicles?
2 new vehicles, yes, ma'am. Yeah, 2 new vehicles is a base request every year for us, and that's really based on the amount of vehicles that we have. So we have 16 vehicles that are in the rotation all the time, ready to serve their time and be deadlined and move on. By the time we get to about 8 years, they're ready to go. I mean, they're beat pretty hard.
Okay, so the actual So your normal life on these vehicles is about 8 years?
Well, just sheer
No, I'm just saying,
numbers.
That's amazing to me on this beach community. I'm
Well, I
not
do
sure
I
many
do everything I
vehicles live
can
8
to
years
keep them
here.
moving. I mean, if I can keep them running and on the road, I will. As evidenced by some of the vehicles that we have, if I can keep them moving, I will.
So just real quick, you don't get paid overtime, right? So when you're doing the mechanic work
Correct.
yourself on these vehicles, you're not charging us for
Right,
that, is that
right.
correct?
That's right.
All right.
Correct. yeah.
But we're looking at 70,000 in gas and repairs and tires.
Yes, ma'am, we were at 64 last year, and
right.
so I came up $6,000 because of the Middle East tensions and so on and so forth. Right now, I'm at 75% expended, at $64,000 for gas, oil, and tires. So I went up. I hope this time next year I can say that I'm at 60%, and the price of gas has come down, but I put a little bit of a buffer in there.
Okay, so when we're looking, because I know I signed some of the AP checks, and we're doing a lot of repairs on some of the vehicles. So I know you're putting in for 2 a year.
Right.
But do we have any vehicles that we have excessively repaired in this last year as well?
We do, but they're scheduled to be disposed of this year.
Okay.
So, yeah, we move, if we have a vehicle that gets a lot of repairs, we move it to the spare line and, get prepared to get rid of that vehicle.
And we're selling those vehicles off when we sell them?
auction, right?
Yeah, they have to go to auction based
Okay.
on town ordinance, correct?
Okay,
And again, not for this year, but Holly Ridge, I believe, leases all their vehicles. I'm not sure that's cost effective. I think it depends on the interest rate and everything else.
Yeah,
It
so I
wouldn't
just
be a
spoke
bad idea to
to,
just take a look at that if we wanted to flatten things out.
yeah, we've looked at it preliminarily. I just spoke to someone who deals directly with them in their fleet, and they're trying to move away from it. I don't know the reasons, and I actually have a chief's meeting coming up that I'll talk to the Holly Ridge chief about that and find out why they're moving away from it. And I think it probably has to do with, well, money and modifications, right? So they don't own any of those vehicles.
Right.
And so the way they get them from whatever enterprise fleet or whatever, that's the way they have to stay. They can't do anything to them.
Well, and Connie had talked about too, when you look at rental cars, for example, and when they sell those, they don't want to have too many miles on them or they get no value. So
That's
there's
right.
There's a crossover between
Correct, yeah.
that value, so.
Yeah. If I could, none of this correlates to any, I'm sorry, ma'am, you have more questions?
I just want to make the point, we're putting a lot of miles on the vehicles, and we do offer, our officers get to take their vehicles home,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yep.
Have we ever done a study, or maybe to be able to tell the board how many miles are getting put on the vehicles driving the beach, but also in going back and forth in the commute too?
Well, so I can just tell you, because I know I've done it long enough, it's about $30,000 to $50,000, or 50,000 miles per year, and it depends on not only where they live, but the type of enforcement that officer does. We have officers are people, right? We have officers that choose to get out and walk
Okay,
versus driving around, and we have officers that drive a lot. So, if you can't micromanage them too much. You want them to do law enforcement the way that they know and are comfortable how to do it. So that's where the difference is. But on average, about 30 to 50,000 miles per year.
okay,
And our take-home range is competitive. So
okay,
yeah,
great, thank you.
certainly.
We good consensus-wise? Thanks, chief.
You're welcome.
All right, I think we are now back to Public Works.
Good morning. Let me get my packets in order. One moment, please. Can we scroll up on that? Sorry. Referencing back again, if there's any direct questions or if I need to go line by line, I can address any concerns or issues. What I would like to, again, call myself out on is a few line items that I would like to adjust or increase if the option is made available. I'll list those three off and then defer back to the board. Gas, oil, and tires. At the last meeting, $22,000 was the current year budget, and I had not amended that for any market shifts or cost increases as the other departments have. I would like to add about 8,000 to that, to increase it if that opportunity still exists. Specifically, in the oil and tires realm, tractor tires are expensive, mower tires are expensive, things of that nature, and having the ability or the flexibility to swap those out more frequently, given the amount of right-of-way cutting and mowing that we do in this town, is something that I would like to have the ability to do. For department supplies, last year's budget was 7,000. I'd like to request a $3,000 increase to that to 10,000. Just given the amount of projects that we complete in-house, vice contracting out, we're using a lot of tools and equipment, or needing equipment that we didn't previously have, or if we did have it, it was obsolete and no longer works. So adding that in, and I have a PowerPoint presentation to reflect that off of what we've currently consumed of this year's budget, if y'all would like to see that. And then uniforms, 10,54536, currently budgeted at 2,500 for this year. I'd like to add $1,000 to that. And the justification behind that is we were staffed of 3 total personnel when that budget was approved, and we have 4. So I'd like the ability to uniform 4 staff, not 3. Outside of that, pending any questions?
Do you have any areas you can cut?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any areas where you can cut, you can offset?
Offsetting those increases or adjustments? Not particularly, no. We can figure out a way to get it done if those increases aren't allotted. But I figured no time like the present to ask for them if we're planning for the future.
He is showing he is showing a decrease in the last line. Right?
Capital outlay.
Your
Yeah.
capital outlay is going from 167 to 155, you got 12 grand there.
Yeah, Ricky, could you pull that PowerPoint up and go to the Public Works, please? Hopefully this will help to keep myself on track otherwise.
Really quick, just so I have clarification in my minutes. You said you wanted to add an increase to uniforms as well as in the amount of 1,000, and what were the other 2?
10,54531 gas, oil, and tires. I'd like to add $8,000 to that. And 10,54533 departmental supplies. I'd like to add 3,000 onto that. Can we go to the budget?
He would like to add 12,000.
Keep going. Oh, that's too far. Go to that slide, but for Public Works, please. The budget one. Yeah, this was just to, again, give a visual of currently where we're at with that 10,545 fund, so you can observe the gas, oil, and tires, departmental supplies, and uniforms being in the top, or the last 1/3 of the budget, remaining with about 80 or so days left in the fiscal year. So that just gives you a visual of what we've consumed at this point with what time we have left.
Where are we still doing mosquito control?
Yeah, that's listed here as well. I can speak to that if I need to. Again, I was going to defer to the board. I've been in contact with a few service providers, looking at different options, whether it's ULV, which is a fogging system that's dispersed from the back of a truck. Given the mileage of the town, one treatment of town area is about $860 roughly, based off their mileage rate. If we want to go a larvicide treatment, which is not fogging, the benefit to that is not killing other flying insects like our pollinators.
Right, but what I'm looking at is, to date, we spent $119 out of a $2,000 budget.
Correct.
I think that was Jazz Festival, right? Or I believe.
No, coordinated with the county.
Oh, to do that one? Thank you.
Yeah, most of those are going to be related to the equipment, the chemicals that are used to support that. But my recommendation would have been pivoting away from that and contracting those services just to To be frank, it's a little more costly, but the liability is the concern on my behalf in terms of our technicians out there spraying, and if the chemical's not mixed properly or things of that nature, we're just protecting ourselves.
To her point, last year's numbers, this year numbers on capital outlay, what is the difference in the two?
Ricky,
Not,
can
not
you?
the money. What did you do last year? What are you planning on doing this year? I thought that's what you were asking. If it's a $12,000 difference, it really depends on what you're doing, right?
His capital,
12,000 to what was proposed so far this year, you're back to the same thing as last year.
the,
Was there a reason to drop capital outlay from 167,595 to 155?
Ricky, can you go to the slide with?
yeah, the capital outlay this year is the request to
With all the-
replace the
with
two
my
vehicles.
bubbles, my
That's
chart?
what the 155 is. No, the capital
one.
outlay
No.
for the budget we're approving, I'm sorry. The current year,
There you go.
you know, he wants to replace two vehicles next year. That's what his 155 number is.
Yeah, so last year's capital outlay was budgeted for a JCB backhoe, which was purchased shortly after I was brought on staff. It was also quoted for a John Deere boom mower attachment and a field and brush mower, which my recommendation is the town does not need given our current capabilities. So that was the previous year's budget. The 155 is explicitly for those two vehicles that we're looking at replacing for the Public Works Department.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Out of those 167 now, if we don't need something, and it was how much?
The John Deere boom attachment was about 15,000, and the field and brush mower was written in as about $5,600 in last year's budget.
Okay, so you know you can come back to the board for reallocation at some point if we're not spending that to move it somewhere else in your current budget, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so the new capital budget is for two vehicles,
Correct.
and what vehicles are we replacing?
The two vehicles would be the F-250 flatbed truck that one of our technicians currently uses as their daily source of movement throughout the town area, and then it's the large dump bed Chevrolet 4500. Both of those I've got mileage data and cost to date if you need those as well.
Okay,
And there's no way to move one of those into a future year?
I would defer to the board on
No,
that,
no,
given
you're
our
the one
fleet
that
of
has to
vehicles.
maintain it. If it's gonna fall apart driving down the road, that's not something, but we're looking at budget year to budget year to the
Mm-hmm.
extent that we don't load everything up in the front in 1 year. Okay, it's like
Right.
when the chief talked about replacing cars. In theory, we could replace cars 100% of them every year, or we could say, we're going to step this stuff in, and since I don't know and don't have the expertise to know whether those vehicles can last another year or not,
Yes, sir.
my question just is, as we're moving things, we want to make sure that we're prudent in terms of what we buy and when we buy it.
but if you inherited junk and they need to both go this year, you need to let us know.
Well, maybe I was asleep at the wheel, but I thought that he had already talked about what he proposed in the last time that, when we had our meeting here, and everybody came up front, and he spoke then and explained what he was doing about all this. So I don't see him doing anything different as far as automobiles and vehicles and whatnot.
Yeah, we-
He's just changed a few items that he's got on here, but all the things that we're asking him about, he had already put in the
Right,
budget
and
to start with.
the issue isn't about what needs to be replaced. The issue is about what does our budget look like, what are we able to do, and what are our priorities? So if it's something where, I'll make this up, that the police chief cannot have 4 vehicles on the road, that's a problem, right? If what you're saying to us is, I can get by another year, and instead of having 2 things bought in the same year, I can buy one now and one then, that's a benefit to the taxpayers.
Yes, sir.
In terms of not having to outlay the money now. That's all. It's really, since we've never seen the revenue versus the expense, it's easy to say this is what we want from an expense side without understanding what that does to the tax rate. That's all I'm talking about. So if you were to move a purchase, I'm making this up, $1 million 1 year, okay, that's 4 cents in property taxes.
I understand that. I'm just looking at this from a life cycle management perspective.
That's fine.
The 5 vehicles we have, the youngest is a 2020. and all of them have 63,000 miles or more on them. The two I'm looking to replace have over 100,000 miles on them. And one of them is 21 years old, and the other one is about 10, 14 years old. So the amount of time we drive on the beach, saltwater exposure and things like that,
This is all about we talked about ways to help in terms of smoothing out expenses and stuff like that. To the extent you can't do it, you can't do it. To the extent you can do it, we're looking for ways, to do those things. That's my only point.
So bottom line is, do you think those two vehicles will make it another year or not?
The dump bed, absolutely not.
Okay.
The F-250 flatbed, we can try, but
That's.
I just want to preface that with the next nor'easter or hurricane we have where I have a truck breakdown on the beach.
Yep.
Now you're talking about spending more money to get vehicles and equipment off of a beach as a recovery process.
So
And
your
what-
recommendation to the board is that you need both of these vehicles?
I need vehicles I can trust when I need them the most.
Okay.
And right now I can't do that with these two trucks.
That's what we need to hear.
Will you explain what M&R equipment is, please?
Yes, maintenance and repair of equipment. So anything that we have to service or repair as it relates to items that fall under the equipment category. So it could be a handheld tool, a circular saw from DeWalt. It could be a string trimmer or other items that don't necessarily fall into the classification of a vehicle. That would be our equipment and where we conduct maintenance
And
on
what
those
are you
items.
seeking to add to that? I see that went up quite a bit.
For the M&R of equipment for 15,000? That is, and let me pull out my budget spreadsheet so you guys aren't waiting on me to go through slides. So time now, we're currently at about 51% total cost for the current budget year. My projections for how much we're using this equipment and how many projects the town is lining up, that cost is only going to increase. And some of these items on the equipment side are also consumables, like a saw blade, right? That's part of our M&R equipment because that would bring that saw back up to operation. But if I go out and use that for a week, that saw blade is consumed and I have to buy another one. There's replacement costs that are higher for those items because of their higher rate of consumption.
$52,000 worth of needed repairs
We
for a
do
year?
a lot of maintenance and repair
Okay.
of public buildings and spaces and areas of this town. I have to keep the equipment running.
All right, thank you
Okay,
very much.
just real quick, now I'm confused. I'm looking at Wayne's financial report from March 17th. And under M&R equipment, a budget of 37, which you've got here, all right, we have only spent 51% of it. We've spent $16,000 and we are 3/4 of the way through the year. You just said the opposite, that we've overspent. We're underspending according to the financial
There was a
stuff
lot
that
of
we get.
there was a lot of projects that we were contracting out to vendors before I got here that we're no longer contracting out. We're doing that work with town staff. So that consumable point or that price is going to change. I came on the first year of this fiscal year's budget. So I wasn't part of last year's budget meetings, what should have been lined up, not lined up. During my turnover process, there were a lot of repairs done by contractors in certain spaces and areas. And we have since transitioned more into an internal function in terms of repairing our own
I'm just saying,
areas.
it's something maybe for the next meeting. I'm just saying, I believe what you said to us is inconsistent with what the financial report says in terms of the expenditures. If you're correct and you think you're going to spend that money, then we ought to consider it. I'm just looking at the numbers, and the numbers tell me on M&R equipment, we have spent 51% of the $37,000 budget, and we are now 9 months into the year. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
It does when I had a 4th staff member that came on in October. So I only had 3 staff members, including myself as a working supervisor, hired a 4th. So with an increase in staff, my equipment is increased in use as well. On top of, again, multiple projects that we're doing
That's fine.
on
I'm
the
just-
46
I'm
beach accesses that
Chris,
we
I'm just
have in other
looking- I'm
areas.
just looking at the numbers, and what you said was that you've already expended the budget. What I'm saying to you is you haven't. If there's a reasonable explanation for it, I'm all for it. All I'm looking at is the numbers.
Maybe I misspoke. I never said I expended the
fine.
budget. I
But
I
Wayne,
said my
just take a-
projections would it would increase.
I have no problem with what you're suggesting. All I did was look at the numbers, and the numbers didn't tie back. That's a very
What
simple.
we also need to take into account, there's a few areas from a public perspective that are being added to our list of areas to maintain that weren't
That's
on
fine.
last year's budget as well.
That's a good explanation, thank you. All right, so,
One more question. So the areas that were contracted out before that you guys are doing now, to Connie's point, where were those expenses? Because now we should see a reduction there from those contracted
Outside services.
services. And were they in your departmental budget last year, or were they in another budget?
They're in another budget, so if we're doing maintenance or repair of buildings and grounds,
separate budget.
that would be tracked separately. This is specific M&R equipment for public works equipment, nothing more.
Okay.
But we could see a reduction in that line item from the contracted services from last year, because we're now doing it internal.
Otherwise, just stick with the contracted services.
Right, okay.
Everybody, we good?
Are we good with his increases there?
I think we have to see what the total number looks like.
Yeah, I would like you to look back through it and see if there's any place you could shave off, bring it down some.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a general thought for us as a board, what I think our consensus is, until we see what the revenue numbers look like over the expenses, it's hard to say that, you know, it may be that we want to put more money into something else. It may be we want to put less money, but unless we put the two pieces together, I wouldn't be ready to make a recommendation that we've got to spend or not spend.
I think that for this meeting that we're going beyond where we need to be going.
I agree.
And I think that anybody that's never worked with this kind of equipment, that kind of job, has no idea what you run into on a day-to-day basis. Having been a developer and doing a lot of things using the heavy equipment and all those things, you've got expenses that you can't even calculate exactly where they ought to be, but they're expenses that are part of the work process. So
That's fair.
I think that we need to, if we want to have these discussions, and I think we need to have it on the agenda for the May meeting.
Okay, that's fine. And now we're going to introduce the star of the show,
I think that's it, thanks.
Mr. Carter.
So we did not approve his budget yet.
I think the consensus is that we would approve the original budget and keep an open mind on the adjustments. Is that fair?
Well, yeah, but I think obviously if we said with gas and oil, if there was no, that's gonna have to.
I'm 100% with you, but I think we take what was presented to us and say consensus is fine, and then we'll look for adjustments, and Lexi is keeping
Notes.
track of what those well, you are, aren't you? Yeah, she's already adding it to the spreadsheet, so we're good. So, Doug.
Yes, sir.
Carter.
Probably many wish they didn't.
Also known as the Penny Man.
I've heard him called a lot of things. I
That's
guess
right.
Mr. Carter will work.
That's right. Understand what Doug tends to do is he puts things, which I love, in the context of pennies, meaning 1 cent of property tax, is how he describes things. So the floor is yours, my friend.
And Mr. Carter, if you wouldn't mind, hate to make you stand, there's a microphone right there. We don't have a microphone on the table.
We can move it over. No, you're fine. We'll just move it over. No, I meant.
It's got a short leash to it.
Right, but let's slide this over.
Okay, cool. I don't mind. You think so? I'll sit close. Okay, cool. I should be standing after being in the car for a long time. Mr. Mayor, members of the board, various managers. Yeah, good. Various managers at various statuses currently. I have with me a new member of our firm, Dylan Gangapadier, who came to work for us about a year ago. He's a young man from Maryland, but he got his graduate degree from Duke, so he's got a North Carolina background as well, and he's made a great contribution to our firm. We're here today to discuss several things: set context, define a plan, hear your priorities and needs, and so forth. But before I start that, I want to give context. I'm a numbers person, so I want to give context. And these are all rounded numbers, so don't hold me to pennies or dollars. You know, I'm a big numbers guy. You have a general, nice to see you in person. You have a general fund budget of $10 million, okay? You have another 7.1 million or 7.3 million that you spend on the beach. That's your shoreline protection. I prefer beach fund because it's fewer words. And on your capital improvement program. So you currently spend 73% of your general fund budget is spent on really your economy. A big chunk of it's the beach, which is your economy and your reason for existing. Beach cities and towns are very different than non-beach ones because of what you sell, what your economy is, your environmental issues and concerns and costs. And you're very differently managed from a perspective of how you raise capital, how you raise revenues. Many beach towns have municipal service districts at all levels. We've discussed municipal service districts with this town board 7 or 8 years ago, Mr. Mayor, in that.
Preceded BSU.
That's about right, 7 or 8 years ago, when we were talking about another beach process. But what I see happening for you guys, as part of the benchmarking I want to do for you, what I see happening to you potentially is your cost, your non-general fund cost, being bigger than your general fund cost. They're right now 73% of your general fund cost. They could go over that considerably, depending upon what you do to your beaches, what you do in your capital improvement program, how you finance and raise money for those various things. You have a CIP in front of you of $13.5 million over 5 years. Now, I don't know what part of that you'll want to do. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. How much time, Mr. Mayor, do you want me to take? Okay.
By the way, he's on a fixed price contract, so we're good with the hour.
This is not all hourly.
We've got new people here.
Yes, sir.
Would you just take 2 minutes to explain the work that you've done for us before with the SOBs, the refinancing? Because you literally saved the town millions of dollars when we got rid of, and now the financial position we're in is because of your work with Alice and the board of getting stuff done, and where we are today, if you would.
Okay, perfect. Let me give you a little more background than that. I'm a North Carolina raised guy. I worked for the treasurer of North Carolina for many years. I became the finance director of the city of Charlotte, and then I moved to the private side and started doing investment banking. And then 23 years ago, I formed my own financial advisory firm. So I've been operating out of that firm for 23 years. I'm very proud of our firm because our focus is as much financial planning and financial management as it is doing a deal, like getting you a fire station, the new fire station.
Or Onwassa.
Pardon?
Onwassa.
Yes, Onwassa is also our client, and very complicated and a lot of stuff that they're doing. I got started with North Topsail Beach because the interim manager of Oak Island, I think he was interim. No, he was probably full manager of Oak Island, was from North Topsail. And he decided he was going to retire, I believe. He lived on a sailboat in Oak Island, and he sailed his sailboat back up here and I think became the interim or full-time manager here. He called us and said, you work for us in Oak Island, come to North Topsail. At that time, you had a very bright mayor who was going to get a beach project done, a nourishment project done, and we assisted the town in a financial planning engagement to figure out how you could raise that capital. The only way you could raise it was a USDA loan, 30-year loan. Local Government Commission let us enter it, but basically said you can't ever get another piece of debt until you've paid that off.
Which the board did not know.
I'm not sure. Listen, let me just say this. I told the board I don't know what was remembered. Yeah, the current board. Yeah. Yeah. So long and the short of it is, we did a couple of other things with the town-specific engagements, helped buy some fire trucks and things of that nature. More deal-oriented than financial planning-oriented. And then, I apologize, David, last name slips me, was a wonderful man. Called us and said, we found your name in the records. You've apparently done work for us in years past. We're in the middle of this big beach project with Army Corps project with Sunset. Can you come in and help us? So we entered into another financial planning engagement. Out of all of that, it became fully understood by the board that it didn't matter how much we talked about any of that until we got that USDA loan on us. We weren't ever going to get any more borrowed money. And so we did a refinancing of the USDA loan. It saved a lot of money, thankfully, which is, I'm going to say to those of you who have been in here a long or short term, the town is in such better position than it was when I came here the first time. It's immensely better through management and policy setting and working together on various things. Now we're going to talk a little bit before I leave, or you kick me out, about challenges that you face, but we all know those, don't we? And I just want to put some numbers around them for you. So that's what I've done for the town over time. And then Alice comes and we start other projects and other sorts of things. And this specific contract that I have with you now is financial planning related. There will likely be some financings in the future that I'm going to talk to you about that we would hope to assist you on, but those are separate engagements. What we're doing for you now is totally planning. It was oriented towards planning for the big project. Y'all have got a name for it, but I forget it.
The big project. Yeah.
Larry? It's the 5-year, 5/30-year beach renourishment plan.
Yes. And it's for phases 1, 2, and 3, right? The one we're looking at now. Is it phases or tranches? I forget the word we. 1, 2, 3. As part of that was to look at, right, as to ways to get to funding that, to raise our share of that, and more fully look at the capital improvement needs, how they might well be financed either through a bank loan or for pay-go financing because you built your own reserves, things of that nature. And then to develop for you a model, financial planning model that would allow you to go in and play 1, 2, 3 and say, for this revenue, what if it grew this? For that expense, what if it grew that or diminished that? How does all that go together? Dylan's already started on that. We did one several years ago that we're going to make better. But what I'm really here for, so that's sort of this contract was planning, oriented to capital, oriented to the model with respect to the general fund. What I see us needing to spend a great deal of time on is the beach and the capital improvement fund planning. Because, folks, if we do what we're planning, those two costs will be way more than 73% of the general fund budget. And we'll have means to get there that are very diverse and interesting, I suppose, and different. The big project is 45-ish. I hear there's a growing project that's 30-ish. Don't know which or both of those are needed and when and in what timing. I just know they sit out there. Big numbers. Now, to give the board context, everything we do in this state that we borrow for must be approved by the North Carolina Local Government Commission. Okay? The only beach loan, we have the great privilege of being advisor to a number of beach communities. And when the Local Government Commission approved that USDA loan, right before they told us we were going to have to sign a separate agreement that said we wouldn't borrow anything else till that was paid off. That was not in the original documents, by the way. was the first time I'd ever seen anybody borrow for beach nourishment beyond 6 years. So that's what we have to deal with big projects, is the local government commission will not allow you to be paying debt service on sand that's washed out into the ocean or moved to a lower part of the beach. Now, do I think that's right, wrong, or indifferent? I've moved away from discussing that for a long time. It just is what it is. And from a financing perspective, when you think about it, if you're buying sand, you want to kind of pay for the sand before it all washes away. Or partially, not all, partially washes away. So, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And just, Doug, before you move on, just one clarification in this. When we were working on the beach plan, Larry was chairman of the committee, what we were looking at, and we were representing to people based upon what Chris had talked about, is that we probably had the funding available to do beach plan with outside resources. The problem with that is that.
Except for our match.
Well, right.
Yeah.
But the point being is, we really couldn't say that because we didn't know what the other piece, the Fund
Correct.
10 stuff was as well. So your modeling is gonna say, if I'm spending $1 today in Fund 10, right? And I increase that by 5% every year during that 5-year plan. I now have an expense that's much higher in that year, and that'll be part of your modeling too, because
correct.
that's where, the cash is only gonna be what we've got,
That's correct.
okay? And so that's what you've talked to us about, is you're going to give us a view of, if I move something here, it affects something here.
That's
If I do that, and so, you know, just to clarify, because that's a discussion we've had a
That's
number of
correct.
times, and that's why your modeling is so important to us.
That's why I'm also going to say to you, here's a cost that you're looking at, and here's the shortfall in your current resources and how you're going to get there. Give you a specific example. I'll just give you one, okay, real quick. 45 or so was the the 3 tranches, 3 areas. 11-ish or so was our match, as I'm remembering. I've got it written down. Pardon?
Yes.
11-ish was our match. The rest was coming, and hopefully is coming, from a straight state grant. We have $3.5 million coming to us really quickly because we're going to pay off our last debt.
In May.
$3.5 million is coming to us, okay? On a 5 or 6 year funding, right, $3.5 million will raise us 18-ish to 20-ish, depending on whether it's 5 or 6 years, can we convince the LGC our sand is going to primarily stay here for. So we recovered. But that's basically our capacity in that fund. We have a little more money that's going into reserves. I would assert maybe not enough, but more money available to go into some reserves. The major charge for us when we get all phases of the beach nourished and hopefully at an engineered basis so that we have maximum FEMA money when we have storms, we're going to have to figure out what it costs to re-nourish that beach, and where is that money coming from?
Year 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes. Well, what happens, we're doing a very nice beach town in Dare County right now, whose name I won't call. We do all the beaches in Dare County, lovely beaches like yours, and they re-nourish about every 6 years. They've developed a plan, which I hope to help y'all develop, to say part is going to be pay-go, because we put money aside so that we're not borrowing everything, and the remainder will be borrowed, okay? Now, folks, I don't need to tell you that the cost of renourishment's going up. I mean, y'all pretty well know that. And so the focus is, if we don't create money to pay debt service for the 1, 2, 3 that we're doing, knowing that in 6 or 7 years we're going to have to spend more money again to retain its engineered capacities, if we don't start saving money for part of the pay-go now, together with the debt service we're paying now, then we're going to end up 5 or 6 years from now and have to borrow all of it again. Now, I'm not against borrowing it all, because interest on a 5-year borrowing's not huge because it's such a short duration. But I do think you got to mix funding. I don't think you can borrow everything. And so I think our challenge is going to be, how do we get those two big old projects accommodated, right? If I start getting in trouble, will two of the management people just throw something at me like a sign or something? Right now, without some significant third-party help, we don't have nearly enough money. Like, nearly.
And just because this has come up in a number of meetings, I think what the board is also gonna be looking for is that you're gonna tell us what our capacity is in spending.
Yes.
And Larry, working with them, has said, okay, if we still did an engineered beach in 1, 2, and 3, but maybe we put less sand on it, and we had to fund it ourselves. What you're gonna tell us is what our capacity is, right?
Yes, sir.
So if we decide to do less sand, but still get the beach project done, because we
Yes,
don't
sir.
get that, you're gonna be able to give us that as well.
Yes, sir, I am.
Does that make sense to everybody?
I
Just so
can
we gotta
already
know what
pretty
we've
well
got.
tell you what you got now, but I'll save that for a surprise. Council member here's already got it figured out. I see it rolling in her eyes. But the point is, I'm here to work on general fund. I think your general fund challenge isn't anywhere near your beach and capital projects challenge. I just don't. That's where the money is. And so that's what I'm hoping we can do. We need to set policies. Folks, right now you have a considerable fund balance in your general fund. No, not in the general fund. That's total.
Yes, we got it.
Yeah. So here's the point. AAA rated big cities in the interior have 30% of their budget fund balance. They don't have hurricanes, and they don't have renourishment. Now, every now and then, something will blow through Asheville, who is our client as well. Go spend money in Asheville, please, and help them. But the long and the short of it is, you have those challenges. We have to fund those. We have to find funding sources. I personally worry about FEMA sources. I worry about the federal budget in general. I read the other day that we're at 40 trillion. It's the highest compared to the GDP of our country. It's even higher than World War II, when we were saving the world. And so that's going to have impacts on budgets and cuts and adjustments and so forth. And so what I want us to do, I will have done a good job for you guys when I can sit here in another meeting and say, Brother Alderman, if we spend 20 million out of our pockets on this beach, how much is it going to cost us annually? I will have done a good job, right? Yeah. And then we can figure out where we're going to get some of that if it's not all going to come out of our money. Now, we also sit there knowing that our penny generates $240,000, thank God, for a new assessment. One penny, $240,000. If we don't get a straight state grant on our $45 million, guess what the debt service is?
About 10 a year.
First year, 10-ish. Make a division on that. Divide by 240 or whatever else. So we got to lay out the numbers, lay out the need, lay out the funding sources, and then figure out where we're headed. And one final time, I just see the beach and the CIP side as really where the big dollars are. Now, I want us to save money on the general fund side, but unfortunately, it's not going to make up the difference. So we're going to have to find sources.
On the capital projects, I'm a little bit surprised. We just built a firehouse. We're already financing that. We're financing a fire truck. As far as I know, Alice, the only major capital thing over the next 5 years would be another fire truck in terms of over $1 million. Does that sound right?
That 5-year plan that Doug has right there encompasses the ladder truck, it encompasses all the initiatives that the board has slated as priorities. There's money in there for if you do the bike path
Yeah, bike lanes in there, discussed that on the last meeting.
That's a large one. The police department expansion, it also encompasses what year's body cam equipment's needs replacement, which is $56,000 for the police department. So anything, equipment replacement for, public works or fire, those are all
Okay.
have been, plotted for the next 5 years.
But-
And that's,
The
Putting
big
aside,
item is-
putting aside the bike path, because how much that's changed, if that was put aside, is there anything in the, I just don't remember anything in the 5-year that looks like it's $1 million or more.
police department expansion, 5.5 million
Yeah,
That's to build a police department?
to expand it.
Okay.
that's the biggie. This sheet is really good. It was a good job here laying it out by year and all of that. But guys, let me tell you the power of how you use your money and what you can do. Remember I told you can't borrow but for sand, but for 5 or 6 years. Let's just say 5. 5 is the prevalent number. We can get you a bike path and finance it for 15 or 20 years. So all of a sudden your annual cost is not a lot of money and get your bike path. We can do an expansion to the police department, 5.5 million, and finance that for 20 years. Not that big a debt service, right? So I think on your capital side, that's why we've got to look at all of this together. We got to look at ways to borrow the most efficiently and over a time period that least heavily impacts the operating budget. And that's what we're all going to learn the rules about through this process.
And prioritization within that.
And prioritization, correct. As an example, a $3 million bike path borrowed for 15 years, $250 a year, ballpark, $253,100. It's a whole lot different than trying to find $3 million now. Now, if you can get you a grant source, the real thing here is get the grant if you can get it, and then we'll finance the remainder. But no grant, here again, we gotta look for the things we can borrow for the longest, cause a bike path is kind of a one and done once you maintain it. So
But that bike path was also with tagging along.
Originally, that was supposed to be, the DOT was going to resurface the road, and we were gonna be adding a few feet on the side for a bike path. And we were talking less than $3 million, and now they've come back and said they're not gonna resurface this thing. And to Mark's point, now they're talking $10 million. So I think, even though we have it as a placeholder, I have not heard the consensus of the board that we would give up the beach project to put a bike path in.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong in that. But
I just want to make sure that everybody realized it wasn't $4 million to resurface the entire road with a bike lane. It was a tag-along project.
Exactly.
And that's why we've got, when you hear 3, 5, or 10, just blows up, right? I mean, it does. It's like you're on a beach. It's the sand hitting you in the face. If we borrow for it, it's a way less annual number. So here again, we've got to look at things we buy in cash and things we borrow for. We just have to look at those vigorously. Now, another thing that sits out there for us is we have $15 million due us from FEMA. Now, be crossing yourself for whatever other method you use to hope we get that. They're not doing anything now because they're shut down. They'll open soon, I trust. It'll take them forever to catch back up. I'm told the process till we get that money could be weeks and weeks, even though it's been teed up well. The work that's been done by staff and others, it's teed up. But here again, till you get the check, is the money in the state yet, or has it come from the Fed to the state yet? Do we know, Alice?
The 15 is a combo.
Yeah.
The 15 is both.
What you really have to watch on FEMA is the money on FEMA grants comes from the state of North Carolina. FEMA gives the money to the state. The state holds it in an account until everything's done. So when I work on FEMA stuff with our beach clients, when it hits North Carolina, I'm thrilled because then I just got to get it out of their bank account. Getting it from Washington to Raleigh is one step. Getting it out of Raleigh is a somewhat easier step, I might say, although don't repeat me on that. I hope it is easier. So we've got 15 million there, okay? So we're going to need to decide how do we use that. How do we use that? Do we use it as a way to start some reserves for renourishment on 4 and 5? Do we use a big chunk of it towards the project? How are we going to use that $15 million? So I think that's something we'll have to look at as part of this planning process, because that money's been advanced out of the general fund and the beach fund. The beach fund balances are much lower than they used to be because we've advanced so much money. Now, what if y'all hadn't had that money? That's why I'm saying a good job has been done by folks to allow that money to be in the bank. So what I had hoped that we would do today is let me just set a context that we're thinking general, but the big money's going to be in the other two. Talk about process, timing. We have not put the current budget in a model and showed you with various growth initiatives what it would be 5 years from now, because we don't even have a budget. You know, y'all are still doing that. So when the budget's done, we'll get all that started. I really see this, Mr. Mayor and members of the board, we've got a planning process that we're going to think about on strategic. There's a joke about strategery. So when we get into strategery, maybe this is all part of that. It's going to be a multi-month process. We're going to have a number of meetings that will address, starting with today, priorities, assumptions on costs, or how we get to those. Mr. Alderman, I know when we talked in our recent get-together that there is some data out there on cost to renourish 4 and 5. I'd like to get my hands on that. So I want us to talk policy first. I want us to develop a policy on retention of fund balance for the general fund. And I'm just going to say to you right now, it ought to be a full year's budget. Folks, if a storm hits here, you know what you got to pay. You got to pay people. And we don't know what shut down. We don't know any of that. So you can't have the same fund balance the city of Durham has. You know. So we're going to need to see some policies. And then we're going to say, when we reach the policy in the general fund, we've done a good job of managing the general fund. Wink, wink, we're not going to lower taxes. Wink, wink, we're going to put that extra money in the capital improvement fund or in the beach fund, right? Most of our clients that have a financial plan and have a policy on fund balance in the general fund, when they hit that policy, when the audit comes out, everything that's over the policy goes to a capital fund. It's one-time money, okay? And it goes to a capital operation. So I'm hoping we can develop some policies kind of like that so that we can start accumulating reserves out of good management. You right? I mean, you want to manage the general fund budget well enough that it throws out reserves. The same would be true for the beach fund and for the capital improvement fund. So what I wanted to do by just setting a context that you're spending 73% of the money that you're spending on the general fund now between general capital and the beach fund, you'll soon be spending a lot more than 70, a lot more than 100% of that budget. Likely. Maybe we get big old grants. So that's sort of what I just wanted to start you with. I want us to do policy. I want us to define priorities on the capital and the beach side. And then we'll go back and look at timings, options for financing, how you blend them. Mr. Mayor, do you spend the whole $45 million on 1, 2, and 3, or do you spend 35 now and 10 later? I mean, you know, I don't know all this, but that was an example you gave. So I'm hoping we'll focus on policies, and I also hope that annually, once the audit comes in, we have another big policy talk, okay? About here's where the money is, what are we going to do with the money, are our reserves building at a level that we want them to, especially on the beach and the CIP fund. So I just wanted, for today's conversation, I don't have a 5-year projection for you because I didn't want to use last year's budget. I mean, for one thing, it's not even the new tax levy, for God's sakes. We don't know what that is yet. So, but I want to set a context of policy setting, priority setting, defining dollars, defining timing. And in this outline that Dylan and I did for you, I laid out some numbers out of the audited 2025, some of the kind of numbers I want you to look at every year. I don't know about y'all, but I think the presentation of the audit is the boringest meeting in America because it's a whole bunch of accounting talk. You got to take the audit and then do financial planning. Audit review is not a financial plan, it's just reviewing numbers. You got to take the numbers and do financial planning out of it. So I pulled some numbers in this outline just to look at. I also am, I know the big project is out there. I want us to really quickly figure out if that's going to happen, what our match is, when do we need to get it, because I know we're bound by the turtle business, right? Kind of, and environmental issues. And our money comes to us, we stop paying in May. So that's what I wanted to set as the context for today. And it's things that we've talked about in the past but haven't officially done. I'm hoping some of the policies will end up in writing and will be adopted by the board as policies of the board. And then at least an annual review of how you met your policies, where are your excesses produced by good management, over collection of revenues, things of that nature, and so forth. I will say one other thing to you, and apparently it's been discussed because I saw a handout. A reval year is really interesting when you do apportionment of the sales tax on the assessed value. Now, thankfully, you're not population, wink, wink, so assessed value is better. But what people do this year could have material impacts on your sales tax collections. And that's outside your control. You have no control of that. So.
Doug, and I don't mean to speak for the board, I'm gonna speak for myself on this one. The feedback that I've gotten, I think in our planning stuff, is that probably the #1 priority, putting aside public safety and that kind of stuff, is the beach plan. Okay. And I know it's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing. You've got an idea of revenues, and hopefully we'll have something in the next couple of days to give you some idea of what we look like. But I think if we were looking at, and I'm gonna talk to myself for a second. If I've got to choose between the beach plan and putting in a bike path, it's a really easy decision for me.
Okay? It seems to me.
Because our business is we're in the beach. But I think it would be important to us, if we could at least, and I would look to the board to think about this, one is, let's assume for the sake of argument, we have no outside funding for the beach plan.
For the 1, 2,
Right.
and 3.
Now, I'm not talking about borrowing money, I'm talking about third-party money.
No grant money.
Okay, what size project does that look like? All right, how much money? So if you come back to us and you say, I'm making a number up, you guys can do a $25 million program, you're gonna have to put 10 million of your own money in it, and you're gonna have to borrow 15. All right, so now over 5 years, I'm paying 3, but I've got my, just what you did to refinance for us. We come back to us and we say to him, okay, and our beach engineer and Fran, what can you get done for 25, right?
Yeah.
Because I think that to me is, we've talked to Senator Lazara, we've talked about shallow draft, everything else, but I think fundamentally, we gotta figure out how much money we have to spend on that.
Yes, sir.
Just as a starting point, because
sir.
if we can't do it, you talked about the groin, I have no idea. But I think that right now, and Larry, you can chime in, I think that's a very high priority for us in terms of things that are out there. And if we don't know what that number is, I think the other thing you have made clear, at least to me today, is cash is king, borrow money, spread the payments out over a period of time, because that's the way
And
your
don't borrow it all.
No, I don't, I'm never about borrowing
Yeah,
at
I
all.
know you're not.
Okay, well, unless, with the exception of the fire truck at 0% interest, I'll borrow all that. But putting that aside, and I think the LGC is gonna look at that anyway, right? You
Absolutely.
can borrow money when you don't need it.
Yes, sir.
But I think from my perspective, and I would ask the board to weigh in on this, is I would like to know what our borrowing capacity is to do that project, keeping
Yes,
in
sir.
mind your 5 to 6 year thing. Cash that we've got now, okay? Some idea of what a reserve looks like for something happening with that. But to me, it starts with that,
Yes,
because
sir.
I think, I know with Larry pushing this, we've been pushing this beach projects for a while. So I'm gonna turn it over. Mark, your thoughts, and then Kip, and then,
You want me to give you a number real quick, or you wanna wait?
if you know what the number is, what? If you-
Well, can I just tell you what I think would be a reasonable plan, okay? Let's just talk through that, okay? Then you learn about me and Dylan, and if we're dead wrong, you just say you're dead wrong.
He's the one running the numbers.
That's right. He's the one with a master's in mathematics from Duke, let's just tell it. Should I have said advanced mathematics maybe? But anyway, we got 15 duelists. I say we put 10 of it in pay-go and keep 5 back to start building some reserves we need for 4 and 5 that we got to figure out. This is all ballparkish, but I'm going to give you the context of where I see a plan. Right now, with the 3.5 we've got, that'll be coming up, 17-ish million. So right now, without looking any further, I feel 27-ish. We might find a little to go with that, so maybe 30-ish, okay? Notice the movements of my hands because I'm not done it all. But my point is, we have some capacity, but we ain't got 45. Because I know roughly the fund balance is in the other places. We're gonna have some general fund, but folks, that 15 million that all comes back, we could technically reimburse the general fund several $1 million. But if we've already met our goal, why reimburse over our policy goal and use that for what we think is really important, our economic engine and our environmental protection engine, right? The nourishment. So we're in that range without any grant money.
What were we 5 years ago?
I don't want you to know.
500,000? I'm just bringing this to show you.
I thought you had flip-flops on. I was gonna be so jealous.
They're gonna tire, I used to wear shorts. When you're talking about 3 coming out, we've got one less sob payment, I think. Alice, I didn't realize we have 1 sob payment left. But when you look at, the beach money we're looking at is that. You're using 3. If we don't have that anymore, my calculation is, winding everything else, we're over 4 that comes in there. So if you don't have to address it now.
Yeah, well, we do have some operating cost in there, several
But it's here.
hundred thousand.
No, but it's
Yeah,
here, but
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about, if you
yeah.
look at the top number,
Yeah.
you're at 5,
Yeah.
add all that stuff out, take that out, and you're at 4 too.
Well, let me say
Just
this,
take a look at it.
I think I keep waving my fingers because I don't want us to go to zero anywhere. So bottom line is we have capacity, but we won't know how much capacity until we've set policy about how we're going to accumulate reserves and this, that, and the other.
Or the rate.
Yes, or the rate on taxes, things of that nature. But you've got some money, okay?
If we don't have the 45, which we need to talk to our engineers about, because our idea of a spending plan could be completely crazy to an engineer who does beach renourishment. So bringing Chris and his crew into the conversation as to how to spend it, that it makes sense from an engineering perspective.
Correct.
Is critical. Because I don't know if they need to front end load that, or they can, I don't think it's an equal.
Well, and guys, your truck haul days are over, aren't they? I mean, this is the expensive stuff. Guys, y'all know the setup cost on moving this sand, don't you? I mean, it's
Right.
gargantuan.
Right, but just to add to what she said, though, in the last couple of board meetings.
May I remove my jacket? Is that
Absolutely.
okay?
In the last couple of board meetings, and they know because I brought this up ad nauseum, is what we've asked Chris and Fran to do is, okay, can we do a scaled-down project, but still get 1, 2, and 3 done? All right, and maybe use less sand. And so if you tell us we can spend X, all right, forget third-party funding, we could spend X, then Larry with BISAC and the board will go back to those guys and say, can you do this in those three phases. Because the issue we have is, and yes, it is a little bit of a political issue, but it's also a fundamental financial issue for us. If we were to do 2 and 3 and not 1 and a storm hits, then 1 doesn't have engineered beach protection. And so those are the kind of things we might have to put, and I think initially, Larry, they've told us there is an engineered beach that you can do that's not as robust as what you're talking about if you don't have the money. And I think that's Laura's point is, what does that look like? So,
Well, it's a good point. And let's think about this
Right.
as layering, okay? Here again, once I can get my hands on your renourishment cost, which are generally not the same cost as to do the beach originally, but with costs going up, you know, you got to figure. So there is a way that potentially you do a little less, it's still engineered, but a little less. And when 5 years is up, the renourishment of that is less than you borrowed to put it in to start with, and the extra money goes to fix it all out, you know, to add more sand.
Well, the problem you've got, I mean, in theory, what we're saying makes a lot of sense. But when you get out there and start pumping sand from a disposal site, and you go through all the expenses that it's gonna take to mobilization to get everything done, to run all the line, to do everything that you've done, and kiss everybody's ring, in trying to get it to the point that we can get it from that source, then, you know, you've got a big portion of your expense right there. Then you come in.
yeah.
Then you come in and
And you
we've
didn't
talked
have
to-
that in your truck haul
and
project.
we've talked to the engineers and yes, they can come back to us with some kind of a number to where we could make those 3 phases engineered beaches, but we will not have fixed the overall problem that we wanted to solve short of a major hurricane.
it won't be robust.
And so, you know, the perfect situation, and of course, I've very rarely in my life had a perfect situation, but the perfect situation would be for us to be able to figure out how to do that so that we could get it done. Phase 5 and 4 are not as, they are not as critical.
Correct.
And they are to the people that live there, which I do. But they're not as critical, but we don't have as bad a wash down those areas because we're not close to the inlet, we don't have all those problems. So, you know, the past few storms that we've had that's interfered with phases 1, 2, and 3 have not necessarily bothered 4 and 5 in that kind of a percentage.
Good.
We just had very little problem to those. So we don't have to put as much money away for renourishment on phase 4 and 5
Good.
proportionately as we need for 1, 2, and 3 initially.
Okay.
So I think that, you know, that's where we are. We know and recognize that we may not have a choice because of the money. And we need to know what that is, and I think that Chris and Fran are probably getting us, you know, they're working on numbers and feedback of what we can do and where we are. Because we generally have an idea of what we need if we do the whole thing, and we don't have it. And the problem that we've got is that using, you know, going and getting money from governmental sources is not as easy as it has been because they don't have the money. They're very, you know, FEMA's having all their problems and everybody's having problems. So, you know, we're gonna try all we can do to get what money we can, but we don't have the same capacity to draw from as we would have 4 or 5 years ago.
Correct.
So I think that, and I know you know this, but I'm just making sure that in our budgeting process that we all know that what the optimum is and what we'd like to do. We're gonna figure out what we can do, and is that gonna be sufficient to make it worthwhile to do 1, 2, and 3 so that we've got an engineered beach. And I think that's really where we are, because it's not gonna do us any good to go up there and just put a little bit of sand and watch it wash away like it has in time past.
And Mr. Mayor, may I just say this to the alderman on this? With y'all deciding that we're going to have to discuss the various funding methods. Are we going to look at municipal service district methods? Are we going to only look? Well, I know, but I'm just saying,
Do you, wait a minute, explain to
gotta
the,
look
whoa,
at
hey, explain to people what that means that are new to this board.
there are multiple beach towns in this state that have multiple municipal service districts. And in those municipal service districts, you levy a tax in that district. And those districts are generally done based upon the beach and the distance back from the beach, right? And I'm just gonna be honest with you, I mean, this is what it is, with the largest dollars coming from the beachfront, because that's how it works. And so some have chosen to do that, and I'm gonna lay out all the options for you, because you don't wanna say we've never heard this. The other option is town-wide levies, so that it's spread equally. But, so those will obviously ultimately be choices. And when we see our cost layered on to $240,000 per penny, the math is interesting.
Mark, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to tag along when Larry was speaking there to make sure that everybody understands that it's, my understanding is phase 4 and 5 are engineered beaches, and we are able to go with FEMA to try and collect some source of, but 1, 2, and 3 are not engineered, and we need to get those engineered so that, heaven forbid that day come, we can go to FEMA.
Piece of one, there's a little tiny piece of one of those that is, but it's like immaterial. But you're 100% right, and that's the whole issue, Mark, and you've talked about it before, is if 1, 2, and 3 are hanging, if 1, 2, and 3 are hanging out there, or one's hanging out there, not 2 and 3, and there's a storm coming through, we didn't cover ourselves to take care of the stuff that you're talking about. And I think that's been the goal, so.
I mean, I think for sure, we want to do, whatever we do, we want to do all 3 phases. And to at least engineered beach quality. And what we've been proposing is more than that.
And that will give us the ability to go to FEMA, heaven forbid, we
That's
have
right.
to go back,
That's
instead
correct.
of us being on the hook
That's
for
correct.
everything.
Yes, yes. And so that's, you know, the whole thing is that we had no engineered beaches. Now we've got 2 phases that are engineered.
I worked for you when you had none.
So I think that, and we're always gonna have more problems on the north end unless we can get somebody to finally let us put in, you know, what we want.
Even the groin is gonna be
You know, well, the going, and I don't know, it's such a hard, I don't know why it's such a hard project to get done, but anyway. So we just gotta figure out, and I think that, so I think we gotta look at what's the max that we can get that makes sense, so that when they give us a number, we know what we can do.
Right.
That's sort of where we
I
are.
want to go to Mark first. Mark?
Now, what are you asking for as far as,
No,
what
just
I
in
wanna
terms
see
of-
as far as?
Yeah, and I'd like to go down there and we'll go to Laura, but.
Well, right-
I think
right
what I
now,
laid
what-
out, I think, is what we've
Yeah.
talked about before, which is trying to figure out how much money we've got, right? And
So that-
what we can and can't do.
So the information before us right now is we have $35 million available to us. Is that correct?
There is 35 in cash, and you can move it between funds, Doug, if we have to.
And
What
then
he's
we-
looking at is, and we'll get this in the revenue stuff, is right now, the forecast that we've got in front of us does not include getting the 15 million back from FEMA.
Right. So technically-
And it doesn't account using any of the 35 in cash we've got as the budget we'll have in front of us.
That's what I wanted to make sure we clarified, was what we're talking about fund-wise. We have 35 million available to us. We have 15 million that is not ours, and you can't count on it until it's in the bank.
That's it.
That's nothing more than a Christmas bow. It's not a present for us yet.
Right.
So the way I see it is, like you said, you know, right now 71% or whatever is goes towards the beach.
73.
So just doing easy math, 70% of the 15 million comes up like 11 and a half. So I'm comfortable with like investing 25 million and then holding 10 back for us for right now.
Right,
But
as long as he can.
That's my mental.
Right, and also we've got to get the LGC to sign off on financing. I mean,
Guys,
what
I've given
Doug
that-
is gonna tell us, and he's told me and everybody else is, cash is king. Hold on to it. If you can borrow it, now, we're not gonna borrow at 30%, right? But if we can borrow cheaply, okay, and spread it over there, and you match up your revenues, that's the way to fund things. Fair,
Mr.
with
Mayor, the
some
other reason
some
that-
equity in it.
Right, the other reason that cash is king is I've seen 2 times in my career where we had enormous problems borrowing at enormous cost. So when we have a time, now interest rates aren't where they were 2 years ago, but they aren't outrageous. Why wouldn't we go at a time that we can and hold the cash for the time that we might be in an emergency on interest rates or access to borrowing markets? So I want to seize the markets and seize the day. I don't want to what if a lot if I know right now can work. That's just my theory. Y'all decide, but that would be my theory.
Kip?
I mean, I think I worry about some of the things that you've mentioned, the what ifs. What if the federal funding, whatever funding dries up tomorrow? You know, where are we stuck? And that's part of the conversation that's been going on. But also, you know, we don't like to say the word, but when Mother Nature strikes, I'm very curious as to what your recommendations would be for that inevitability. And like I said, definitely learning a lot. And, you know, like I said, we chatted during the strategic planning meeting and today, so I appreciate.
And just to follow up on what Kip said, which is to remind everybody, FEMA is a reimbursement, okay? And what he's talking about is, I think we talked to Chris a little bit about it as well, is if you gotta front it, okay, you gotta have the cash, all right? It's not gonna be sent to us as we get these things done, and so that reserve, I think was your point, is you gotta have the reserve in there, so if that H thing happens,
Right.
because I think, and maybe you were here, Connie, we were still doing Florence work versus Thompson was able to get done and get all the work
Well,
done
we were
after
doing
that because they
Florence
had the
work
cash to
forever.
be able to front the money, which we cannot be in that position again, I think.
Mr. Mayor, so you'll know and so the board will know, I don't like to brag, but I do on occasion.
Wait a minute, let's see what you make sure.
All our beach clients had enormous problems with FEMA because if you had a big old FEMA grant, they don't pay you until they want to, but you got to pay the contractors. So we created a financing method known as FEMA SOBs. And we would go to the bank and borrow the money for you. We did multiple tranches because you didn't have the money then. And if we spend it all now on the big project or a whole bunch of it, which is another reason I want some reserve levels personally, not a member of the board, but the point is, without that borrowing, I don't know what we would have done. I mean, so there are creative ways to get to this, but you still got to have some cash.
Well, and the other thing I think that was beautiful when you explained to us the SOBs was the collateral.
Mm-hmm.
The assets of the town are not the collateral for the loan. It's the FEMA reimbursement
It's the
ends up
FEMA
being the
money.
collateral. So you're not tying up capital
Yeah.
by trying to stand behind the loans.
Well, now, we're in between a rock and a hard place because we, you know, without a beach, we don't have a town. You know, our money will dry up real quickly, so we know we've got to do something, and that north end has been beaten and beaten and beaten, so, you know, we really.
It's north 1, 2, and 3. I got to get my thing.
Yeah,
together.
1, 2, and 3, okay.
Yeah.
And,
Starting at the top.
and that's right, and it gets worse as it goes down. But, so we've just got to figure out, and that's, I mean, and we're accepting that we're gonna have to do what we can do, but we need to, and things have changed since we first talked about doing it. I mean, so we're certainly dealing with it, but I think that, you know, we're continuing to drive forward with our engineers trying to get the numbers together. We're continuing to have some conversation with wildlife and different folks in the Corps about our accessibility to the sand that we need. But, you know, it's gonna all come and it's gonna hit at one time, and then we gotta be ready to we've got to have a action plan, you know, what are we gonna do? So I think that's what you're here to do, so as long as you'll guarantee us that you'll loan us the money if we can't get it, we're gonna move forward.
You can't say that because you know what he's gonna say?
I'm gonna
Depends
find
on the
somebody
interest.
to loan.
It's like to depend on the interest rate, isn't it?
Big penalty.
Connie?
I'm just gonna piggyback onto everybody else and say I appreciate you helping us. And I do believe that one of the most important things we can do is set a policy on how we're gonna handle the retention of funds and how we're gonna move forward, despite the what ifs, but which always have to be thought of, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
So, interest Interesting idea around doing the municipal service districts, because we can just tack that on to the ones that are still in the Cobra zones too, which makes it all interesting, which then could affect property values, which then could affect our ad valorem reimbursements and our sales tax. So I'd be interested to see what has happened to property values in areas that,
And we could do that for you because Dare County is the county that's used
Right.
this aggressively.
You're trying to figure out how many dominoes fall.
yeah,
in one
because
deal.
you start adding on a municipal service district to areas that are already in Cobra zones
Yeah, I
and
know.
then see what happens to the tax rate and what you get.
Exactly.
Because you could force values down on those
And it's not a
properties.
panacea, I agree to that, it's just a method that's been used by some.
It's
Right.
an option is what you're telling us.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna add real quick into that, it was 2021, was the last time that we, thought about doing municipal service districts. And,
It's part of the Army Corps project.
yeah, we had over 20 people speak, residents show up at our meeting that spoke against it.
Pitchforks.
And, yeah, pitchforks. And it had also happened, I wanna say in 2012 as well, is when the inlet project was coming in and there was some more ideas and municipal service districts were thrown out. And I'll tell you, the townspeople, I don't know what they do today, but I know what they did in the past.
Well, and let me say this to you so you'll remember, and you do, Mayor Pro Tempore, we ran the numbers for you based upon economics provided by management. And on the beachfront, the tax that it would have taken, because folks, that project from the Corps of Engineers, the dollars it was gonna cost, I could never figure that out. We talked to them 2 or 3 times. They wouldn't tell you where it was coming from. The front district was going to exceed the $1.50 that's allowed under statute. So that's what we were talking about. So, yeah.
Living on a sandbar as we do, you know, and keeping public safety at the core of what we do. And I know we don't like to talk the H word, but I don't know if we have any stats around what happened to departments too in the cleanup for the 2 years after the storms and looking at our expenses then. Because keeping cash reserves for operational as well as beach renourishment have to be part of this plan.
Oh, no question.
And, yeah, I remember talking to Steve Smith, who was the mayor at Topsail, and he was talking about, and I've talked to the county people about this, if a storm comes through, you have to assume you're not gonna get rentals. The interesting thing, though, is you're gonna get more sales tax because of the rebuild. And so they said it's not, the fact that we are getting a split and getting more sales tax and stuff, at least will offset some of the loss. But if you remember what happened to Villa Capriani, how long before they could rent? 2 years? Because they got mold in there, so all that tax went away. So, Larry, did you want to add anything else, or are you good? Okay. All right.
Well, I think you're obviously gonna have a new manager one day. I know you're in the process. It seems to me there'll be a planning process to figure out when we get all this done. I would personally someday like to come down here and maybe stay overnight and go out for a good seafood meal, and speak to the engineers myself.
You can stay with me if you don't charge me by the hour.
Well, I would do that too.
And I got the seafood boil for you.
Hey, I would just like to talk to the engineers myself and figure this out, because I found in general that engineers are aggressive on how quick they need money and how much money they need. And so I'm one of these testers on that.
Well, and that's a good point, and I think that once they get. You're not on there. Oh, I'm never on there.
I'm never unsure.
Once, you know, and that's a good point. I think that sometimes, you know, we're sort of like the middle guy here.
Yes.
And we kind of know what it is that the engineers are doing, but we're not engineers. And I think that, and you kind of know how to get money, but you don't know exactly what they need.
And I don't know how quick they need
So
it.
they're working on some projected numbers now. And we very well at that point in time could have you down and let's have a meeting to talk about this, because I believe that, I mean, they're the ones that know what they can do and what they can't do.
Yeah.
I mean, Larry, you're the head of BISAC. You might want to, you know, at least tune them in for some of that discussion
Yeah,
with Chris
yeah.
as well, because it's, you're free to talk to
Yeah,
Chris.
and
That's
we
absolutely
can, and so we'll work on that scenario. But I
Perfect.
just wanted to make sure and you do know, because we've talked about it, but this is one of our, as far as I'm concerned, this is one of our main issues, and as far as the town's concerned, for economics of North Topsail Beach, it's gotta be,
Yeah.
gotta be fixed.
I'm gonna
But
say,
I'm confused there, so are we, Doug, you're wanting to talk to Chris and the engineering crew, and does that need to be a board meeting? Does that need to be
No.
BISAC and you all
No.
and Chris? What does that look like from a meeting?
It's just gonna be you talking to the beach engineers, because it's gonna take you a time to get educated.
Yeah.
And also, you're gonna have to tell them what they need, and they're gonna have to tell you what they need, so,
yeah, I've got,
and then they would report back to
Right.
us.
Mayor Pro Tempore will remember this, when we were working with the Army Corps of Engineer, I sent them 14 questions. If you want to see them someday, I still have them. And they couldn't answer half of them.
Yeah.
And most of it was cost oriented. And so I want to, folks, we can talk cost all day long, but do we know when we have to spend it, when a check has to be written, what can we do to bring back the project a little? How do we do a renourishment after, you got to put all of that together in the plan, so that maybe we could do what we say is have it a little less now, still engineered, and figure out in 5 years, can we get part of that money back? All of that is done by understanding time flows and engineering costs.
Right, and they've committed to us to try to figure out, and Alice, we've talked to them a number of times about this. The preference of this board, I believe, is to get 1, 2, and 3 sand to become engineered beaches. And if there's a little less sand on it, that's better than having one of those be excluded. Is that fair?
What is the timing roughly on this?
Next year, it'll be done by this time next year if
Well,
we do it correctly.
if things work out, the plan was that now about in this time frame, we would have begun setting up laying some pipe and doing some things.
So you would start in the fall?
And then in the late fall of this year, we would have started, that would have pumping that would have gone into next spring.
Yeah, we're
That's
getting into the
typical.
weeds, but the
That-
bottom.
That's not
right.
gonna happen
Right.
right now.
The
but-
bottom line is we're permitting, we're looking at funding. The permitting is going on right now. What Larry's talking about is there are certain things you can do that are not in the turtle season, that he
Yep.
just described, that could be done. But because the equivalent is 3,000 trucks a day or something like that,
No, it's-
in
it's-
theory, it takes 2.5.
Financially, we're so much better
If
off
we
to
can
do
do it,
this.
we can do the whole thing in a couple of months.
Yeah.
So,
Few months,
anyway,
few
all right.
months, few
So,
months.
so we're saying 45 now.
So, well, and this started out, you gotta
Don't get me in
understand
a
too,
palpitation, I'm in a good mood right now.
but,
if he can get us 7 years instead of 6.
but, you know, and Doug, originally, we were only looking at having to come up with 10, 11,
10 or
12.
11 or 12.
12,
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that, and we were gonna be able to get the rest of it. But see, that's changed now. But-
Has that gone by the wayside?
Well, no, it's not completely gone, but it's harder to get a commitment and it's harder to get as much money, so it's almost, and we don't know, cause so much of that money's been used in different parts of the state and all with other problems, floods and all these things, so we don't know how much money that we can get. We're still gonna try to get some of that money.
Right, we've already talked to Senator Lazara, but what he said with the dysfunction that's going on in Raleigh right now, we're not gonna know whether we can get specific North Thompson Beach funding it'll be this summer. The county is committed to work with us to try to help us get that funding, because
So do you
they're
push a
recommending.
year if you can't find out in time? Is that what happens?
I think what we'll do is if you tell us we can borrow $30 million, we'll probably do the project and figure out the rest of it later.
Well, now,
I
isn't the
don't-
worry if we do it, we'll never get any grant money? I mean, we're just talking, right?
No,
We don't know.
The big worry is if we don't do it and we have another big storm, we're
I
in
see,
worse
okay.
shape.
So the
just
point
lost the
is, I
beach.
got you. Well, if, I got that policy all day long, I'm good with that. I
Okay.
wanted to ask the
Right,
question.
I mean, if we lose the beach more now,
Because we wait a year.
we're not gonna
Yeah, I
have,
got you, okay.
we
Cost
won't
just went
ever
up.
be able to get the
Well,
money to
then
do
what
that.
right, I'm sorry, I interrupted you for a minute.
Right, the numbers would get exponentially worse,
More sand.
right.
Right. What we've got to do with y'all, which is why meeting with the engineers is probably a pretty neat thing, is we got to figure out when you need the money. We got to work on, because folks, it's a 90-day process for the LGC. It's gonna take weeks and months to get ready before the 90 days. So I don't know the start date, so I don't know the backup date, so somebody's gotta talk through that.
Probably talking December or January would be a start date for the actual construction of the project.
Which means we gotta start this summer figuring everything out.
And we're aware of that. All right, Lars, what's our next agenda? Do you have anything else you want to give with us, Doug?
I do not, other than I want to do today what you wanted to do. I know you wanted to look at a 5-year projection, but I ain't got a budget to do it off of, so y'all know that. So I wanted to set the stage. I'm prepared to set the stage more if you want to. So, that's up to you.
Okay. We want you to hang around anyway, and the Quant Man's gonna stay too, right?
We'll hang around for a while, sure. But, yeah, Mr. Mayor, before I move, can I say just one thing as a point of personal privilege? I go to Blowing Rock a lot because we own a home near Blowing Rock. And this woman has done a wonderful job for this town, and I believe she'll do a wonderful job for Blowing Rock. It was your advantage to have her, and now I expect to see her on the sidewalks of Blowing Rock spending retail money in the town.
Thanks, Doug.
So, Lars, what do you want to do? I haven't heard Lexi say it was July. I would say to come to where
You're quite all right. Yes, you're quite all right.
Did you say you have more? Doug, I thought you said you don't have more for us. Do you have more for us?
More if you wanna keep going, right?
No, I don't have more. I'm done
That's
with
what
what
you
I
just
wanted to say. Yeah. I just wanted to say more if you had more questions.
No, we'll just put you and Larry in a room.
What about Dylan? Dylan, you.
Absolutely, yeah. Glad to be here.
Tell Dylan, he's the money guy, the other guy's the talker.
Well, Dylan's a good talker too, but Dylan is,
I was gonna say, I'll let the big man do the work here,
But Dylan, you're using spreadsheets, what are you using for all
He's building a
these?
model.
You were building a quant model out of,
yeah, and, I'd have to thank Mr. Andrew Carter for setting up our budgetary model that we've been using. That's, our proprietary, usage for most of our clients here in North Carolina. But, yeah, we have a great system that we used throughout to, give prudent, conservative modeling that can show us, what is the type of financing. Well, Andrew likes to say the model is agnostic to type, but what's the best way we can really find a way to achieve the goals of the town?
It's a living model. That's what we really want, is something where, Mark says, what if we do this? If we delay it a month, or we do, because one of the things they talked about with shallow draft, and I'm getting way off subject, is according to Chris, you get the money back faster. Now, I don't think you can plan for that, like, versus FEMA. But, things like if the 15 million comes in, then what happens? All those type of variables will be very helpful to us as a town, because cash is king, to Doug's point. So thank you, guys.
Yeah.
If you guys are willing to hang around, we may have
We
more
are.
questions for you.
sure, we are.
All right? Where do you want to go, Lars?
Maybe go to street.
Okay.
After streets are done, I believe lunch will be here.
Lunch will be here
After streets are done, I believe lunch will be here.
So you're waiting until the streets are completed before the food can get delivered?
Anything that has to do with manual labor, I prefer to do before I eat.
Thanks.
If I may, I have two points of clarification on the 10545 Public Works General Fund, just for clarification to the board. The M&R Equipment Fund, which was the point of discussion before I jumped back and took a seat, that $37,000 going into this FY, the board budgeted for $16,000, and in October, GWI amended that and doubled it due to the consumption. We were depleted in that budget line completely. So what you see as a remainder is double what was budgeted this last year, and those remaining funds are going to be allocated to a zero-turn mower that I have not turned into maintenance under the state contract yet. The justification for that is I was hoping to submit some to the board for approval in terms of purchase of a piece of equipment that fulfills that capability, but also provides snow clearing to the town based off of the snowstorm. So I just wanted to give that to you all for consideration.
I would prefer you try to find one that doesn't have snow clearing capabilities. It's something that is maybe a nice to have, but not a need to have. In the last 30 years, anytime that there's been snow left in the town for more than like 3 days has probably been less than 4 times.
Well, the benefit to it, and again, I don't want to get ahead of myself. It's not just that. It's a mower. It has snow capabilities with the attachments that it comes with. So there's multiple sections that it can support the town in its function. So that offset is kind of a which direction does the town want to go if we're purchasing a new piece of equipment or
Most
repairing?
inexpensive. This is a hard year for people. We're trying to keep their tax rate down. We're trying to do whatever we can to keep the budget down, just as you would in your own household budget on a year that you had so many expenses going up.
Understood. Just to the point was it hadn't been depleted, and it also, again, it got doubled less than 6 months of me being here, and there's additional maintenance
I'm
costs.
not gonna debate the budgets because.
I'm just presenting,
when
sir.
we're comparing stuff, we're comparing about stuff that was modified during the year versus the original stuff. I prefer to take a look at it what it was originally and say, how did it go? What you're saying is we already increased it once, and now you're increasing it again. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, I'm saying that's what happened. So let's go to streets.
Well, I did have one clarification question because we didn't talk salaries for staff whatsoever. So I just want to make sure the board has no concerns or issues with what was presented.
I wouldn't say that. If salaries are an issue for you as department head and you want to bring a suggestion to the board, I think you should do that.
Bring that to your supervisor, which would be the town manager.
I think what he's saying is he's already presented.
We didn't.
Nothing's approved, Larry.
Nothing, we didn't approve or deny your budget or the increases requested. That's still an open conversation.
Yes, ma'am. No, I understand that part. We
Okay.
just,
And
we very
just
quickly
a
ended
po-
that
just a point of clarity,
conversation.
At least from my perspective, and I think from the board's perspective, we can't approve expenses until we understand the revenue side of this and what that balance sheet and income statement looks like.
Yes, sir.
If we were to have a bunch of expenses that showed that we are in this huge deficit and we're spending $2 million more than I know we're not, that's not what, but if that was to happen, then I think the board would probably look at it and say, maybe there's stuff we gotta cut out of this. That's why we can't do one-offs on this kind of stuff, because it goes back to what Doug talked about, which is what are your priorities, what are you trying to accomplish? That's with respect to equipment, that's respect to all that stuff. So, no more lecture, let's go to streets.
Okay. Again, pending any questions, these numbers are the same that I submitted last time unless there's any concerns from the board.
I know I think we're clear on this. Striping is actually the crosswalks.
Correct.
Right. And remind me, I thought that you put in there that these were basically the Villa Capriani.
DOT
sidewalks.
requires that style of crosswalk installed, yes, sir. Villa Capriani's model is how we budgeted or calculated that total cost.
I'm sorry, you're telling me that DOT is requiring that for new crosswalks?
For all new crosswalks that didn't have a previous crosswalk installed, we're installing at brand new locations. Thermoplastic paint, rapid reflecting beacons, the up-to-date signage, that model is the new minimum DOT requirement, is what I understand from DOT.
Okay, I would like you to verify that because my source.
I have, sir.
That's fine. Right, thank you.
So that's changed from our last year budget when we thought we could pick and choose whether we could just do stripes or do the electronic. They changed their standard.
I'll defer to Mr. Cox, who's my point of contact at DOT for Division 3. He's the one that directed any new locations. This is the requirement moving forward.
Okay, all right, so that changes it, and then how much did we spend on that one? Like 30?
30?
It's about $35,000.
Right, and then we had about 17 we were looking at, is that correct? 17 crosswalks?
5.
He narrowed it down to 5.
5 locations.
That was
5.
that presentation you made with the interactive map, right?
Correct. And I do have responses on calls we put out for quotes, engineering firms to move that forward.
Okay, now I'm a little bit confused about the math. 5 times 35 is $175,000, and we've got $250,000 on here. do you have more than those 5 in the budget? You must.
That was the cost from a year ago. Costs have gone up on materials. I can't give you labor cost increases until we get
How
further
many-
along.
How many crosswalks do you have in the $250,000?
5.
So we're set, you've got us going up to 50,000. Okay, thank you.
The most recent quote I received from a vendor, from an engineering firm to design and then go to bid and contract for construction was $254 for the whole thing, for all 5 crosswalks. So that's my reference point.
Yeah, and the other thing I forgot to mention on this one too is I've already talked to the county about this, and 2 of these crosswalks are at county areas, and I think we can get them to contribute. I don't know if they'll pay $50,000. I doubt they're gonna pay $50,000 for a crosswalk, but, we brought that up when Alice and I were dealing with the Birdman.
Well, and again, they haven't been here forever and a day. Knock on wood, we haven't had any major issues. It's just like the speed limit, 35 and 45. You know, I'd love to see more information. Have there been any issues other than? No accident. And it's the same thing we have with, when I was at Western Carolina. You know, normally you need to build the university or the area and not put the first piece of concrete down and let the people walk around. And once you find out where the goat trails are, then you go put the concrete. So,
No, Bart, it's a fair comment,
Yeah,
because I can tell you that.
because if we put all those crosswalks up, just like
In
the
the wrong spot.
Capriani, everybody here and everybody watching, everybody in North Topsail knows not everybody uses that crosswalk. They cut through the ditch, they cut across, and then the people that do use the crosswalk, 50% of the time, they don't push the button. So, just
That's fair.
huge expense there.
Well, and originally, we looked at just striping and signs, you know, so if the state's changing what we have to do, they need to come up with some money, or we need to go to the county for some money, because I don't think we should pick that all up on our own. If they're changing the requirement and then telling us they're not helping out when it's crossing a state road.
And just to make sure everybody understands, I'm all for the crosswalks. I'm all for rumble strips, notification, whatever, but this amount of money is absurd.
Well, this is just, it's his report based on what they've told him to do, so this is a board conversation, not a budget.
That's my only concern.
Yeah.
No, I mean, as we were saying too, we talked to the county, and the county has talked about doing some of at the county beach accesses. The question is whether or not, what level they're going to be at. But yeah, I think, you know, I'm just trying to do a quick Google search here to see what the requirements are for the flashing lights and not, and I don't see where it's required. So yeah, if you could, I mean, obviously you spoke to the man, and he's gonna give you the most up-to-date information, but I think obviously that weighs heavily on our planning.
I've got 2 updated manuals I can send anybody on the board for the listing of the requirements.
Okay. I just know in the last discussion I had with them, they said recommended versus required, and those are 2 different standards of what Kip is saying. No, Kip, that's what you're saying. There's
And
differences.
we're not upset with you, we're upset with the state wanting to dictate a standard for us
Moving
when
the
they don't
goalpost.
participate in the funding.
Yeah, I'm not gonna belabor the crosswalk thing. Yeah. Tell me about the capital outlay again.
Pardon me, streets. Capital outlay, that is, was intended as a, excuse me. 24,000 of that was allocated towards a second VMS board for the town. So we had a mobile video messaging system where we could place one on each end of the town. The other 200,000 is basically a placeholder, an intent to identify what will end up absolutely growing for a need for repaving the town roads. So we have, out of the street paving and repair budget line, we just got a PO approved to have a pavement specialist conduct their DOT survey on all of the town roads and give us a report. They'll be coming before the board and reporting. With that will be a life cycle cost, what it's gonna cost to bring our roads up to
That's his contingency.
average standards, so that's just the starting point.
Okay, thank you.
That's your contingency.
I'm the next one, so I'll just sit here and wait. Yeah, unfortunately, I have several, so.
Out anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, the only main adjustment here is the increase in the base request, and that's specifically due to a growth in cart services throughout the town with GFL.
Okay. This is an in and out though. We have not been billing it. Now we're gonna be billing it. So we'll have revenues to offset any increase in expenses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Larry?
Have one more. Last one, thank goodness. Recreation. Limited increase across the board for things like snowflakes. The target here is going to be park maintenance. Again, pouring money into Richard Peters Park, Knowles Park, getting those signs updated, boardwalks updated. I know we have landscaping services and things within those park areas, but bringing some of those areas up in terms of refreshed recreational areas within the parks. The M&R dock and boardwalk specifically is focused on the one at Knowles Park and the two at Richard C. Peters Park. And the intent behind that is to do a rehab very similar to the Dolphin Shores project that we're currently trying to move forward on. That's where those funds or that cost comes from.
Thank you on that, because I've been out there before and actually alerted Alice a year or two ago. There's been times that the weather has just made those areas unsafe. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Apologies for not being here last round. Deputy Chief Harley did a fantastic job from what I saw for his first presentation. So that was pretty thrilled for him. I gave y'all some paperwork that y'all requested at the last meeting. Years of service, longevity, how long they've been with the town, all that information. And then Alderman Malcolm, he requested some specs for a boat. That is not the boat, but it has the equipment and stuff like that, what we would be looking at. So if you see, it says 29 foot on there. We are not looking for a 29-foot boat. So those are just general specs. So I just wanted to point that out real quick. All right. So I guess I'll do like Chief Captain Page. The line items didn't really fluctuate that much. Some came down, some went up a few hundred. Is there anything specific in the line items other than the last one?
Just, okay, so the somewhat humor in that is that, as I mentioned to the chief, that they had $1 million increase in their capital things. And unbeknownst to him, that apparently is the fire truck that we're not going to get for 2 or 3 years. And so the idea was, we're all of a sudden going to spend $1 million today. I think he thought because we might have to reserve something against it.
So, yeah.
We can get back to the accounting rules, but I'm pretty sure you don't have to reserve shit until you sign that contract. Right,
Correct. So the thought process was if the town wanted to begin encumbering funds to set aside to pay for that $1.8 million. And so that's where that $600,000 for the ladder truck comes into play and the $400,000 for the boat. So that's where the $1 million come from, is both items. So that, obviously that's a
And
board
also what we
decision.
also we talked about is you're going to be looking for funding sources. Like
Yeah.
right now, we are paying, if you look at our numbers, we're only paying $70,000 a year. I'm sorry, a month. No, a year for the current fire truck. So $70,000 a year is different than $1 million.
So that's what I was getting ready to go
I'm
into.
not good at math, but I'm pretty good at that math. So,
The good thing about the delay in the build of these trucks is that'll give us 2 to 3 cycles to apply for the same grant that we got for the previous truck. Now, the way that grant worked was we had to have a signed contract, we had to have a design of the truck, and we had to have a delivery date. So all that stuff will have to be in play before I can go to them seeking the grant.
so, but if, okay, let's just talk about timing. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, we just take this line item off.
Yes.
Okay. You then, over the next year, would be working on exactly what you talked about. You'd get an agreement on the, whatever we're using, whatever you've got direction on. You'd have an idea from them whether they're gonna finance it or not, right? You have to have a contract with them, but you're gonna have a discussion with them as to whether you can get financing for this before you sign the contract.
Well, I mean, that would be the hopes, you know.
Right. What I'm saying though, so if you came back, I'm just using, I'm looking at time value of money and everything else. If you came back to the board 6 months from now and said, I have got contract for this piece of equipment, I've got financing locked up, and Lars has looked at this and said, we're gonna pay $80,000 a month. All right, and you've got the financing lined up, then you don't have the same encumbrance issues that we've got in terms of holding cash. So all of a sudden, that money gets freed up. You've come back to something at the board that looks like what you just got done. I mean, from my perspective, that's much more attractive than $1 million out for next year. So, but is that what you would, and I would talk to both you guys that have worked on this, that's the way it generally works, is you figure out, like we just talked to with Doug. If we can't finance it, we don't, we love to do the beach project, but if we can't pay for it or we can't finance it, then it's a different decision.
Well, I have to have approval from the board as well as management, because I can't do the contract, correct?
No,
The
that's
town
fine,
manager.
that's
So I have to seek y'all's guidance and approval to give me the permission to do that step, absolutely.
Oh, no, no, that's fine. I'm just saying, I don't even get to vote unless it's a tie. My point, though, is I would never approve a budget that's got $1 million line item into it like this, because this is assuming somehow that we are going to spend $1 million next year, which we're not under any scenario. Okay, the worst this would be accounting-wise would be restricted funds, we'd still be earning interest on.
So you're not going to spend it next year. You are going to spend it. It's just not going to be next year. The concern is and I understand your side. If we don't get consensus to move forward, this 1.8 is going to balloon, right? Because speaking with one of the vendors, they just changed the power platform in the trucks they go with, the engine, but the engine, the motor, and price went up $100,000 just because they switched an engine. So
What you're talking about, which I love in my business, are called options.
Yep.
Once you've locked in the price, you know what the price is gonna be, you know what the financing is gonna be. All I'm saying is that from my perspective, from the town, committing $1 million without even knowing any of the things you're talking about, what it's gonna cost or anything else, and saying, we are going to set aside $1 million for something, when it is more likely than not, we will, according to him, we will finance this in one way or another and not be making $1 million payment in 1 year. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everybody? Because otherwise, it's backwards, right?
Right, but are you saying in order to get the truck started, we have to commit to get the truck started?
Yes, I need permission from the board and the management to move forward, because you got to think, it's going to take me 6 months to go to different shows, see new technology and all that, and then it's going to take us another 3 to 5 months to sit down with whatever company we choose to go with and design the truck, so you're looking at almost a year in build time, upfront specs and everything else on the truck.
Right, and that, go ahead.
So it occurs to me there's basically two policy points. One, and you've already kind of summarized them, but decision to buy a truck and the method it's going to be funded. Yeah. Whether it's lump sum, we're paying ourselves, building a reserve, or we're going to finance the entirety. I mean, that's so.
And also remember, this is, to your exact point, this is a blind number. You don't know.
Well, no, I do know that. So I submitted 1.5 to 1.8. That's where the trucks we're looking at for the 75-foot platform like we have now currently. That's the range they're in. Now, there are a few that jump over $2 million,
Right.
and
You're
we're not
saying
even
this
talking
million
about.
is $3 million?
No, sir. It's 1.8. It's 1.5 to 1.8.
He's basically
Yeah, it's
funding a
600
reserve.
set aside on next
He's
year.
got $1
the
million
year-
increase in his
No,
budget.
That's
600 is the truck, 400 is the boat. We were setting aside, this is, like Larry just mentioned, are the two options, either to build cash and pay or to finance. This is in the event of building cash to pay. We're setting aside 600 next year, the year after, and on the third year, you would be at 1.8 and place the order.
well, the truck would be coming.
Well,
But
The
paying,
truck would be coming in.
Yeah, well, you'd be
Right,
paying
right.
for the order.
Paying for
it's
the
got
order.
100% of the boat in it, not spread over 3 years, from what you just said.
Correct.
Otherwise, the boat's $1.5 million.
I mean, and I would defer to the chief, is for the boat purchase, is that something like to do upfront next year or try to defer it?
So what we're trying to do with the boat is we're trying to get the FEMA grant. We've been trying this past year. We applied for the FEMA grant. To apply for the FEMA grant, based off town policy, is I need approval from the board as well. The FEMA grant's a 10% match. We have applied for it this past year. The problem is when they were supposed to award those contracts, the government shut down. They reopened and they've shut down again. So no one still has any clarity if they've been awarded anything from the past FEMA grants.
But is the open on the table that you don't know if you have commitment from the board to get a new fire truck?
Yes, and then that's, that's part of putting it in there was to seek.
Board approval to move forward to buy a new fire truck.
Correct, that's why it's in the
That
budget.
will not be delivered for 3 years,
Correct,
but you have an idea of pricing,
correct.
and then we all figure out how to finance that.
Basically.
So he still needs
Okay, first off, we can't make the decision here. This is not a
Right,
decision making.
exactly.
Okay.
But in May, do we need that on the agenda?
You can put that on the agenda,
Well-
but I can tell you, my objection to this, and I understand I don't get the vote, is you gotta have really solid numbers before you bring something back like that. And I think what we'd be doing is giving you the permission to pursue this with the town manager to make sure all the ducks are in a row. Because my view is, we have spent now $8 million in the fire department, Alice, in the last 3 years. Fire truck, fire station, everything else. We've never committed that kind of, I'm not saying it's not necessary, I'm just telling you, that's how much money, more than any other department, okay? More than the total public service department or cost of the police department during that period of time. And now we're talking about committing another $2 million, putting us at about $10 million for the fire department over a 3 or 4 year period. If it's necessary, willing to look at it, again, but I'm right back to what Carter was talking about. This is much easier to swallow if we know we're gonna get a financing, right? On the boat, you know what we're working with on the county, because I got that pulled off. They were gonna do their own deal, all right? So we'll figure out whether they're willing to give us some money towards that. I'm just saying, I am nervous, not from a public service standpoint, to have committed $10 million to the fire department over 4 years.
Well, and I agree with you, right? It's been a lot of money, but since the inception of the fire department, no money had been invested into it. So now we're playing catch up. Unfortunately, you know, that's where we're at. We're having to play catch up.
100% agree with you, but catch-up can be over 2 years or over 2 months.
Well,
Right?
unfortunately for the fire truck, we're governed by the state, you know, your ISO rating, which affects your insurance, and
Right.
NFPA. So we have marks we have to hit. Now, is NFPA sending the police down here next week to make sure we have a truck at the 30-year mark? No.
Okay.
But we have to budget and project for those replacement costs, right?
And all I'm talking about is, from my perspective, and I'll let the board weigh in on this, I would like to understand what the annual cost to this town is going to be to do that, okay? Because, and I'm just making this up, if we had to spend $2 million in the firehouse, on the new fire truck, and not do the beach project, I think we would have some people object to that, right?
Or not?
So I'm just throwing that out, so.
Yeah.
I have a problem with this being a line item in a budget year, when we know just what you described, we're not gonna be committing $1 million this year. Next fiscal year.
But we have to budget for it, right?
Right, so I think we're having a failure to communicate here. All right, so we have a capital dollar amount that we need to either have our finance guy figure out how to finance, or if we're gonna be pay-as-we-go, to your point, the life cycle of the purchase, you can't nail down this dollar amount to the penny anyway, or probably to the 50 grand, because as we go along in the build, it's gonna change, and you're gonna have a not to exceed probably on the truck, right?
He
But
also
you,
said he has to design it.
Yeah, no, once the town signs a contract, that price is locked.
it's locked, okay. So we're not at the point of getting the contract
No.
yet, and you think it's gonna take time to shop, to figure it out. When do you think you'll have something for us to look at in the form of a contract?
To go to different conferences, see what's out there, look at the new designs, because, you know, like, our truck is a double axle at 75 foot, now they're single axles with 75-foot ladders. So technology has come
Right,
way ahead of where we're at.
so is it in this next year's budget or not? Do we think sometime in
Oh,
fiscal?
absolutely,
Okay, so sometime in the next fiscal year, you're gonna have a number for us?
correct.
Okay, so really the board has to decide whether it's in your budget at all, or we take it out of reserves once you get a contract and we reassign it to your
100%.
department, or we figured out with our financing guy how he can finance the truck.
100%, correct.
So next steps are you just have more stuff to do, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right, and I think that if he brings it back to us as a budget adjustment next year, all right?
was the
If you bring it in as a budget adjustment to next year,
Yeah.
with all those details in there, all right, you say, I need to sign this contract, I've talked to Doug Carter, okay?
financing
Our
guy.
financing guy, this is how much I think I can get financed, and he'll give you a ballpark. He'll tell you what the payments are gonna be and everything else. You guys come before us and say, hey, I gotta have this, it's critical. Here's the structure I've got. I managed to get some money from a grant. I got the county to kick in on this, and he's gonna finance this, and now we're paying $100,000 a year to get you everything you want. I don't think you're gonna have any problems.
And if that's what y'all want, if that's the
that make
consensus,
sense?
I'm fine with that. Typically, that would go through finance, right? The finance, seeking the financing direction and making that.
That's what he's gonna give you.
This,
Alright,
so
so
our
I'll-
third-party Doug guy.
Right, the two.
And
Yeah.
And just so we are clear on this, 27-year-old fire truck, when it hits a 30-year mark, is that a state mandate that it has to be taken out
It's
of
an
service?
NFPA standard.
So it has to come out of service, so that we have to have a decision made before the 29-year point,
Right, and
definitely.
it's 3 years
Sooner,
to build.
It
exactly.
depends on the manufacturer. 400, the last one I talked to was 438 days. So, a little over a year. And then there's some that are over 3 years. you know.
So,
But if you came back to us in September and said, here's all the documents, here's everything else, then you're gonna want us to pull the trigger and make the decision and go.
well, why can't we do this? Why can't we give him permission or whatever it has to be to go look for a truck?
I think we already have. He's
Okay,
got that.
well, so, and then when he gets ready to, he's done all his seeking, and when he gets to the point that he's ready to do a contract, this is why I think you're
Bring
saying.
it back here.
Then bring it back here, and then we'll figure out how to make it fly.
Right.
You just need something to CYAU to say, go get it.
Right.
And I get that, so, but it doesn't have to be, you know, if we're, because you're not making a commitment until, when you find a truck and you find everything that you need, then you say, okay, I need $150,000, whatever you need for this truck, and you're gonna need it over this time period.
Okay, why don't we leave this as, I'll add it to the board agenda for May, since we're not gonna make decisions here.
Right.
All right. For budgeting purposes, I would like to take the $1 million out of here, because that takes the fund from a.
Now, that's 600,000 you're taking out of there.
No,
There's
it's a
another
million.
400,000.
It's $1 million.
400 of that is the boat. So
400
what
of that
do
is
you
the
want
I
to do with
haven't
the
heard
boat?
anybody say they wanna pay $400,000 for a boat yet.
Well, but that's where the million's coming from.
The
It's
million is a
600 for
combination of the two.
truck.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
I would like to talk about the boat.
Let's talk about the boat.
Let's talk about the boat. Okay, the boat, where would you be able to launch it from? Would you
Well-
also be able to launch it from anywhere?
Depends on the type of boat. If we go with the jet drive boat like we're looking at, yes, we could typically back right off the north end, launch it straight from there, or we can go to the underneath the bridge where we currently launch our boat at. But we have talked about putting a dock at the town park and having it where we can just drop it straight in the water and go straight from there.
It would have a shallow draft enough that you could get,
Yes, ma'am.
and you wouldn't have to ask for any sort of dredging project or anything.
No, ma'am. That's why we're looking more of a jet drive boat.
Yeah.
Because currently with our 16-foot boat we have with the outboard on it, we struggle with it getting in and out of places.
And the town park location would give you, that could all be quarantined off except for emergency personnel, because we're launching down here, you gotta fight the entire crowd.
Correct. We would utilize the north side of the dock, and like we're discussing with the jet ski dock behind the fire station currently, you know, it would have a gate where people couldn't, they still use the dock and the launches and all that, they just wouldn't have access.
Same as the
to
game warden boat down there at Surf City.
Correct.
So the boat that you have now, how long is it, how big is that one?
16 foot.
16 foot, and this one is,
We're looking somewhere 23, 25 foot.
and of course, the fire truck is still a bigger priority than the boat at this time, although
Yes, ma'am.
this is still a priority up
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
Are there any grants available for boats that you know about?
We have applied for the FEMA grant for the boat this past year. And like I said, they've been closed and open and
yeah.
reclosed.
But that's 10%.
No, we pay 10%.
I was gonna say 10% of $330,000 is not a big grant.
Yeah, the town
it's a
would
9
pay.
to 10.
Yes.
9 to 10.
The problem with the FEMA grant is every year they switch out equipment you can put in for and not apply for. So the year previously, boats were not on there. So when it opened up this past year, we applied for it again. So we are seeking
What's
grants.
the firehouse subs
So they do up to $40,000. It's limited on what you can apply for as well. We were going to apply for AEDs and a Lucas device, which does chest. Thank you. Chest compressions, automated chest compressions. Unfortunately, we didn't make the deadline for that, so. we
And
missed
is the
that
boat
window.
like the truck where, once you had approval or you had funding to get it, it's still, you have to put in the specs, it has to be built to your specifications?
Yes, ma'am.
Or do they already come?
So the shells they've already built the shells. It comes down to the electronics and motors and stuff like that you'll have to get into the weeds on. That's where you'll get into the weeds on your design, like a fire pump, nozzles and all that stuff.
And how many jet skis do we have at this time?
2.
We have 2 jet skis as well, and we have the 16-footer. And how old is that 16?
It's a 2004, I believe.
So what's wrong with that one?
Is inadequate for our service. It barely will get up on plane in the inlet. We can't go out the inlet into the ocean to do any beachfront. It's very inadequate. Our guys, we have to rotate every hour because there's nowhere for them to get out of the sun. So it's taking a toll on them, operationally, trying to be out on it and use it, for 6-8 hours at a time.
I would suggest we kind of do the same thing we can put on the May meeting. The only thing I don't understand about this is why you're putting firefighting capabilities on this boat. That takes the price and probably doubles it. I know, because I paid for one up in Boston. The one you got right here has got a nozzle on the front of it to firefight.
Yeah, so
If these are beach rescue, we've got statistically 7% of your calls are related to fire. 80% are related to beach rescue.
so
That's your stats, not mine.
yeah, thank you. So the capability is on this waterway right here. We only have access to the front of a house.
Right.
It gives us access to the back side of a house as well if we need it. That it's that old adage: it's never worth the money till you need it. I agree with you, right? Our stats are low for the fire side of it. It would be used more for rescue, but that 1% when we do need it to get on the back side of these homes on the waterway, it's worth its weight.
That's like the snow blower, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, not exactly. No,
Hang on.
it's not even close to that.
hang on a second, though. What firefighting capabilities does Turkey Creek have in their boat?
They have nothing because they don't
County.
have the water.
What does the
access
county
like
have?
we do. They have one Carolina skiff out at Bear Creek
That's
on the
not gonna
opposite
do it.
side.
They have no firefighting either?
No, sir.
So this might be something, when you and I are talking to them about working with them and getting some stuff. They kicked, just so everybody knows, there was an item on the Monday agenda for them to create a fire captain special ops, which was gonna be doing your job down here.
Well, I thought it was.
And after talking to them at length, they've pulled that. And I've been assured by all of the commissioners up there that they want to work with us to see if we can do stuff together. As in, maybe they give us money for stuff too. So this seems to me right up that type of thing where we could go to them and, because they're committing money, they're gonna commit money to us on this. And actually, I know you were laughing when I talked to, who I talked to about this. He was told he could do all this stuff for $200,000 a year and put people on the beach and do firefighting and everything else. I'm like, add another zero, buddy.
And just to refresh everybody's memory, it's probably been a good 5 or 6 years ago, Surf City had a house fire, and it went from 1 house to 5 houses, and only 1 fire truck could go in there, and as soon as it set up, all the other trucks were dominoed behind it and couldn't access the fire. And the firemen were exhausted by running 2 miles to get to the fire scene. Whereas if they'd have had a firefighting boat
I'm
on the
100%
canal.
with you, but I can tell you the fireboat he's
Right.
talking about is not going to.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying it would be advantageous and it would be available for.
This is
neighboring
deja
cities.
vu. We heard all this. His assistant talked about all these numbers, and some of these same questions were asked of him that now we're asking again. If this is a bone of contention, it needs to come before the board. We don't need to keep talking about it.
Larry, it wasn't, that's why.
It was. We talked to the man.
No,
He stood
no,
right
sir.
there.
We
No,
didn't
sir,
talk
we
about
did
the
not talk
firefighting
about the fire
capabilities
truck.
of
We
the
never
boat.
talked about a fireboat. We never talked about any of that
Go
stuff.
back and listen to it.
I did. So my point though is you and I talked about it before about what was in there and everything else. And I think the consensus, I'll put it on the agenda, both of those, if you can help me phrase it the right way for what you're looking for. and then we can add it to the agenda and talk about it in May. Does that make sense?
Are you talking the county agenda or our agenda?
No, our agenda.
Okay, but when would you go to the county on this?
I'll talk to them this week. But they're not gonna make, they haven't done their budget yet, okay? That's not what, I thought he was gonna come to us with, and you all bear with me. He's gonna go back and say, look, I'm looking to get your approval to go forward to find out what kind of fire truck I need, how much it's gonna cost, talk to Carter, I need your approval for me to go forward with that process. When you've got that done, then you would come back to us as the board and say, here's what I've got, give me the approval to do it. If we have to do that at budget adjustment, I would do the same thing with the fireboat. Go up and say, Mr. Carter, can you and it's simple, he's gonna tell you yes or no, right? I think I can finance this boat over 10 years, I don't know what the number is. All that stuff, you come back, ask us what you're looking for, ask us what permission you need from the board to pursue it, because you're not gonna know the final numbers or the schedule until you actually get close to signing the contract. And you're looking for our approval to go ahead and pursue that. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Does that make sense?
All right, and I heard concern, so you would work with Wayne, who would work with Mr. Carter to find out the financing options, right?
Okay.
So then we can take that $1 million off.
Yes.
Yes.
So we're taking it off, but we're also giving you verbal commitment that we are obviously following your suggestion of.
Yes.
Interested in the project.
Correct. Just to make it clear.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Anything else on
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see where we are.
So what do we have next?
Yeah, let me look. Well, the last two, if we want to look at them as far as departmental, it's probably just as easy. It's the committees, which is if you look on your paper, it's a one line item. It's just expense funds set aside should the committees need any cost reimbursement. And then the non-departmental number, what that actually is the contingency line item. And that will fluctuate based on, what we do with the revenues. That's basically what that is the offset of revenues against expenses. So those were the last two as far as like department level budgets.
I mean, I thought those were very minor areas. Does anybody have anything they want to add on those?
Are you asking what the committee costs are for?
Yeah.
So, it's the Board of Adjustment and the Planning Board both are eligible to take, training courses. It's heavily encouraged for them to take some sort of course. Usually that's through the league, or, sometimes Deb herself has put on training courses for them as well. It's, I would say it's definitely a necessity for these committees, because you want them to be as educated as they can be at making their decisions.
Did anyone go last year? For training?
Well, for the Board of Adjustment, they haven't had a meeting, they didn't have a board really, and the ones that were on the board are already very well versed. They did not require training, but since then, there have been new members been put on this board over the last 3 months, I believe. And it is of my opinion as the clerk that they should definitely attend those trainings.
Okay. And planning board, do we know what they went to last year?
I'm not familiar with what planning board did last year. That would be something I would have to ask Deb.
Okay.
I don't believe she's. Yeah, but in its trainings, you can purchase from the school and you host here, essentially. Yes,
Pardon?
Deb and the attorneys.
Did the training
yes.
with the people here?
The Board of Adjustments actually just held a training, I believe, last month.
Okay.
Yes, sorry. So Ricky, I guess we'll start with the Fund Code 10 revenue projection. So it's a little bit hard to see on the screen. That's why the paper copy may be helpful. This is showing revenues against expenses. The very first column beyond the descriptions was where we pulled what the budget was on July 1st. Then what we did in the second column, it says revenue neutral. We took the July 1st revenue budget, but applied at the bottom the expenses as they have been proposed today. And you can see in this particular case where I talked about that contingency fund number would fluctuate. That's the number, that's the fund, or that's the spot where you account for the difference between revenue and expenses. So going back to July 1st's budget, with what was proposed today, you can see that it shows that negative 450. Now, again, we just, yeah, I was gonna say, we have several,
That's why I made the adjustment with, that's the only one that was negative in any of the fund balances. So.
right. We have several different adjustments we've made today, so, again, this was a snapshot prior to the meeting, so this needs to be completely reworked after what we've talked about. The other two columns, what we tried to show, budget FY 2027 at the 43-cent rate. If the taxes remain the same, the revenues we would collect, and then the expenses. And you can see in that case, that extra is falling into that contingency fund. Now again, that contingency fund, this is all based on the current allocation of the funds. I think Doug kind of mentioned in one of his little wink comments that instead of, if you don't change taxes, instead of 1.5 million sitting in the general fund here, that if you change the percentage allocation, we could bring that contingency fund down significantly, probably around about $1 million or so, and divert that to Fund 30, the shoreline protection. So, yeah, or capital. So one of the options is, again, this is looking at current tax rate, current everything proposed, and again, that number will look, that cash number there will look even better with some of the adjustments we've made today. And then just for reference, now as I mentioned in the opening, and I know the mayor asked us to go back and look at it, the next two columns, we put something kind of in the middle, like we're currently at a 43-cent tax rate. We put in a 40-cent tax rate as a comparison. And then we went back to, based on the statute and the spreadsheet, that revenue neutral 36 cents rate, where we would be, again, with the revenues at the 36-cent mark and the expenses as they were proposed today. And just to keep in mind, the contingency line item, we spoke on several different times throughout the day in the morning, where we can look at this later and bring those funds over from another line item if we decide to approve it mid-year budget amendments. That's usually where that's coming from. So we normally, I think last year it was budgeted at the beginning, the beginning contingency number was 624, and we've used, between different projects and different just reallocations of funds, we've used at least half of that. So just
Most of that was GWI.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
that's the math. I'm just saying that's the math
yeah.
is GWI.
So just keep in mind that I would not suggest depleting the contingency number. It can fluctuate and it can go down again, even at a reduced rate. Looking at some of the comments Doug made of diverting more money towards shoreline protections, keeping something in that contingency, because some of these odd projects that we anticipate or we would want to do a budget amendment for, that's usually where you're pulling that number from. So that's kind of, and I know there's going to be some adjustments based after today's meeting. Yeah.
Let me go to revenue real quick. Or if you go down the bottom, under the first one, which I didn't realize, and if you could, and I understand you guys know how to do this better than I do. I still don't understand how only dropping 7 cents in a 43-cent rate when we had a 40% increase in our base. I know, I'm just looking at mental math, and so if you could at least, maybe in the next meeting, we've got kind of explain that to us. And I think what you've done is you've done the calculation on the property taxes, saying, I want to raise the same amount of property taxes, what does that rate look like, right?
Correct.
That's kind of the way it works.
Correct.
Because my mental math was, if I increase my property by 40%, then in theory, I should be able to decrease my property tax by more than whatever this is, 10% or something. So it's just something I'm having a hard time getting my hands around. Second thing is on the contingency number, under the revenue neutral one right now, that actually will be a 550 positive because we took the $1 million out.
Yeah, there were some
So
adjustments.
that's good. The other thing I would have you take a hard look at, and this is not just in this one, it's in the other one, which is the amount of interest. We have understated interest in every budget forever. We've got $35 million right now budgeted. We've not used at all we're not assuming we got any money back at all from FEMA, which is 15, correct? I'm
Right.
not saying to put in the budget, I'm just trying to look at numbers.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
So,
about
but if we're
15.
looking at, and right now, from talking to finance guys over there, the state funds they're looking at is probably 3.5%, between 3 and 4%. My calculation on ours is we just budgeted 2% return on them, on $35 million. Because we've got 602 here, and I think 120 in another fund. So that's a little over $700,000 in interest. I would have us take a hard look at that, because I think from a revenue standpoint, I think we're understating potential revenue on that. If you would check with the county, and I'm not gonna be there a week from Monday, if you could check with them to find out what they are using for that number, I would go with whatever they're using, because he's actually, I think, on that state committee, on that, and people realize that when you look at how we're investing our money, Wayne will tell you this, we invest in a state fund because we are only allowed to invest in certain funds, just like a lot of municipals or whatever. So that looked low to me. We took, and it's not in this one, if we're gonna stick with this, I've got comments on the other two, but what I really liked about this, if we take the $1 million out,
Yes.
we are now showing at revenue neutral, we still generate a surplus even with all the items that we've put into the budget. That is pretty substantial from my perspective, that we could still have a $500,000 surplus and go rate neutral, which I know the person next to me is all in favor of. So I don't know if anybody had any other comments on the revenue side. Go ahead.
I do. So, and just tell me whether we can do this or not, Wayne, but I'm looking at flat fees. I mean, we gotta have money coming in. So we're looking at all the building permits, mechanical permits, electrical permits, and it's showing mostly flat across the board. When was the last time we raised the rates on these, and can we?
Well, you all have the authority to change the fee schedule as a part of this budget adoption process. I don't know the last time.
You wanna come up, Chief? I was gonna call you up, because what you mentioned to me before, which I don't know if it's legal or not, but when he, go ahead. No, but, she's bringing up that there's ways to generate money that's not coming out of property tax.
So I know like Boone, they do a short-term rental inspection through the fire department. It's required to have a sticker on the door. I don't know if that's something, I don't know the legalities of it. I know they do it there. My home in Florida, I have to pay the fire department every year to come do an inspection on my property. They check smoke detectors and all stuff like that. But I don't know the legality of it. So
Right.
We were talking in general today about other ways for revenue.
Yeah, we gotta have multiple revenue streams at some point, yeah.
That's the point.
But, so that's what we were discussing, but I don't know the legalities of it, how they did it. I can find out. I don't know.
So Boone's gotta have some kind of something in their town charter or in their rules.
Right, and like, my home in Florida, it's a short-term rental, and every year I have to pay the fire marshal to come out and do an inspection.
right?
whether he shows up or
Yes.
not.
Well, question for you though, what sort of stress does that put on your staffing as far as allocating a new FTE or?
Yeah, no, it'll be a commitment, right? Because 90% of our properties down here are rentals,
Right.
and some of them are extremely large. So, you know, it's like when we go do the inspection at Villa or one of those, like, we're there for a day and a half, you know,
do
walking
we
around with
No, but his
everyone.
point's a valid point. It's a cost-benefit analysis. You don't spend $50 to get 20, right?
Right. What do we charge them to do that at Villa? Anything now?
No, we don't, because it's a fire life safety, you know, as long as they're up to standards and everything's working and stuff like that, like they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, we don't charge them.
So it affects them in lowering their insurance because they've had a fire inspection, but they're
Correct.
not paying us for your services.
Right. Well, and they don't pay us because
It's a service.
It's a
no,
service.
they don't pay us because here's what happens. If they fail their inspections, they get one free redo to fix
Right.
all their stuff. If they miss that redo, then we have a schedule fee to start fining them.
Okay, all right. But labor-wise, we're just on the hook to do that.
Right.
Okay,
We are mandated by
Yeah,
the
but
state.
Kip's
to-
point is well taken, though, and that is, it's great to say, I'm gonna raise money. but
Right.
If it costs me more to raise the money than
Right.
raising the money, or the inconvenience, or you're
But-
pulling somebody off.
Correct.
can I go back to my original? Which was building permits, mechanical permits, electrical permits, plumbing permits. We're showing those as flat across the board. We're gonna,
We talked about that at the last meeting.
okay,
We talked about Deb is currently doing a study of the fee schedule. So that'll be brought up at a future meeting for the board to consider, and she's specifically looking at Onslow County and see how they match up.
so do we expect to get that before the budget's passed or not?
Yes.
We do, okay. All right, hold on one second. So NCDOT is reimbursing us for grass mowing. Have we increased our charges to them?
Not that I am aware of, not over this past year. And I would have to look into, I don't know the exact details of that agreement, if it's dictated by the state.
That last year.
I'm sorry,
GWI went through that last year.
okay.
So, but they went through it as far as whether our accounting was good or whether our fees were reasonable.
Getting the maximum amount that we could get from them.
Okay. Well, I don't, 50,000 for a crosswalk, I think we could look at it again.
After the first year you implemented paid parking, every year since there's been a slight decrease. So we don't anticipate, in talking to the parking vendor, they have not recommended any increase in that.
They're using
With
the
what
free
they're
lot.
saying. Yeah, they're using the county lots, which are free.
And it's hard to tell year-to-date also because a lot of them won't buy until their annual passes, until it's a little warmer.
Right.
Yeah, I was
Now-
actually, I'm trying to find that, Laura, but I was looking at that before and trying to figure out the sensitivity around that, because I thought it looked low, but you just can't tell because of when the annual passes get done. I was trying to compare it to what we collected so far, and it's basically on line with what we're projecting.
And we don't have any more fixed assets to sell? Nothing? Okay.
We got 10 for a fire truck.
Well, we're gonna get rid of some cars, right? Have we? Okay. But we're anticipating getting something for them, right, on the revenue side?
But, you know, you brought up a really good point. Hey, Chief, your predecessor used to go over the Marine base and get us a bunch of stuff. All right. You guys don't know, what did you get? You got like 5 vehicles and you turned it into 2 because you had to cannibalize them because they were so bad.
And Alice, the town Have we seen any increase in revenue since we started selling T-shirts?
Yeah, that did go up slightly, but it's more of a, it's not, that wasn't really looked at as a revenue source, a significant revenue source, but that was more a rebranding and a marketing effort for the town.
Okay,
Some of us contribute.
all right. So I guess my point is, are we missing any other revenue streams that we could be looking at?
You need to look at grants.
And so looking at grants again,
Financing?
grants, financing, what other revenue streams do we have at our disposal?
Yeah, I mean, we could look into it or study it. I don't have an answer off the top of my head at the moment, as far as additional revenue streams.
Okay, so grants are like our big thing.
And interest-free loans.
We might have missed the boat, and we should have asked Carter that as well.
Right.
The boat, not the fire boat. Oh, he's,
But I think that's something to bring up with him again.
yeah.
What other revenue streams or other towns that we're missing?
Well, the good news, he represents so many beach towns. I mean, he really didn't get into how many towns they represent and stuff now, too. He does on Wausau, too, which I didn't realize. So he's doing a lot of this modeling for people, and matter of fact, I'm gonna reach out to him on their rate structure over there, too, so. Okay, you got anything else? Okay. Consensus, I would like you to look at the interest. I do think that's understated.
Okay.
Okay, 720 on 35 million doesn't work for me. It's gotta be more than that. So all that's gonna do is add to the contingency, Wayne. That's not gonna, it's just a revenue to look at. And then I've got a couple of other comments, on the other funds. What'd you have?
I have a comment for Wayne.
Sure.
Wayne, I appreciate all the work you do on this, all the work that everyone has done on this. However, I am not happy with the numbers. I know it's not your fault. However, I would like to see a tax rate under 30 cents. I just feel that this is unsatisfactory, and I will not vote on to approve a budget that's over 30 cents, just so everybody knows. As a board, our responsibility is only really to the taxpayers. This is what we were elected to do, was to represent the taxpayers, the people that live here, the people that own property here. And part of that is, of course, making sure that they have good public protection, having good services. However, we do have quite a bit of money. We're not a poor town. We also have a lot of expenses, and there's a way to juggle it. I'm not a numbers person, obviously, but I would like to see it a lot lower.
Yeah, we can.
One more thing. Also,
Sorry, no.
Pender County was, I just read during the break, they had decided that they were going to hold off on reval, but now the tax office is looking into it because they're not sure it's legal since it's state mandated. So they may not be.
Just brought up to me before.
Oh, all right.
I'm not sure that's legal.
So,
Yeah, as I was saying, I don't think that they can go back on it. They're at their 8-year mark. They're not allowed to go back.
4 years they could probably.
Well, they could have.
And just going back to the revenue again at her 30 cents, and remember, this is off the top of my head. 30 cents times 2.4 million, right, should be $7.2 million. And we have 4.2 here and 1.5, and that's 5 point something dollars. So I'm just trying to figure out if we're at 30 cents on $2.4 billion. Is my math wrong as to why that doesn't generate? And I know it's a calculation, but, and I apologize for bringing this up again, Wayne, but the math doesn't make sense to me. I'm just trying to get my head around it, especially when she brings up 30 cents.
You're looking at the 2.4 billion as a whole, and we
I know
calculate.
that's got other stuff in it. There's a
Yeah, and then
breakdown.
we calculate that down. We have traditionally used a 96% collection rate.
That's fine.
Then 60% goes, or it's about 60.47 goes to Fund 10. 16.28 goes to Fund 12, 23.25% goes to Fund 30. So the whole number is spread between the three different funds. And that's what Doug was alluding to.
Right.
If the tax rate went unchanged, you could take money that was, instead of 60% being sent to Fund 10, I heard him say 73% or something like that a couple times.
Well,
So you could
yeah.
divert it toward your beach projects.
Right.
But yeah, so whatever tax, if you give me a 30-cent tax rate, I back into it off of that 2.4.
You allocate it the same way and figure out how it
And then
looks.
distribute it among the three.
Right, and again, what I've noticed that, and we'll talk about the next fund, every single fund we've got right now shows a surplus. Every single one under this budget, okay? And once we get rid of the last SOB payment, next year, 1.8, we now have another 1.8 in surplus in theory next year, once that payment's made. I'm trying to get back to what Connie's point was, which is, we need to get a very good handle on this, but the other thing, back to the exact point that you made and that Doug made, is in the past, when we started doing pennies, and I know you didn't do the budget this way, we used to do pennies for the beach fund. It was based upon a tax base that was a little over $1 billion. Now we're at 2.4 billion. So if we gave I'm making numbers up, if we gave 5 pennies on $1 billion, right, we're gonna put $500,000 in that fund. If we're doing 5 pennies on 2.4, we're pointing $1.2 million in that fund. So we have to figure out in which fund that should go, because this board has the authority to change the allocation between those funds, which is what your point is, right? So if we need more money, using it in public safety, and we decide that we are not going to we're not gonna build something else, but it's gotta go into a fire truck, we can do those type of things by reallocating the funds that come in, so that our priorities, if it's the beach and it's public safety, then that's probably where we ought to be focusing our money, is on those areas. Those are things we need to talk about as a board to give some context to it. But if you could, and again, I shared with, did I send you that, Larry, the stuff that the county sent me, the breakdown for town that we were using? Right, the valuations, because you've got the personal properties in there too, in the 2.4. But when you look at that, it would just be interesting to see what happens with that, because if we are going to generate a surplus in the $2 to $3 million range, we need to take a very hard look at two things. One is what Doug's gonna tell us we need, and two is what our tax rate should be. Because we've been able to generate, and Alice, when you came here, how many million did we have? 4 or 5 million, maybe? We had the money we had to hold back on the USDA loan, but we didn't have money. Well, the classic example is the beach project you just did, that we didn't have the money to do that, right? So we're in a completely different position because of the efforts, the refinancing, all the stuff that we did. I'm just saying, I think, I'm trying to mirror a little bit what Connie said, is our obligation is to the taxpayers, and I think we have to be very prudent and conservative to make sure we've got money to do the things we need to do. On the other hand, and Kip was there, when I talked to the people at Ocean City, remember the question I was asked, why aren't you giving us the money back if you've got that cash? And if we're saying it's for a beach project, or it's for a fire truck, or it's for something else, that's a different answer than we're just keep holding on to your money. And so, and again, I don't mean to preach, but that's, the impact I'm getting from people is, they don't really care what our excuses are. They wanna know why their taxes went up on their house, okay? And everybody here has gotten those emails. You have, I have, and, I just think we need to be prudent and understand how much money we've got, and how we're using those funds. So, Connie, do you wanna add anything?
Just a reminder, it's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. That's it.
Let's go to 12, maybe?
All right, real quick, and then I'll get off your butt on this one. We've got, the EOC is on there, $300,000, right? I think as a general concept, I think we need to look into an EOC. On the other hand, I don't think that's a have to do this year. I think I would look maybe for the police chief and town manager in May to talk a little bit about that. But I believe the way that, without getting into whether I think that's a great expense or not, in my opinion, the way that the police chief is going about this is a significant savings on everything we've ever looked at in terms of putting this together. Is that fair, chief? I don't mean to put you on the spot. We were talking about having to buy land, do all those type of things. This would be utilizing on Moss's property, right, to be able to put something there for us with the county. And then in here, the public works thing we've talked about, which is fine. Onslow County Fire, I'm sorry, I'm on revenues, I shouldn't have gone back to this. Why are we putting $486,000 in fire tax when we're collecting $510,000? All right, and also, if it stayed at 3 cents, we'd be collecting $720,000 from them. So I'd like an explanation as to why the fire tax went down when the basis for the fire tax went up by 40%.
Yeah, I'd have to look into
I'm just
it,
curious,
yeah,
because, I
yeah.
mean, I'm just looking at where we've got revenue. That looks to me like, again, we don't know what they're gonna do, and I'll follow up. And before we get a budget approved, we gotta find out what they're doing with that number. They have signed an agreement with the volunteer fire departments, and they've done it with the Coastal Carolina School on a funding agreement. With the volunteer fire departments, apparently, they've agreed to give them 5 cents of property tax, which I'm not sure how that works within somebody that's not incorporated, but that's not my business. I think it's highly unlikely we'll get 5 cents, because that would give us about $1.3 million a year. I will at least be pushing, and I think this board will be pushing to maintain at least 3 cents if we can get that on our new tax base. So if, I would just say, maybe the next one, take a shot and see what it looks like for us in terms of revenue. And then, again, I like the revenue at the top. Ad valorem tax is what you just talked about before. And also understand that if the EOC building were to come out this year, okay, and the future capital came out of there, you've got a $650,000 contingency in that fund. All right, so even if we do the EOC, we still have a $349,000 contingency built in. So we are now building contingencies into all of our funds. Right? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. You know I like the numbers, and I just want to make sure that we've got enough coverage in there if we have a storm or something else. On the other hand, when I've got somebody here next to me that's pushing very hard not to have taxes go up, we got to make sure that we understand our revenues.
right, right.
Anybody else have anything on Fund 12? Mark?
Yeah, while we're here, I just wanted to, I know I sent that jumbo stuff out to you guys, but,
Yes, thank you.
Stephen got back to me about resurfacing the road. Here's his email, basically. He contacted NCDOT, Onslow County Maintenance Engineer, got back to him, confirmed that the road is not on their current 5-year resurfacing plan, and noted that he looked at the data and the rating of the road is rated as good. And he did mention that they had to come out and taken care of some of the bridges there that needed the attention back in the fourth quarter. But looking at New River Inlet Road being resurfaced anytime soon.
Okay, it's not happening in
it's
5
not
years.
looking good
Would you
right now.
would you guys do us a favor in your next meeting with them? We don't know where that 10 million came from, right? That,
Came from DOT.
no, but does that mean we're resurfacing the road, or are we just adding on to it? Does that mean we're just putting a bike lane on? Is that what they're saying, it's $10 million?
You're saying just leave the road like it is and we throw a bike lane on the sides?
I don't know what, she's got something from them, that we went from looking at this
Yeah.
as a reasonable project to, it went up
So
3.5
you're asking,
times.
Is that 10 million including a resurfacing and a bike lane? But they're
Right.
saying the resurfacing,
Is off.
that you're saying the road's not happening, so.
Not
why
anytime
would-
soon, no.
Why would a bike lane cost 10 million?
I'm just saying, when you guys are meeting with them,
Yeah.
a good question is, hey, you're not doing this. You just told us it's $10 million.
Yeah.
Are we resurfacing your road?
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
Like,
We'll-
yeah,
we'll
can
ask
they
the
make
What's
the
the
numbers
scope, right?
make
Does that make
sense?
sense to you guys?
Yeah.
We'll ask the question.
Okay, thank you.
What-
Good update.
Yeah, because depending on the answer, we may want to rethink the whole bike path thing. I mean, I think it's a great public safety.
That's why I
and
brought it up here, at $100,000 in this
Yeah.
fund, so.
I can tell you, my first job out of engineering school was at DOT, and adding a bike lane onto a road is a disaster, because it's, and this island, like you said,
Well,
what Kip
actually, it
just said
becomes
is
a-
exactly what
it
happens.
becomes
It
a safety
separates.
hazard because it
separates.
separates and
Right.
cracks and
Unless you're gonna
everything
make it
else.
completely separate from the roadway. I liked how Kip did it's gonna fall off. It just doesn't work that way. Thanks, that's excellent, Mark, thank you. And then we got 30, right?
Yeah.
Consensus on Fund 12 with, Lars, Mike?
I would like, and then I
Your
would ask for a
microphone, Mark.
consensus, I would like to leave that in there, recognizing that it in effect is a contingency for us that can be used on that if we can, especially if we can work out something with Onwassa or the county, to leave it in there as an item for us to consider, understanding that it may not be this year or next year, or may not be able to coordinate it with us. But I think eventually, even though we've got, Alice, a long-term deal with the county to use the library, that to the extent that we can get a better deal done by working with the county, especially if they're looking at doing something there, we might want to pull the trigger on that thing to be able to save ourselves money. And the fact that you're willing, that you looked at it to put it on their property, as I've told Frankie, we get first dibs. No, I've been talking to them for 3 years about getting that property for us. And for people who don't know, that's the old Plurus building on 210, and there are 400 acres behind there, Chief? That's how much land is behind that thing that you can't see from the road, so there's a lot of land there. All right? Thank you. Consent, is that okay consensus-wise? Leave it in as an item, but understand we'll be working with it? Does that make sense?
I'm not happy.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not happy with it, but I would begrudgingly leave it in. I think that it is, I think it's a good idea if we can get,
Way down.
yeah.
917, I think on future capital, was that a area of contention, or leave it?
That's the old budget.
That's basically your contingency on this one. It's the same thing. That's gonna fluctuate as we change.
Okay.
Future capital. I think that we're gonna put more in fire, you'll be able to put more in fire tax, we'll be looking at other revenue sources potentially for that. I don't think, no, the beach fund, 150 comes into the beach fund, not in this one. Yeah, really put a tool in the bridge.
What?
The captain will be out there with a big gate going up and down,
So,
I think the
Put
only
it
thing.
on
you're
this side of the bridge, not to give it to the
Lars, it's a good
state.
point. I think the consensus is, and not to step into Connie's thing, is we understand that an EOC is going to be necessary at some point. To the extent that we can get it done and get it done cheaper, working with somebody, and he comes back to us, for example, and says, hey, they're kicking in half of this stuff if we do it with them this year, but if we wait till next year, we gotta do it ourselves, we would probably consider that as a good business move. I'm just saying, leave a thing in there to make the decision when you come back to us specifically, right, Chief, with something.
Or that's when we write a grant for our portion.
That's the point. Exactly. All right. Now we're on 30? I
Yes,
gotta
sir.
Find that one now.
I feel like I'm gonna stand up and do it faster.
I know. I told you we're gonna work with their, what do you call it? All right, let me go back to, I gotta find 30 again. Damn it.
You okay?
I'm hiccuping, but yes.
All right, so Fund 30?
Yeah.
All right, so our beach lobbyist, how much have we gotten out of that person, and why are we spending that money?
What's listed in there is their expense. The return on what they've done for us, I'd have to look into that. That's not something that I
That's
have.
TISPC.
Okay,
That's paid, we pay a third of that.
I know.
yeah.
And, hang on, right now, in the middle of doing this stuff with the Cobra stuff, the idea of walking away from these people would be a very bad idea.
A bad move. I don't know, I don't know.
I don't like paying it either, just,
I
but,
mean, I don't really, having, being on that committee and seeing what all it does, we could not fund ourselves for what we're paying to get funded through that operation. I mean, just like Cobra, you know, Cobra is being worked on through there to also, you know, so there's a lot of things that, and that we're getting benefit from. We're paying 60,000, I think, what are we paying, is it 60,000 a year? And, but we're paying lobbyists, and we're only paying a third of the lobbyists. But we're paying lobbyists and all the other things to make it happen. And I know that if you don't go there and not a part of it, you don't believe that, but it's, the bottom line is, I'd be solely against getting out of test pack.
Let me just add, go ahead. No,
I'm not against it, but we wouldn't have been
She wants
working
to know
on
the value.
it 10 years.
Nobody tells you what's been going on, that's the
Right,
problem.
that's the problem. Let
We're
me
not
just.
in a meeting, but I
right.
mean, so I
Let
can
me-
say that. if
Let me
I want.
address this real quickly. Larry knows, Larry knows, I have concerns about doing this through TISPC and not having our own lobbyist. Larry, by coincidence, will be the head of TISPC next year. Okay? And in the past, I'm looking at Alice, we know when Steve was running that, Smith, where was the focus in terms of getting stuff done? It was with Topsail, right? Our guy's gonna be running it next year. We're also in the middle of stuff that he's working on right now. As much as I don't like doing it this way and would rather have our own lobbyist, I would be against pulling the plug on it until we figure out exactly what we're getting out of them. Does that make sense?
And also, we're meeting, you know, we're going to Raleigh.
2 weeks.
And we're going to Raleigh and we're talking to, we're involved in the shellfish situation, and where we're getting, and we're right in the middle of the area that's getting more leases than any place because of moratoriums north and south, and so we're fighting on that. We got a meeting with Carson Smith. We got a meeting with Carson Smith next Monday, a group of us, and there's just a lot of things going on behind the scenes that you can't put a dollar value on. But the bottom line is, and I promise you, if I see at any point that I don't think that we're getting our money's worth, I mean, I'll be willing to pull the plug anytime.
Does that make sense? I mean, it's just, this is one that bothers me because all the lobbying that I have done in my life has been with my own lobbyist and involving me making contributions and attending fundraisers and doing everything else. Having three parties work together to figure out who gets the pie doesn't work for me. I want our pie. I don't want their pie. And so I think we just need to take a look at this, and the value on some of these things could be large for us, but I think at this point, Larry, we don't know until we've played it out.
Well, that's right. I mean, you know, I think that we need to give it a year. Give it a year and see what happens. I mean, if we get issues to where all of a sudden we don't have, but I'm just telling you, we're helping the south end and they're helping us, and we all have the same type of problems, and so I think it's, paying a third of something is better than paying 120% on it.
And again, I would echo the same thing. Obviously, having been to 2 meetings and seeing the lobbying work that they are doing, I think we are getting, I feel, in my 2 months, we're getting a bigger return on our investment by participating. And I don't think it's right now, I get what you're saying as slice of the pie as far as like shallow draft stuff. But as far as lobbying, they do lobby specifically for us. And I feel.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Obviously,
Jeff.
you've been to it too.
Yeah,
so
no, it's just, the whole thing that bothers me, and I won't go into it again, is just simply, and I've had this conversation with the county a number of times, you want your own pie, okay? And the question is, how much are we willing to pay for our own pie?
That's right. And that's okay. I mean,
That's the game,
Well,
right?
And I understand the value to it, but and I am for it. But to Laura's point, I do wish that we had at least a report twice a year from them or something.
That's what we're gonna give them.
that is a problem, that is truly a problem, because I've come to these meetings, the board meetings for years, and I have not heard almost no report on whatever happened, because it's always one of those consent agenda items. And
So, the good news is, We happen to know, we know somebody who does the minutes for that commission,
We're
so.
right now, I mean, Kip is doing the
I'd be happy
minutes.
once they get approved, to forward them to the board, and the town manager.
Kip's doing the
for
minutes
record.
now for it, and soon to work the,
Would you guys?
No, I would actually like the lobbyists to Zoom with us once in a while
That's where I
to
was
tell
gonna
us
go
what
with
they're
this, yeah,
doing
yeah.
on our
well,
behalf.
you need to come to
They
our
used to do
meeting.
that, Connie.
Because every meeting, we meet every other month, and every meeting, our lobbyists are on screen or in person, and they're telling us exactly what's going on. So
Right,
all
but
you've got to
at-
do is come to the meeting.
No, at
It's a
this
two-
meeting, so it's
No,
part of
why-
the board.
why?
Because
Then they're gonna charge more, they're working for the 3 towns, why don't you just go to the meeting?
it's not just for me, it's for the taxpayers to see.
Well, they can,
What-
tell them
what-
to watch it.
Right, but if it's on our board meeting and they do a presentation, then everybody gets
Well,
to see it at that board
I,
meeting.
I think, Larry, if they're willing to do it, I think it's something we could
Once a
probably
year
ask
at
them
least.
to, I hear what you're saying, and I see a benefit in that. I think if it's not gonna inconvenience them to talk about our specific projects and not the entire topsail, or,
And then all they're gonna do is tell you what a great job
Yeah.
that Larry's doing.
we do that all the
No,
time.
but Kip makes a very good point, and that is the answer to,
What are
people
they
here
doing
probably don't
for
wanna hear about
us?
Vitex. But if there's an update on the Cobra stuff,
Right, we wanna
having
hear
them
that.
talk about our specific issues makes sense. I
That-
100%
that's my
agree with
point. If they're working for us
And I think,
once a year.
Well, if you pay me what they're paying me,
I think we overlook it, and I think that's why it's important that you bring it up.
Please
gets
make
in-
sure you're using microphones, by the way. You are Kip.
I
Good
know.
job. Everybody else.
It's in our ear, and I think we'll be able to move forward, and I think that's a good suggestion, Laura, and I'll
All right, let's
propose
go.
it.
well, not to speak badly of the not around anymore people, but it was kind of a one-sided scenario, and it was not intentional, I don't think, but that's just the way it ended up. But it is definitely broadened out at this point in time, and I think you'll see a change in what happens. Anyway.
Back to revenues. Wayne?
Wait a minute, are we finished with 30?
Oh, on 30. That's what I'm looking at, is the revenue side of 30. Okay, one I don't understand is, in the requested budget under county grant, you've got 150, but in the 4340 and flat rate, you got 0. Is that just because somebody didn't complete the schedule? What? You've got it in the budget. Revenue neutral, okay, request is 150. We need to put that back. If there's gonna be an issue with that, I'll talk to them again, but they've committed. We were late in filing it. You've got it in there for them right now. And Wayne, if you wanna check with them, and I'll check with Tim again, but he's committed to give us the money. I'm just saying, let's put it in the budget as a revenue source for us.
Committed verbally, award letter, I haven't seen any commitment saying that they're gonna give it to us. I'm happy to put it in there, but I'm putting something in the revenue line that like legally is not confirmed that they're officially giving us the money. I just wanna make sure what you're telling me to do.
All right, I'll tell you what, I will ask, I've talked to the finance guy who said it's on his desk. I've talked to the commissioners who say it's gonna be approved. I will see if I can get something, getting it moving as fast as I can, and then
Okay.
you can put it in,
Great,
okay?
great.
All right, then my favorite thing, interest income, 125, you know what
Yep.
my issue on the interest income is. Trying to think of the other ones I had. I think that's, and again, what I like about this one is, if everybody drops down under revenue neutral and takes a look at that last number, future projects fund, all right, $2.4 million we now have as a contingency in that fund, in addition to the other ones we've seen. And what Alice talked about is the last SAW payment is May, so that's done. What was the other one that we talked about in there? Is that it for the SAW payments? Yeah. All right, so when you look at that 1836 that's in there, you don't need to change it. This is a heads up for the board. When that, if everything in this schedule, revenue, expenses, and everything stays consistent, not next year, but in the next year, this is for Doug. You're gonna add back 1.8 million to that 2.4, and now we've got, that's why I was asking, I couldn't figure out where he got his 3 from, Wayne.
Yeah,
Okay, that didn't make any sense to me, given the schedule that you've got together. he looked to me like he's about $1.5 million short for what was in the beach fund. But if everybody understands what I'm saying, 2.4 under revenue neutral is the future projects, that's the money being put away. And then 1.836 is the last payment that we have to make, and then we will be out of all debt except for the firehouse and the fire truck.
Fire truck, yes.
Right? And so that frees up $1.8 million in revenue for us after next year. So when we're forecasting that going forward, we're now looking at much more of a surplus in that fund
Yes.
than we're seeing after that final payment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because that's, we talked about how much money's got to go in the beach fund, and when you look at your top number at 5.4, all right, and you start looking at the other stuff that's kind of, I would call it more incidental, that creates a lot more room in there for what we want to do beach-wise. So,
Yep.
thank you, Wayne.
Yes, sir.
And I will not bring any more issues up on revenue.
It's all good.
Mark, you got anything?
No.
Yep. You good? Connie?
So that SOB is.
Hey. Language.
I like
We're
it
gonna talk about decorum.
Our last one on that is May.
It'll be done this, no, is that right?
No, it's
There's one next year too,
December.
right?
It's December. So that's why
December.
it's in the budget for.
The one that's happening in May, though, don't we have a payment we're making in May?
Yeah, but that one.
That's the financing, right?
I believe that's the other one that you didn't get carried forward, if you look at the very first line.
Okay, yeah.
The 1721,
Got it.
but we didn't carry it, because that one, but the 18 is May. I mean, now he got me saying, it's December.
And then we're done.
And then we're
Okay,
done.
the
So,
So
yeah.
18
this
is-
calendar year, we'll be out of debt on these.
Yes,
Oh my
yes, but
gosh.
it takes us into the next
How's that?
fiscal year.
That is awesome.
That
Thank
is
you.
really awesome.
Okay, so the 1.8 is the one that'll be paid off in December,
Yes,
Everything's done.
and the 1.7 is paid off next month.
yeah, that's why we didn't carry it forward into the future
Perfect.
budgets.
All right, maybe I'll bake a cake for
That's
that.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Honest to goodness, Alice,
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yes.
To be that clear of debt. Although I don't know about the 0% interest stuff. We have to think about, we refinance that one or something. What is the interest rate on the firehouse? It's like 6 or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it was 6 roughly, but yeah.
Bad. Anything,
Okay.
Mark?
Are we wrapping up?
I think we're pretty close.
Okay on this one?
Okay.
Lars?
Yeah, so if we're done with the departments and the revenue sheets, the last item, which I'll maybe defer to Alexis, was scheduling. I don't know if, I feel like we've gotten through everything we had to present here, so I don't know if a meeting tomorrow is necessary, but that's a call that you all
I
can make.
would say, from my perspective, because you've got work that you have to do
Yes.
to us, I don't think you're gonna have, I don't know, are you working, are you gonna send me something at 10 o'clock again tonight, young lady?
No.
All right.
We are not
So if
working
that's the
overnight
case-
tonight.
If that's the case, then I don't know about how you all feel. I would like to see what the numbers look like when we rerun these things, okay?
Okay.
And to get Doug's input on some of this stuff. Does that make sense to everybody, rather
Yeah.
than meeting again tomorrow?
Yeah, we can
Mark,
rerun these
Kip?
numbers and send them out in a couple days.
That's right. Are you off tomorrow? Is that it?
I might sleep an hour or two.
Have fun, man. All right. That's right. So, just for the record. Larry, we're meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Make sure you're here.
Larry, if you show up, I'll have
Everybody else, we're at West House
foods.
for coffee.
While you're here, you can sign checks.
We're wrapping up now? We're wrapping up now?
We're wrapping up.
All right, I just want to personally say thank you to Wayne and Noreen and Alice, all the department heads. Appreciate you guys. A lot of time and energy put into these things. A lot of numbers to look at, dyslexia, mistakes get made. Thank you for your composure and your patience, and appreciate what you guys do. Thank you.
For you.
Ditto.
Same, and I'm really not this mean.
Ditto, yes, she is. And thanks to you guys as well.
Thanks, guys. I mean, we got a lot of new board members, and it doesn't hurt with some of you guys being new too, to really dig into the budget and understand it. And so ask questions of us too. And if you have other ideas, please bring them to the board. So this doesn't have to be a one-way conversation. Thank you.
Whatever they said.
Beautiful. Thank you, Larry. Just for clarification on my end, So no budget meeting tomorrow, except for Larry. The additional budget sessions that other Larry, had created, I didn't know if you guys had a chance to look over those. The first additional budget sessions, that are being proposed if needed are April 21st and 22nd.
That doesn't work for me,
Well, it doesn't work for, it
oh,
doesn't
you guys
work,
are in Washington.
it doesn't work for Connie and I, it would be in
Oh,
Washington.
that's right.
Okay.
So that's three that can't make it.
Yeah, we don't even have a
So
quorum
then
at that
there's
point.
not a quorum.
Not a quorum, so what are
Right.
the other ones? What's the one, Lexi,
What
what's the
about-
one in May? We've got, what's the next one?
Well, I would still have,
Time in May, right?
Yeah, I would, can we look at something later in April?
Well, we got,
So are you, right?
that was,
We're both gone the rest of the
the
month.
last week of April is 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th.
I'm gone, so is Kip.
correct, yes. I know that there will be meetings that others won't be able to attend just because of the way the cookie is crumbled this summer. But, you know, these are for your feedback, and so if you guys are wanting another session, I do realize some people may not be able to make it. We
Okay.
can hold that to show you the new numbers.
That's fine. If you could check on Doug's availability, not just on his availability, but when he's going to get us something,
Okay,
all right?
My
I-
take was he was looking for,
Us first.
He's waiting for us to get our budget.
Right, no, but I'm talking, what I'm saying though is if he says, if you give me the stuff on May 5th, I can get you something back on May 15th. There's no point in having a meeting on May 12th. Okay, it's just to make sure that he can give us whatever we need back from him.
you're talking about May 13th,
What?
May 12th or 13th?
I was making dates up.
Oh,
I was
okay.
talking.
Well, we do have a
talking
meeting May
gener-
13th.
Generally, if, my point is, and I did a very bad job of saying it is, if we give him the information he needs and Wayne needs, and we've given him, you know, a draft budget, and it takes him a week to get that information into the model, it doesn't make any sense for us to schedule a meeting inside of that week. Because I think we'd want to see what Doug has to say. I would anyway. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So the next meeting that we have technically then would be our board meeting in May, which could also be an update on some of this stuff as well. I know you're not there, but at least there's a quorum, right?
so we would scratch the plan for that to be the public hearing date for the proposed budget.
It's gonna, I don't think that we're gonna be ready.
Right.
Unless we just put together, based on what we've heard today, and we call that a proposed budget and advertise that
I think
as a public hearing, and we check the block
Yeah.
of having a public hearing on a proposed budget.
Yeah,
and move on. It doesn't, it's not necessarily, the proposed is not the budget.
No, I understand. Here's a concern I've got on that is, I think we need to postpone that for two different reasons. One is, it's already been brought up as to whether Pender can do what they're talking about doing, so we don't know what Onslow's gonna do. The farther along we are for us to do some research on what the other towns are doing, Larry, to your point about the sales tax and about what they're doing property tax wise, I think the other towns, we already know what Surf City is talking about doing. Holly Ridge will have suggested something that they're going to do. I'm guessing Jacksonville would too. You were talking about doing the background stuff to find out what people are doing, because that's gonna help you a lot in terms of what you just modeled for us, right? If everybody's gone revenue neutral, or nobody's gone revenue neutral, that's gonna affect what you're going to tell us. Because you mentioned to me, if you wanted to wait till June the 28th, to make sure. To adopt, you know, I'm not saying to do that, but I would be much more comfortable in a public hearing, having something that we feel is much more of a finished product in
Would-
terms of what that rate is.
Would the board feel more comfortable then pushing back the public hearing until the June meeting and then holding a
You're
public,
here then, right?
or holding a special meeting?
You guys okay with that? Because then we can have
Later,
meetings in the middle too.
there's X amount of time that public hearing needs to be circulated
Okay,
and for us to hold it. But going forward after that, you should
Okay.
be able to hold a special
What-
meeting for the
what date
budget.
is that? Would you remind me?
Which date is
June?
our
What do we
meeting?
have
It's
in
on June 3rd.
June, okay, we're having it at our regular meeting.
It's a regular meeting.
Okay,
We
and
would
everybody,
hold that
I
at a
think
regular
everybody's gonna be
meeting.
there, right? Everybody's in for June 3rd?
And then we can create a special meeting later in June
Okay.
to officially adopt the
Does that make
budget.
sense?
If,
And
But circulating stuff in the meantime.
I liked what we're talking about putting it on that June 30th date so that we can see the dust has settled at that point. I know it's the very last minute, but.
Yeah.
I know,
It's-
I know. I mean, if we could push it as late as possible, that would be my recommendation.
I think to his point, that makes sense with one quick caveat. And that is, as long as you guys are able to say to us, it's only gonna take me 24 hours to tell you what the rate ought to be, that works. But if you've gotta run the models and do everything else to give us what the rate should be, because I think we've gotta give them some sense of we know where you're gonna come out on the rate.
Right.
Okay, we should be within a few cents, I'm thinking, in terms of the rate. I think your point is, if we're going to nail something down, do it as close to that at the end, so that we might have a range as to what we wanna do on the tax rate. We might be able to drop it.
Would,
So are we saying that we would have no budget meetings in May?
I don't think that's appropriate.
To not have any?
I,
think you need to have another budget
Oh, yeah,
meeting
that,
in
me
May.
too.
I
That's what
am not saying don't have a budget
Okay.
meeting in May. What I'm
so-
saying is for the public hearing, which
Okay.
we would, you know, you want the budget you're presenting at your public hearing to be as ready as you can for it to be.
Exactly.
Because you want to maintain that transparency and
Yes.
stuff. But we can push the public hearing itself into the June meeting.
Okay.
Again, you're working on a tight schedule at this point because we need to get that out in the next 30 days.
Okay.
But you should be able to still hold that public hearing.
But
So
if we,
Lexi, hang on, Lexi, once you do this, I have no problem with having a budget meeting in May, you're gone, okay? What I would suggest you do is, why don't you circulate some date?
The 13th, it's on the agenda for everybody right here.
It can't be. Before or after? I'm sorry.
If you would like, I can schedule us to do a budget session in the morning.
Oh, we moved that, okay, I have on the 6th, we've moved it to the 13th.
We moved that at the
Got it.
meeting
I've
that
got it
we
both days.
adopted
That's why it
it.
didn't make any sense to me, all right, so 13th and then,
If the board is comfortable, I'm more than happy
Yeah, you're
to
not here.
create a special meeting the morning of our regular session for a couple hours
I
in the
don't know,
morning if you want, or
think
after.
I think I would split that and see if there's another date.
Okay.
to do it.
Oh, I
Like
was gonna say,
to
or
do
s-
a quick one, because if we have everybody here in the audience and we're going through all the budget stuff, I think it's gonna get, we could have a very long meeting and not a productive
So you
meeting.
wanna have a
Well,
board meeting
the
on the
board, the
13th
public
is
would
already
not have
locked.
comment on the sessions.
well, that's why I think if we did it after, you also mentioned afterwards, if
I
it's
can
a,
hold it after,
if
if you
it's a
guys would like
light
to break for
meeting-
lunch and then
Yeah.
come back.
because that way, and then if there's any people that want.
Well, I don't know if starting at 1 would allow everybody to have enough time, but,
Two separate meetings,
okay, yeah.
right? Two separate meetings, regular meeting, budget meeting.
So how about we do, we'll do, I would probably say 3, just in case the meeting goes long. Let's do, we can do 3 to 5, the 13th of May.
3 to 5.
Yes. Lunch and dinner are not provided. Yes. We,
on June 3rd then, the regular board.
the June 3rd will be a regular board meeting, and on that agenda will be a public hearing, which by general statute is required for us to hold. And then after that, we will hold a special meeting, later in June, to be determined, to adopt.
So you're gonna send all this out, please?
Right, and you'll make sure we.
For you.
You know I'm gonna be mad at that.
Lexi, so you'll make sure we meet all, you will make sure we meet all the notice requirements on those, that's.
But the meeting
Yes.
being discussed for the end of the month in June, we do not have a date.
We do not have a set date for it. I will send out dates later. What I may do is I may just add to your, after getting dates from you guys, I may just add to the May agenda an amendment to your regular calendar. That way we're not having to notice,
That's a good idea. Okay,
and that won't be an issue.
okay.
Okay?
So the May meeting, the May board.
It's just gonna be
meeting
2
is the
days.
13th.
It's exactly the same day, it's just gonna be 2 separate meetings on the same day.
But to Connie's point, I don't wanna wait till the 30th for that last
No, I agree.
meeting on
I agree.
June
I was
30th.
going off of what
Yes,
No, but you want to get as close to that because,
which would be like, if
absolutely.
people need to work on things, we gotta look at
The only difference between
scheduling
us
that
and
week
Boy Scouts have adult leadership.
in here,
Yeah, no, I agree.
so that we can adopt.
Yep. Well, you can't adopt there. You have to adopt 29th or 30th.
Right.
It's got to be before the
We've gotta
year.
have another
So,
meeting
do we,
before that.
okay, Lexi, do we need a motion to close, or is,
I mean, you can just say goodbye. It's okay.
that's what I thought. You got anything else, guys?
Anybody's got anything else to say?
Wayne's like, I've been beat up enough today. I don't need any more.
It
Thank you all.
took
Do I
two
have
of
a
us to keep
motion
up with
to
all the
adjourn?
notes, so
All
we
right.
got plenty to do.
All
She
right.
said we don't need to.
I said I will take one.
All right,
Larry, you want a
motion-
second?
She said, motion to adjourn by
All in favor?
Laura.